Chapter 2842, Silent Upper Zone. A deathly silence suddenly fell over the area as everyone turned toward the voice's origin. What entered everyone's sight was an ordinary-looking young man clad in dark grey casual wear. Besides his ordinary appearance, the young man also felt no different from an ordinary passerby. This person was none other than Xiaofan. Although he had grown a lot taller as his physical fitness improved, he still couldn't change his plain appearance. Who is that guy? Isn't he a little too courageous? That guy is dead for sure. Even the successors of the other major corporations here wouldn't dare blatantly refute Lu Tiandi's words. Could this guy be a newcomer to the upper zone? The gathered people were astonished as they looked at Xiaofan. They never imagined that such an ignorant person could exist in Haitian City's upper zone. If it were the Starline Corporation of the past, there would still be many people who would dare go against it. They definitely wouldn't let Lu Tiendi, who was merely the corporation's heir, act so arrogantly. Even Lu Xingluo, the corporation's previous heir, hadn't dared behave like Lu Tiendi was behaving now. However, Lu Tiendi's background was different from Lu Xingluo's. Lu Tiendi had caught the eye of one of the middle layer's big shots at a young age and had been secretly nurtured by this big shot since then. Only after Lu Tiendi had replaced Lu Xingluo as the Starline Corporation's new successor had this matter gotten exposed. Due to this revelation, the Starline Corporation's status in Haitian City's upper zone had instantly skyrocketed. Now, even the other major corporations operating in the base layer had no choice but to tuck their tails in front of the Starline Corporation. Otherwise, Yi Kuei, Lu Tiendi's butler, wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant, openly making such a bold statement in public. Ji Luorong, who had been standing silently in front of the training house all this time, couldn't help turning to Xiaofan in surprise and confusion. She never thought that someone would be willing to stand up for her. At the same time, though, she couldn't help worrying for Xiaofan. This was because she was well aware of Lu Tiendi's extraordinary identity. He was destined to live in the middle layer, and even the Green God Company would have to show him a certain degree of respect. Kid, it seems you're quite courageous, huh? Do you not know who my young master is? Yi Kuei asked as he looked at Xiaofan coldly. Or do you intend to make an enemy of the Starline Corporation? Yi Kuei had just stated that so long as Lu Tiendi gave the word, nobody in Haitian City's upper zone would dare trade resources with Ji Luorong. Yet, no sooner had he made this declaration than Xiaofan announced his intention to trade with Ji Luorong. Xiaofan had basically slapped the Starline Corporation's face. Upon hearing Yi Kuei's words, many people present frowned at Xiaofan worriedly. Everyone could tell that Yi Kuei was up to no good. The middle-aged man was escalating a trivial matter into a problem that concerned the reputation of the entire Starline Corporation. If Xiaofan dared to say anything more now, the consequences were unimaginable. He might even face a similar end as Ji Luorong's and get kicked out of the upper zone eventually. After all, it was incredibly difficult to live in the upper zone without resources. When Ji Luorong heard Yi Kuei's words, she gritted her teeth and resolved to stop Xiaofan from championing her. However, just as she was about to take action, a lithe figure suddenly appeared before her. "Little girl, you don't need to worry about him," Mushin said. Looking at Ji Luorong's worried expression, Mushin smiled and continued, even the Starline Corporation wouldn't dare do anything against him. Xiaofan not only possessed Grade 1 authority in the upper zone but was also a neutralizing grandmaster. Let alone the measly heir of the Starline Corporation, even if the Starline Corporation's current owner were here, he wouldn't be able to do anything against Xiaofan. Looking at Mushin's dazzling beauty, Ji Luorong could tell that Mushin had an extraordinary background, which should mean that Xiaofan did as well. However, she still couldn't help worrying. But before Ji Luorong could say anything more, however, a low voice resounded throughout the area once more. "So what if I am?" These 5 simple words instantly created a commotion among the spectating crowd. Is he crazy? He's actually openly making an enemy of the Starline Corporation. Does he not know what death is? If it were the Starline Corporation of the past, even the upper zone's ordinary corporate children wouldn't fear offending it. After all, they were all residents of the upper zone's base layer. Why should they be afraid of each other? However, The situation was different now that the Starline Corporation had the backing of a middle-layer big shot. That big shot could just make some random excuse and have them removed from the upper zone temporarily. Once they were outside the safe haven known as the upper zone, the Starline Corporation would have plenty of means to deal with them. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's response, Yi Kuei was momentarily dumbfounded as well. After snapping out of his daze, he bellowed, "Punk! It seems you really are itching for a beating. In that case, I'll help you loosen those bones of yours." Although the Green God Company prohibited fighting in the upper zone, the company would turn a blind eye to small conflicts in private settings. So long as one did not go too far, the Green God Company wouldn't look too deeply into the matter. After all, disputes were bound to occur wherever people gathered. However, if anyone dared to take things too far, the Green God Company was bound to dish out a severe penalty. In fact, many corporations and forces had gotten banished from the upper zone and suffered an early demise because they had crossed this line. Hence, nobody would dare to openly defy the Green God Company's rules. The next moment, Yi Kuei stomped his right foot on the ground, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. The impact of his feet shook the ground slightly and even left a deep footprint behind on the cement. As his body shot forward, Yi Kuei punched, perfectly integrating his fist's speed with the speed of his moving body. His fist generated explosive noises due to this perfect combination as it collided with the air. Evidently, his punch had already exceeded the speed of sound. A sonic boom. His Ahunglian Grandmaster. When everyone heard the explosive noises, they stared at Yi Kuei in shock. The upper zone's environment allowed one to develop one's physical fitness rapidly. In fact, even developing one's physical fitness to the standard of a Hunglian master or a half-step Hunglian grandmaster wouldn't be a problem. However, those who could actually overcome the final hurdle and become a Hunglian grandmaster were incredibly rare. Even in the upper zone, such people were considered top-tier experts and treated as VIPs by major corporations. These corporations would even be willing to grant a Hunglian grandmaster the position of elder to rope in such individuals. This was because every Hunglian grandmaster was no different from a humanoid beast. Hence, everyone couldn't believe that Yi Kuei was serving as a mere butler of a corporation's successor, despite being a Hunglian grandmaster. Let alone the spectators, even Mushin was astonished by this situation. Only two people weren't surprised by this situation, Lu Tiendi and Ji Luorong. "It's over." Ji Luorong reflexively shut her eyes at this sight. She had found out that Yi Kuei was a Hunglian grandmaster only because Yi Kuei himself had revealed his strength to her during one of their previous meetings. Hence, she knew that Yi Kuei wasn't just an ordinary butler but was also a terrifying bodyguard. If Xiaofan got struck by Yi Kuei's punch, he would be fortunate to leave with only a few broken bones. It wouldn't be strange if he ended up hospitalized for half a month. Boom. The next moment, as if a grenade had exploded, the sound of an explosion echoed throughout the area. Even those standing over a dozen meters away felt the intense impact. Almost everyone present shut their eyes subconsciously. After all, they could easily imagine the outcome that awaited those struck by a Hunglian grandmaster. If a Hunglian grandmaster managed to land a square blow, they could kill a bull with one hit. Even a neutralizing grandmaster would end up with broken bones if they got struck by a Hunglian grandmaster. Meanwhile, the sound of an impact meant that Yi Kuei's punch landed on Xiaofan. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, when everyone opened their eyes again, they were dumbfounded. How is this possible? At this time, not only was Xiaofan completely intact, but he had actually caught Yi Kuei's iron fist with just one hand. Yi Kuei himself was surprised by this situation. He never thought that his punch would meet with such a result. "You've made your move." Holding on to Yi Kuei's fist, Xiaofan looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly, "Is it my turn now?" Chapter 2843, shocking the upper zone. Xiaofeng's words seemed to stimulate Yi Kuei, the latter's face immediately turning ashen. Yi Kuei was indeed surprised that Xiaofan had blocked his punch, but that was merely because he had not expected that Xiaofan would actually be a neutralizing grandmaster. Moreover, although his previous punch seemed fierce and domineering, he had actually used only about half of his strength. After all, he would be in big trouble if he created too much of a scene. At that time, Even Lu Tiandi wouldn't be able to protect him. However, Yi Kuei never thought that Xiaofan would take advantage of this fact and turn him into a laughingstock in the eyes of the crowd. He was a dignified Honglian grandmaster. Even the owners of international corporations would have to be polite to him and treat him as a VIP when meeting him. As for neutralizing grandmasters, they could only cower in fear in front of him. He had never once suffered such humiliation before. "You bastard!" Yi Kuei took a step forward and punched with his other hand. Half-step collapsing punch. This time, Yi Kuei did not hold back at all. The only thing on his mind was to make Xiaofan regret his words. Xiaofan responded to this second attack in a similar manner, extending his other hand to catch the punch. He didn't seem to have noticed that Yi Kuei's present punch was different from the one before. Upon seeing this, Yi Kuei sneered. A punch carrying 50% of his strength indeed wouldn't pose a threat to a neutralizing grandmaster. A neutralizing grandmaster could easily block the attack by relying on technique. However, it was a different story for a punch carrying his full strength. A neutralizing grandmaster who tried blocking such an attack would definitely end up with broken bones. Yet, Xiaofan was ignorantly trying to receive his punch using the exact same method. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as Yi Kuei's fist collided with Xiaofan's palm. The shockwave generated by the impact this time was much stronger than before. Nevertheless, Yi Kuei was still dumbfounded as he looked at Xiaofan. This was because the result of his second punch was exactly the same as his first. Xiaofan had still caught his fist without fail. Did I subconsciously hold back in fear of getting into trouble? Inevitably, such a thought occurred to Yi Kuei. After all, this was the only reasonable explanation he could think of for this situation. Otherwise, how could a neutralizing grandmaster possibly receive his full-powered punch? However, Xiaofan did not give Yi Kuei any time to react at all. Immediately, he pushed Yi Kuei's hands aside and executed a palm strike on the latter's chest. The palm strike was so fast that the attack had already connected with Yi Kuei's chest before he realized what was going on. However, even after noticing the attack, Yi Kuei paid no attention to it at all. As a Honglian grandmaster, he had long since developed an instinctual defensive mechanism. Whenever his body received an attack, his muscles would tighten, giving them a toughness resembling steel and neutralizing the attack's impact. If neutralizing grandmasters were proud of their techniques, then Honglian grandmasters were proud of their physical body's toughness. In simpler terms, a Honglian grandmaster was someone trained to take hits and dish out devastating blows. Even if a Honglian grandmaster managed to land only 1 out of 100 attacks on a neutralizing grandmaster, this one attack would end the fight instantly. Boom! Yi Kuei stood steadily even after receiving Xiaofan's palm strike. He also looked at Xiaofan in silent contempt. Nobody present found it surprising that Xiaofan's attack had no effect on Yi Kuei, either. This was because Honglian grandmasters were precisely this powerful. They were truly monsters in human skin, and trying to harm these monsters with the hands and feet of ordinary humans was an utter joke. This was also why the various major corporations in the upper zone would desperately try to recruit or befriend Honglian grandmasters. "Kid, I admit that you're strong. However, you can't hurt me." Patting his clothes, Yi Kuei said disdainfully, "On the other hand, how long do you think your stamina can hold out against my attacks?" A neutralizing grandmaster's ability to exert complete control over their physical body was indeed extraordinary. However, when it came to stamina, a neutralizing grandmaster was far from comparable to a Honglian grandmaster. A Honglian grandmaster could fight 3 days and 3 nights without rest. In contrast, a neutralizing grandmaster would be fortunate to last even half a day. Hence, neutralizing grandmasters would frequently curse Honglian grandmasters as merely a bunch of simple-minded brutes with well-developed bodies. Spectating from the sidelines, Muxin grew worried when she saw this situation. She never thought that Lu Tiandi would have a Honglian grandmaster as his bodyguard. The Boulder Corporation had to pay a great price just to get a Honglian grandmaster to become one of its elders. Moreover, apart from the Boulder Corporation's master, everyone else in the corporation treated this Honglian grandmaster with awe and respect. Yet, Lu Tiandi actually had such a powerful expert working as his henchman. It was ineffective. Xiaofan also couldn't help looking at Yi Kuei in surprise. Ever since his concentration had reached the Tier 4 peak standard, his control over his body in the real world had improved by a significant margin. After factoring in his improved physical fitness, he now even dared to apply some of the techniques he used in God's domain in the world. This was also why Xiaofan had provoked Yi Kuei. He was very curious to find out where his current limits lay. When Xiaofan was catching Yi Kuei's second punch, he hadn't just caught the attack with an open palm. Instead, he had executed 3 rapid palm strikes against Yi Kuei's fist. In other words, he had used the 3 extreme slashes technique, a simplified version of Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. As Xiaofan had executed his 3 palm strikes against Yi Kuei's fist almost in the same instant, it was practically impossible for the human body to tell that it wasn't just 1 but 3 separate attacks. Thus, Xiaofan had succeeded in blocking Yi Kuei's full-powered punch. Otherwise, even if his physical fitness had improved a lot after he began living in the upper zone, he would still have to avoid Yi Kuei's full-powered attack. Meanwhile, the offensive palm strike Xiaofan executed against Yi Kuei was currently his strongest attack. 4 extreme slashes. From an outsider's perspective, Xiaofan's attack would look like an ordinary palm strike. In reality, his attack consisted of 4 palm strikes executed in rapid succession on the same location. This attack placed a heavy burden on his mental strength, and he couldn't use it a second time even if he wanted to. Looking at Xiaofan's surprised expression, Yi Kuei smiled. "Kid. Now it's your turn, to." Just when Yi Kuei thought to attack again, his body suddenly stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground willy-nilly. His breathing became stifled, and he had difficulty even speaking. In fact, even his vision started to blur. These abrupt changes discombobulated Yi Kuei. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. "You! What the hell did you do to me?" Struggling to lift his head, Yi Kuei gaped at Xiaofan in confusion. He simply couldn't wrap his mind around how Xiaofan had managed to injure him so severely with just a palm strike. Now, he found even standing up from the ground difficult. The spectators were likewise surprised when they saw Yi Kuei collapse to the ground. He defeated a Honglian Grandmaster in 1 strike? Who is this guy? At this time, the onlookers eyed Xiaofan as if he were a monster. They even began wondering whether the scene before them was staged. After all, who could possibly believe that a Honglian Grandmaster would fall from just 1 palm strike? "I think I know who he is." Some time ago, 2 people managed to pass Yuantian City's mental path together. One of these people was even someone the Boulder Corporation brought in using its reserve slots. According to the rumors, that person was Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Although this guy looks different from God's Domain's Black Flame, they should be the same person. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What? He's the guy responsible for dragging down the Starline Corporation's Lu Xingluo? Among the crowd, some people who kept tabs on Yuantian City's upper zone recognized Xiaofan. For a time, the street bubbled with commotion. Nobody had thought that Black Flame, the mythical sword emperor of God's domain, would actually appear in their upper zone. Moreover, the man had even defeated a Honglian Grandmaster with a single palm strike. His strength was simply terrifying. "So, he is the Black Flame Big Sis told me about?" Ji Luorong gaped in shock as she looked at Xiaofan. After all, Black Flame was currently rumored to be the strongest person in God's domain right now. He was an existence even the 5 great super guilds had to tiptoe around. Chapter 2844, God's domain's Black Flame. So, that's why he dared to stand against Lu Tiendi. He's the one responsible for Lu Xingluo's removal. Lu Tiendi will probably have to tread cautiously around him. Amazing. As expected of Black Flame. I never thought that he would be the person who received Grade 1 authority in Yuantian City recently. This is interesting. It seems Lu Tiendi has met his match. Everybody present knew of Black Flame, but they did not know much about Black Flame's identity in the real world. After all, they had many things they needed to handle. How could they possibly have the time to look into the real-world identity of every famous expert in God's domain? Only if they were particularly interested in a specific person would they spend some money to commission a detailed investigation. Not to mention, Black Flame was someone who had never publicly declared his god's domain identity in the real world. This made it even more difficult to investigate his situation. Only superpowers that paid close attention to Zero Wing would know of Black Flame's identity. While most people did not know of Black Flame's identity in the real world, it was a different story for the name Black Flame itself. This name was far too well known in God's domain. Not only was this name involved in many iconic battles in the game, but it was also behind the creation of many miracles. In fact, many of Black Flame's battle videos had circulated through the various kingdoms and empires forums and were regarded as a paradigm for swordsmen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that almost every player operating on the Eastern continent would know Black Flame's name. Needless to say, residents of upper zones like themselves, who were expert players in God's domain, would definitely know of Black Flame. Although Zero Wing started out as a guild with no backing or background, it was now publicly recognized as a superpower. Compared to the various superpowers that had relied on powerful organizations to gain their strength, the influence Zero Wing had over the public was many times greater. In fact, Zero Wing's influence over the virtual gaming industry almost rivaled the 5 great super guilds already. Zero Wing had already become an absolute titan in God's domain. Thus, Ji Luorong felt like she was dreaming when she looked at Xiaofan. While the onlookers were discussing quietly among themselves, Lu Tiendi, who had been silently spectating the situation all this time, suddenly approached Xiaofan. "It seems I have been impolite. I didn't think that you would be Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame," Lu Tiendi said as he looked at Xiaofan with a friendly smile. He also gave off an indescribably calm feeling, betraying no anger over Xiaofan having heavily injured his butler. "Hello, my name is Lu Tiendi, the current guild leader of Starlink. You have truly helped me a bunch by defeating Lu Xingluo, guild leader Black Flame. Otherwise, I would most likely have to expend a lot of time and effort to take over Starlink. No need for thanks. You and I are not allies," Xiaofan retorted nonchalantly. Others might not know about Lu Tiendi, but Xiaofan had a very deep understanding of him. This was because Lu Tiendi had been a well-known Tier 6 God-ranked expert in the past. However, he had not joined any guild. Instead, he had led an adventurer team while working under Starlink. Although Lu Tiendi appeared friendly on the surface, he was deep down a very conniving person. He had toyed with many powers in the past. These powers had worked for Lu Tiendi only to get backstabbed. For this reason, many superpowers had detested Lu Tiendi. However, because of Lu Tiendi's extraordinary strength and his tremorous clown adventurer team, one of God's domain's 7 great dark adventurer teams, none of the various superpowers could do anything against him. "Guild leader Black Flame, must you be so unapproachable? Lu Xingluo and I are 2 different people. There are many people within the corporation who dislike Lu Xingluo for his overbearing and arrogant attitude as well. However, he is, after all, the patriarch's son. Even if others have an opinion regarding his behavior, nobody dares to say anything. Guild leader Black Flame's dragging Lu Xingluo off his pedestal is an event worth celebrating for the Starline Corporation," Lu Tiendi said, chuckling. "Since Miss Ji is your friend, Guild leader Black Flame, I will naturally stop trying to recruit her. Also, I have admired Zero Wing for a long time now. May I know if you are willing to form a partnership with me? To present Starlink's sincerity in this partnership and apologize for my rudeness to Miss Ji, I can sell a large batch of phantom potions to you and Miss Ji at cost on behalf of Starlink. May I know what you think of this, Guild leader Black Flame?" At Lu Tiendi's words, everyone couldn't help envying Xiaofan. The phantom potion was something the various major corporations coveted. Let alone at cost, they would even be willing to buy the phantom potion at double or triple the original price. After all, the importance of improving one's mental strength trumped everything else in the upper zone. Ji Luorong was tempted by Lu Tiendi's offer. She currently held only Grade 2 authority in Haitian City's upper zone. If she could acquire a few more phantom potions and improve her mental strength, she might reach Grade 1 authority. At that time, she would have a much easier time operating in the upper zone. After all, only around 300 people held Grade 1 authority in Haitian City's upper zone, and the Green God Company placed heavy importance on every one of them. At that time, even if a corporation in the upper zone wished to target her, they would face incredible difficulty. She also wouldn't be tight for resources, as the tasks offered to Grade 1 authority holders would sometimes award phantom potions. Thank you for your goodwill, Guild Leader Lu, but Zero Wing already has its own collaborators. Currently, Zero Wing has no plans to cooperate with more guilds, so there is nothing I can do about this, Xiaofan said, directly rejecting Lu Tiandi's offer. If there is nothing else, we will be taking our leave now. If that's the case, then it truly is a pity. Sighing, Lu Tiendi said, if you have any intentions of forming a partnership in the future, feel free to contact me anytime, Guild Leader Black Flame. Xiaofan responded to these words with just a polite smile. He then turned around and left the training house together with Ji Luorong and Mu Xin. The spectating crowd also dispersed, leaving Lu Tiendi and Yi Kuei alone. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Kuei made a full recovery after consuming a life potion. Looking at Xiaofan's departing back, Yi Kuei said in a quiet voice, "Young master, Black Flame is simply too arrogant. You already extended such a sincere invitation to him, yet he actually refused to show you any respect. It's no wonder he managed to anger Lu Xingluo that much. Should I find an opportunity to teach that kid a lesson?" Yi Kuei was furious over Xiaofeng's successful surprise attack on him. Had he been a little more careful earlier, he definitely wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. Moreover, he had also noticed that Xiaofan looked a little pale after attacking him. Xiaofan had probably suffered a significant backlash from his own attack. If that were the case, landing a fatal blow on Xiaofan would have been entirely possible. I don't know why, but he seems to be extremely wary of me, although this is clearly our first meeting. It seems it'll be impossible to use him for our own purposes. If that's the case, let's teach him a small lesson. However, I'm afraid you alone won't be enough, Lu Tiendi said, shaking his head. That Xiaofan actually managed to execute Miracle Dragon's trademark move in the real world. Evidently, he has reached an incredibly high level in both his physical fitness and mental strength. It'll be tough for you to take care of him by yourself. I'll ask Brother Wang to accompany you. You'll have Mr. Wang come as well? Yi Kuei was momentarily surprised by Lu Tiendi's words. However, he quickly revealed an ecstatic expression and said, if this is the case, that kid is dead. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The brother Wang Lu Tiendi mentioned was a Honglian grandmaster who was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. He was also Lu Tiendi's senior brother and a resident of the upper zone's middle layer. It would be child's play for such an expert to take action against someone living in the base layer. By the way, when you head back, notify the others in the team to take action against Ji Luorong's adventurer team immediately. Make sure to destroy them as quickly as possible, Lu Tiendi instructed calmly. Since I can't have Ji Luorong's adventurer team, there's no reason why I should let Xiaofan have it. Rest assured, young master. We have long since been keeping track of those people. If not for your love of talent, they would have been doomed already, Yi Kuei responded, smiling. Nodding, Lu Tiendi then entered the mental strength training house. Chapter 2845, soon to break seal Haitian City Upper Zone, Northern Mountain Villa Community. Xiaofan couldn't help doubting his eyes as he stared at the three-story mansion before him. You've been living in this place all this time? Xiaofan asked as he looked at Ji Luorong strangely. The mansion before him not only looked luxurious but also occupied an area as large as 2 basketball courts. It was even larger than the Boulder Corporation's mansion in Yuantian City's upper zone, which had cost 30 million trade points to exchange. Meanwhile, Ji Luorong lacked both influence and authority in the upper zone. In fact, she was even living in the upper zone by herself. Apart from her family's corporation operating in the outside world, she did not possess any backers or background whatsoever. Hence, Xiaofan found it truly hard to believe that she had managed to purchase such a large mansion. Even Mu Xin was a little surprised by this situation. After all, the base layer's mansions couldn't be bought by just anyone with sufficient points. Normally, one also needed to have grade 1 authority or above. However, from the information she obtained on Ji Luorong's background, the latter had only grade 2 authority. This is the mansion my maternal grandfather left behind, Ji Luorong said, nodding. Because of my family's decline, we had no choice but to live in the outside world. However, because my mental strength showed promise, my family decided to make use of the reserve slot my maternal grandfather left behind and let me live in the upper zone. Realization immediately dawned upon Xiaofan at Ji Luorong's explanation. This also explained why Phoenix Rain had been living in the outside world despite her family having such a large mansion in the upper zone. The upper zone had existed for a long time already. During this period, there had indeed been many families that had fallen into obscurity and were forced to leave the upper zone. After all, the strong preyed upon the weak in the upper zone. Without a reserve slot or sufficient talent in the mental strength department, one would not qualify for residency in the upper zone at all. Through this revelation, Xiaofan also realized that the Ji family was indeed extraordinary. Although it was in decline now, the fact that it had managed to acquire such an extravagant mansion in the upper zone proved that it had once been a powerful force there. This also explained how Phoenix Rain managed to rely on her own strength to become one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion masters. As Ji Luorong talked about her family circumstances, the group arrived inside the mansion. Upon entering the mansion, Xiaofan had to admit that it was indeed much better than his housing unit. Not only was the place much more spacious, but it also provided much greater help toward the improvement of one's mental strength. After entering the mansion, Xiaofan turned the conversation to Ji Luorong's current circumstances and Phoenix Rain's brief reappearance in God's domain after her disappearance. Upon hearing news of her older sister, Ji Luorong breathed out a small sigh of relief. She had been incredibly worried when she found out that her older sister had disappeared. When she heard that her older sister had been brought to Haitian City's upper zone, she had repeatedly searched the base layer for clues of her older sister. Despite her efforts, she had come up empty. The only possibility she could think of was that her older sister had been transferred to the middle layer. Hence, she had been anxiously trying to enter the middle layer to verify her older sister's condition. Hearing that her older sister had once appeared in God's domain after her disappearance and even expressed that she was safe had lifted the stone weighing on her heart. Now, she could finally relax a little bit. By the way, why did Lu Tiendi come to find you? Do you have any grudges with him? Xiaofan asked curiously as he looked at Ji Luorong. His main goal in coming to Haitian City's upper zone was to check Ji Luorong's situation. After all, he had promised Phoenix Rain to take care of her little sister. Meanwhile, Lu Tiendi wasn't a kind person. Catching his attention was akin to catching the attention of a fox. One was bound to meet with misfortune. I don't have any grudges with him. In fact, today is only our second meeting, Ji Luorong sighed. As for why he is approaching me, it is because he wants Eternal Glory, the adventurer team I established, to join his adventurer team, Tremorous Clown. He wants to annex your adventurer team? Xiaofan was surprised by this answer. Tremorous Clown was an extraordinary dark adventurer team. According to his past knowledge, the team had been active on the Western continent and possessed powerful members. At its peak, the team had even had 3 Tier 6 and 9 Tier 5s. Even the various superpowers dared not casually offend the adventurer team. Back then, many experts operating on the dark side of God's domain had sought to join Tremorous Clown. However, only a small minority had succeeded because Tremorous Clown's entry requirement was Tier 4. Normally, only peak experts who had reached Tier 4 could join the team. Xiaofan also knew a little about Ji Luorong's adventurer team since Ji Luorong had also been relatively famous in the past. Although not on the level of the Demon Queen Phoenix Rain, Ji Luorong had still been a bona fide Tier 5 Apex expert, only half a step from reaching Tier 6. Eternal Glory had also been a famous top adventurer team. At its peak, the team had had not only a Tier 6 God-ranked expert but also 3 Tier 5 experts. However, Eternal Glory was currently merely a well-known adventurer team. Its overall strength was still incredibly weak. This included Ji Luorong, the adventurer team's commander. Xiaofan doubted that the team even had a single Tier 4 player in its ranks right now. Hence, he found it inconceivable that Lu Tiendi wished to annex Eternal Glory. Of course, Xiaofan wasn't looking down on Ji Luorong and her companions. The present Tremorous Clown was far stronger than Eternal Glory. Tremorous Clown probably rivaled the average superpower in the number of its peak combatants. Now that Lu Tiendi had acquired Starlink as well, The overall strength of the forces under his command should be at an astonishing level. My team is indeed incapable of catching Lu Tiandi's attention. The only reason I can think of for his efforts to annex us is the special legacy we obtained, Ji Luorong said after giving the matter some thought. Some time ago, we visited a very special secret land and found a massive world passage sealed there. We even came across a person who might be a Tier 6 god. According to that person, the seal on the world passage would soon break, and the War of Worlds would soon begin. Our team received a special legacy from that person. Recorded inside the legacy was a sealing magic array. If we sacrifice EXP to the magic array, we can isolate a specific area from the rest of the world for a long period. It can be considered a means to resist the War of Worlds. However, at that time, other players aside from our team entered that place as well. In hindsight, those people might have been Tremorous Clowns members. Ji Luorong's words shocked Xiaofan. This was because he had never heard of a War of Worlds happening at this stage of the game in his previous life. However, he also doubted that Ji Luorong was lying. After all, he had visited the ancient god's domain. He wouldn't find it strange if there were other timelines of God's domain. This was especially true after seeing 100 Ghosts' members. Those people clearly didn't come from the ancient God's domain but most likely were from another interstellar continent. This so-called War of Worlds was probably a great war between Earth's players and the said interstellar continent's players. If this was true, it would be a disaster for Earth's God's domain. After all, in terms of resources and experts, the interstellar continent's God's domain was far superior to Earth's God's domain. If the two sides were to wage war against each other, it wouldn't take a genius to imagine that Earth's side would suffer a catastrophic defeat, with many superpowers getting annihilated. Even the present Zero Wing would have a difficult time facing the interstellar continent's offensive. This explained why Lu Tiandi wanted Ji Luorong's adventurer team to join Tremorous Clown. After all, the ability to isolate an area from the outside world would be of significant help to a guild in the upcoming war. When Mushin heard Ji Luorong's words, her complexion darkened. Mushin did not doubt that the War of Worlds would happen. This was because of information Frost Heaven obtained from investigating 100 Ghosts. Previously, she had still been questioning the validity of this information. However, after listening to Ji Luorong's tale, everything made sense. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to be happy about this discovery. Frost Heaven had gone to great lengths to secure one of the reserve seats for God's Domain's 12 great guilds. Yet, just when the guild was about to usher in an era of rapid development, the War of Worlds was about to begin. This was an absolute nightmare for Frost Heaven. However, Mushin felt a little fortunate. If she hadn't chosen to accompany Xiaofan to Haitian City's upper zone, she would have most likely remained ignorant about this upcoming, world-shaking change. If Frost Heaven did not prepare for the War of Worlds, it wouldn't be strange if the guild got annihilated. While Mushin was pondering Frost Heaven's future, Xiaofan looked at Ji Luorong and said earnestly, "Luorong, now that Lu Tiandi has set his sights on you and you have even rejected his offer, with his personality, I'm afraid it won't be long before he takes action against your team. It is no longer suitable for you to remain in Haitian City's upper zone. It will be safer if you move to another upper zone. I have a housing unit in Yuantian City's upper zone. Although it isn't comparable to this mansion, you can still conduct daily exercises there. Would you like to move there?" Xiaofan knew Lu Tiandi's personality better than anyone. Lu Tiandi would eliminate anyone he deemed his enemy. With the Starline Corporation's present influence over Haitian City's upper zone, Ji Luorong definitely couldn't live there in peace. Only by leaving Haitian City's upper zone would Ji Luorong escape Lu Tiandi's clutches. Go to Yuantian City's upper zone? Inevitably, Ji Luorong hesitated. However, she also knew that Xiaofan was right. Living in Haitian City's upper zone would no longer be safe. "Miss Ji, if you find it inconvenient to live with guild leader Xiaofan, you are welcome to live with me. Although the Boulder Corporation isn't as powerful as the Starline Corporation, we have established a solid foundation in Yuantian City's upper zone," Mushin invited. "Miss Mushin, you misunderstand. I don't find it inconvenient. I am already very satisfied to be able to live in Yuantian City's upper zone," Ji Luorong said, shaking her head. I am just worried about my friends. They don't live in the upper zone. If Lu Tiendi targets them, I'm afraid they won't be able to hide from him for very long. If it were before, when God's domain still didn't hold such great importance to the various corporations, she wouldn't have to worry about the Starline Corporation secretly taking action against her companions. However, the situation was different now. Because of the extreme importance the Green God Company placed on God's domain, the various major corporations now prioritized the game. It wouldn't be strange if they took action against individuals in the real world. In response to Ji Luorong's worries, Xiaofan chuckled and said, "That is simple. Just have your friends head to Zero Wing's headquarters. I'll have everything arranged for their stay." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He very much welcomed alliances with experts. Meanwhile, Eternal Glory had plenty of experts in its ranks. Once these players grew up, they would become formidable allies. Sheltering Eternal Glory's members now would only benefit Zero Wing. Moreover, Lei Bao was currently at the half-step Honglian Grandmaster standard already. There was also Fire Dance, who was not much inferior to Lei Bao. Combined with the various top-level security measures set up in Zero Wing's headquarters, even a Honglian Grandmaster would have difficulty making trouble there. After hearing Xiaofeng's words, Ji Luorong couldn't help rejoicing. Excitedly, she said, "Thank you, Guild Leader Xiaofeng. I assure you that they will listen to all of Zero Wing's arrangements during their stay." The fact that her adventurer team's members could stay in Zero Wing's headquarters was definitely good news. After all, the present Zero Wing was already very strong. Moreover, the various major corporations hadn't been able to do anything against the guild thus far. Hence, her companions should be relatively safe once they moved to its headquarters. After ending her conversation with Xiaofeng, Ji Luorong promptly contacted her companions and had them hurry to Zero Wing's headquarters immediately. Chapter 2846, Frightening Headquarters. The sun was setting, and the sky was growing darker. Originally, this was a time when countless office workers would be getting off work and going home. However, the lights of Zero Wing Tower remained brightly lit. Compared to the buildings around it, the tower looked much livelier, with many people coming and going from it. There was even a long queue of young men and women waiting outside the entrance to take the basic tests for joining Zero Wing. At this time, a group of several dozen people of various origins and clad in diverse styles suddenly appeared in front of the tower and quietly studied the tall building before them with curious expressions. "So, this is Zero Wing's headquarters," a young man with freckles on his face said in disdain as he looked at the line of young men and women waiting outside the building. "I really wonder what's gotten into the commander. Why does she want us to train in Zero Wing's headquarters all of a sudden?" Although Zero Wing is a powerful guild in God's domain, the number of peak experts it actually has isn't a lot. These people trying to join Zero Wing are obviously newbies as well. I bet they can't clear the trial tower's 3rd floor. Yet, the commander actually wants us to train with Zero Wing. None of the group objected to the youth's derisive remarks. It was evident that they agreed with him. As people who had chosen to join an adventurer team, the thing they disliked the most was being tied down by various restrictions. Hence, they also held players who joined guilds in extreme contempt, considering guild players to be basically weaklings who feared the strong but bullied the weak. In comparison, every member of their adventurer team could become a core member of a guild, even a super guild, should they choose to join one. This was because they had honed their combat techniques through fighting powerful monsters and various outdoor PvPs without relying on any background or backer. They were completely different from the experts pampered and cultivated by guilds. Moreover, they were also incredibly strong in real-world combat, much stronger than the fighting champions frequently mentioned on TV. This was also why they felt that going out of their way to train with Zero Wing was a complete waste of their time. However, the middle-aged man leading the group shot a glance at the freckled youth and said coldly, "Enough, Tian Tong. This is the commander's order. Either you go to Zero Wing or leave the team." "Do you wish to leave the team?" The freckled youth named Tian Tong no longer dared complain. Although he was still unreconciled to the situation, he did not dare defy the middle-aged man. Similarly, everyone else in the group held their tongue, nobody daring to voice any opinions. This was because this middle-aged man wearing a black shirt was not only Crimson Mask, the Eternal Glory Adventurer team's vice commander, but also the strongest person in the Adventurer team. He was so powerful that even if everyone in their Adventurer team, including their commander, Ji Luorong, banded together, they would just barely be able to hold their ground against him. On the Western continent, he was also known to many as Crimson Mask the Demon. In one instance, in order to save a companion cornered by a large guild, he had charged into a map sealed off by an army of 10,000 all by himself. This army had over 1,000 Tier 3 experts, yet not only had this 10,000-man army gotten routed, but none of the 10,000 players had managed to leave the map alive, either. After this battle, the nickname Crimson Mask the Demon began to spread across the continent. As a result, Eternal Glory had a much easier time operating out in the fields. Moreover, Crimson Mask possessed an extraordinary identity even in the real world. He used to be very famous in the bodyguard industry. Many international corporations had sought to employ him. However, for some reason, he had suddenly retired as a bodyguard to become a full-time gamer, thoroughly investing his life in God's domain. As for his decision to join Eternal Glory, which had been a weak adventurer team back then, that had simply been an accident. After seeing that everyone had quieted down, Crimson Mask nodded and led the group into Zero Wing Tower's lobby. As soon as Crimson Mask and the others entered the lobby, a beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair in sportswear approached their group. The core member's emblem pinned on her top indicated that she was a member of Zero Wing. When this woman appeared, Eternal Glory's members automatically raised their guard. The expression of Crimson Mask, in particular, turned grave when he saw her. This was because the pressure and presence this woman gave off were simply too powerful. Although the woman did not exude any kind of aura, they couldn't help feeling nervous for some reason when standing in her presence. Faced with this feeling, ordinary people would most likely think nothing of it. However, as players who had fought in numerous life-and-death battles in God's domain, Eternal Glory's members had long since honed their intuition beyond that of ordinary people. Anyone capable of making them feel nervous definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Eyeing the woman approaching them, Crimson Mask inwardly calculated his chances of winning should he fight her. However, after a round of careful observation, he was surprised to conclude that he had only an even chance of victory, and this was only because his physique was stronger. Could she be Fire Dance, the commander of Zero Wing's main force? No matter how Crimson Mask thought about the situation, this was the only possibility he could think of. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why this woman before him gave him such immense pressure. "You must be Eternal Glory's members, right?" the woman said, smiling as she scanned the group before her. "You can call me Turtle Dove. I've already heard about your situation from the guild leader. Since you have come to Zero Wing, you can treat Zero Wing as your home from now on. Your rooms are ready, so you can go there and rest whenever you want." After saying so, Turtle Dove led Crimson Mask and the others toward the elevator to the residential area. Turtle Dove. While following after Turtle Dove, Crimson Mask and the others revealed confused expressions. This was especially true for Crimson Mask. Before going to Zero Wing's headquarters, he had looked into the peak experts under Zero Wing's command. However, there was no one named Turtle Dove on the list. Even Tier 4 experts don't give off such powerful mental pressure. Could she be one of the trump cards Zero Wing is secretly cultivating? Tian Tong was also inwardly surprised when he looked at Turtle Dove. Tian Tong had met many experts, but this was the first time he had come across someone capable of giving such powerful pressure in the real world. Moreover, this was merely a pressure Turtle Dove was radiating subconsciously. Only those who had experienced countless harsh battles and training would develop such a temperament and aura. This was something even Crimson Mask had yet to accomplish even now. Crimson Mask was incredibly strong. He could defeat even master martial artists in a few moves. Despite his strength, Tian Tong had never felt such pressure coming from the middle-aged man. As the group was waiting to enter the spacious elevator, two men walked out of it. These two men were clad in sportswear similar to Turtle Dove's. They also wore the emblem for Zero Wing's core members on their tops. The instant these two young men appeared, Crimson Mask and the others broke out in a cold sweat. This was because, in their eyes, The two men that just exited the elevator were no different from beasts. Even someone with dull senses would feel a chill crawl down their spine when bathed in the violent auras and oppressive feeling the two men exuded. Moreover, the two were incredibly fit as well. In fact, they were even superior to Crimson Mask. However, the presence of these two young men did not cause any of the Zero Wing members nearby any trouble. Instead, these Zero Wing members acted as if they did not see these two people, with some of them even chatting and laughing among themselves. What's wrong with these people? Qiantong was flabbergasted when he saw the behavior of the Zero Wing members around him. Can they not sense this oppressive feeling at all? Right now, Qiantong felt as if a lion was baring its fangs and claws at him, as if death itself was staring at him. If an ordinary person were subjected to such a feeling for long periods, they might even go crazy. Yet, Zero Wing's members seemed oblivious to this oppressive feeling. Looking at the two departing men, Crimson Mask couldn't help asking Turtledove, "Miss Turtledove, may I know who those two people are?" The instant those two young men exited the elevator, Crimson Mask had the feeling that he was doomed. This was because both of those young men were evidently stronger than him. If the two of them attacked him together, he wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate. Their Shadow Sword and Flying Shadow, Turtledove answered calmly. Because they have been improving quite slowly recently, Big Sis Fire has been scolding them a lot. Currently, the two of them must train with Master Lei Bao for 2 hours every day. Otherwise, they will be prohibited from entering God's domain. Slow improvement. Turtledove's words rendered Qiantong speechless. She must be boasting. Yes, Turtledove is definitely boasting. After all, who could possibly find two guys who are both stronger than Crimson Mask to be lacking? However, when Qiantong and the others finished settling into their rooms and visited Zero Wing's training room, they discovered that Zero Wing's headquarters was basically a den of monsters. This was because they witnessed Shadow Sword and Flying Shadow getting beaten up and yelled at by a sultry beauty dressed in a red t-shirt and shorts. The two young men were utterly incapable of fighting back at all. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if an adult was beating up two children. While Eternal Glory's members were training in Zero Wing's headquarters, Xiaofang's group arrived back in Yuantian City's upper zone. Muxin promptly bade farewell to Xiaofang and returned to the Boulder Corporation's mansion. She intended to report the matter of the War of Worlds to the Guild and begin preparations for it as soon as possible. As for Ji Luorong, she arrived at Xiaofang's residential unit. To her surprise, there were actually two big sisters sharing the residential unit. Neither of these two big sisters was inferior to her older sister in appearance. This was especially true for Gentle Snow. She was basically a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Moreover, these two big sisters were incredibly strong and knowledgeable in combat as well. When the two of them saw Ji Luorong going through her daily training, not only were they able to point out her flaws in the blink of an eye, but their advice was also easy to understand. Yuantian City's upper zone, in a restaurant a short distance away from Xiaofang's residential unit. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Yi Kuei stood respectfully beside a burly young man and reported carefully, "Mr. Wang, according to my investigation, Black Flame and that little girl are living in that residential area. However, they are currently remaining in their house, so it isn't suitable to take action now. I'm afraid I'll have to waste some of your time. No need for that much trouble." Chuckling, the youth named Wang Xianming said nonchalantly, "That's merely an ordinary residential area. Besides, it's just teaching a neutralizing Grandmaster a lesson. I can just sneak in at midnight. I guarantee that none of the surveillance systems in place will notice me. Then, I'll have to trouble you with that, Mr. Wang." Yi Kuei did not doubt Wang Xuanming's claim. Those surveillance systems might be able to stop him, but they definitely couldn't stop someone like Wang Xianming. Of course, it would be a different story if Xiaofang were living in a mansion. Unfortunately, Xiaofang was only living in an ordinary residential area, and the level of security in such a place wasn't particularly amazing. Chapter 2847, Den of Monsters. The night was quiet, and the moon hung high in the sky. Apart from the streetlights, no other light source shone in the 6th Southern District. It was evident that the people living in this residential area had already gone to bed. Outside the residential area, Yi Kuei approached Wang Shenming, who was all in black, and reported carefully, "Mr. Wang, all the houses in the residential area have already turned off their lights. Only a few monitoring facilities are still operating there. In addition, we found 32 enforcement robots patrolling the area. They do not follow any set patrol routes." The reason the upper zone was incredibly safe wasn't just the Green God Company's absolute authority in the upper zone. Apart from that, there was also the fact that anyone who had lived here for some time would gain a physique rivaling that of Honglian masters in the outside world. Moreover, while the upper zone prioritized mental strength above all, every resident living in the upper zone still possessed exceptionally high combat standards. Defeating such people within a short period would be incredibly difficult. Most importantly, enforcement robots constantly patrolled every corner of the upper zone. Not only did these enforcement robots operate using state-of-the-art artificial intelligence, but their bodies were also made of titanium alloy and other special alloys. Even if they received a hit from a cannon of ancient times, they would, at most, suffer minor damage, although it was highly unlikely that a cannon could ever land a hit on these enforcement robots. This was because these robots possessed inhuman reaction speeds and physiques. Thanks to these factors, they could rival neutralizing grandmasters. Before these enforcement robots, both neutralizing grandmasters and Honglian grandmasters were nothing. Hence, Honglian grandmasters dared not take any covert action in the upper zone. At most, they would openly cross hands with their opponents. This frightening technology was exclusive to the Green God Company and was one reason the various corporations worldwide feared the Green God Company so much. 32. Nodding, Wang Shenming said, "Okay. Give me a map of their general location." Wang Shenming was not the slightest bit surprised to find so many enforcement robots in a residential area. In fact, this number was significantly lower than what mansion districts would boast. Even an ordinary mansion district would have at least 200 enforcement robots on patrol at all times. The security there was truly impeccable. It was only because Xiaofan was living in an ordinary residential area that Wang Shenming had an opportunity to take action. Even then, Wang Shenming was only confident of teaching Xiaofan a small lesson and heavily injuring him. This was because these enforcement robots were incredibly fast. The first enforcement robot would arrive within 8 seconds of the moment he broke into Xiaofeng's house. This was also the basic arrangement for ordinary residential areas. Hence, after Wang Shenming factored in the time he needed to escape, he concluded that he only had a very short time to do battle. If he delayed too long and got discovered by an enforcement robot, he shouldn't even think of escaping. As for putting up a fight against the enforcement robots, that was simply suicidal. "These are the locations of the 32 robots 10 seconds ago," Yi Kuei said as he transferred the data to Wang Xuanming's quantum watch. Immediately, 32 red dots appeared on the map displayed on Wang Xuanming's watch. After glancing at the map, Wang Shenming smiled and said, "It seems Xia Qingying is treating this guy quite well. With this distribution, I'll only have 7 seconds to conclude the operation." 7 seconds? Yi Kuei frowned at Wang Xuanming's estimate. "How about I attract the attention of those robots? There might only be a 1-second difference between 7 seconds and 8 seconds, but a Honglian Grandmaster could cross a distance of several dozen meters in 1 second. Hence, 1 second was by no means a short period. Relax." Grinning, Wang Shenming said, "Let alone this residential area, I've infiltrated even more dangerous places than this in the past. 7 seconds is more than enough for me already. If an ordinary Honglian Grandmaster were taking action, 7 seconds would indeed be insufficient for them to injure a neutralizing Grandmaster and escape without getting caught. Not to mention, Xiaofan was a neutralizing Grandmaster who had achieved an incredibly high standard in his mental strength. The control he had over his body was far superior to the average neutralizing Grandmasters, which would make teaching him a lesson even more difficult. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Shenming. After all, he was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. The control he could exert over his body was far beyond what an ordinary Honglian Grandmaster like Yi Kuei could exert. In a situation where Wang Shenming fully exerted himself, he would need only 3 seconds to kill a Honglian Grandmaster, let alone a neutralizing Grandmaster. Besides, His goal was only to injure Xiaofan heavily. Yi Kuei did not doubt the man in the slightest. After all, not only was Wang Xianming incredibly famous in Haitian City's upper zone, but Yi Kuei had sparred with him before and suffered defeat after exchanging a single punch. Moreover, after that exchange, his entire arm had gone numb and became paralyzed for a short period despite Wang Xianming holding back. Before that fight, Yi Kuei had never thought that it would be possible for a person to possess such incredible strength. Wang Xuanming's strength could practically rival Superman's. With such strength, it would be child's play for Wang Xianming to teach Xiaofan a lesson. After Wang Xianming made some basic preparations, he promptly sneaked into the residential area by himself. Wang Xuanming's actions were swift and silent. Despite Yi Kuei keeping a close eye on him, the latter disappeared from his sight after just 3 seconds. Did his control over his body improve even further? Yi Kuei shuddered involuntarily when Wang Xianming disappeared into the coverless residential area. This was the first time he had seen someone with such an astonishing grasp of their body and surroundings. If Wang Xianming decided to take action against him, the consequences would be unprecedented. Yi Kuei felt very fortunate that Lu Tiandi had a good relationship with Wang Xianming. If the two of them were hostile, then as Lu Tiandi's butler-cum-bodyguard, he would definitely suffer a miserable death. While Yi Kuei was in awe of Wang Xuanming's capabilities, Wang Xianming successfully evaded the enforcement robots one after another and arrived before Xiaofeng's residential unit undetected. However, Wang Xianming did not rush to break into the house. Instead, he hid in a corner and silently observed his surroundings, then inspected the distribution of the 32 enforcement robots. He was being so cautious because the only way he could enter the house was by breaking down the door. Hacking the lock system was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the moment he broke down the door, the nearby enforcement robots would take action. Hence, he needed to have a precise grasp of his timing and plan his escape route first. Otherwise, he would definitely get caught. Good. There are 3 escape routes. So long as I can teach that Xiaofan a lesson in 5 seconds, I can get out of this residential area scot-free. After planning his escape routes on his quantum watch and conducting some mental simulations, Wang Xianming set his sights on the nearby door. He then put on the helmet he carried, thoroughly concealing his identity. And as soon as he finished mentally preparing himself, he strode forward silently and arrived in front of the door in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, he kicked the door without hesitation. The door deformed, smashed open in an instant. Immediately afterward, the alarm in the house rang, and 6 enforcement robots received the alert almost simultaneously. These 6 enforcement robots then dashed straight for Xiaofeng's house. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng, who was logged into God's domain, also received the intruder alert as soon as the alarm sounded, and logged out of the game immediately. His reaction speed was so fast that he completed the entire process in just 1 second. However, for a Honglian Grandmaster, 1 second was a long time. Even though the house had a 200 square meter footprint, Wang Xianming still passed through the long corridor and arrived in the middle of the living room in just 1 second. The next moment, just as Wang Xianming entered the 60 square meter living room and was about to charge toward Xiaofeng's bedroom, he was stunned. This was because he discovered a woman with silky, waist-length hair sitting on the living room sofa. Wearing a snow-white nightgown, she quietly regarded Wang Xianming with eyes that carried neither joy nor sorrow. Looking at the absolute beauty before him, Wang Xianming smiled and said, "Miss, it's bad for your skin to stay up this late." Wang Xianming did not stay surprised for long. This was because the information he had acquired had indicated that Xiaofan was living together with 2 women, who appeared to be Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. As Wang Xianming spoke, he did not stop his feet at all. In just a few steps, he had already arrived before Gentle Snow. Immediately afterward, he executed footwork and split his body into 3 afterimages. These 3 afterimages then executed a chop at Gentle Snow simultaneously, the chops breaking the sound barrier. Rest up for a week. The 3 chops Wang Xianming executed were lightning fast. Facing this move, even a neutralizing Grandmaster would barely manage to stop 2 of the blows. The next moment, the 3 chops could be seen landing on Gentle Snow's body simultaneously. However, the instant his hand hit Gentle Snow's body, Wang Shenming was stunned. An after-image. Moreover, before Wang Shenming realized it, another lithe figure had appeared beside him. This figure was none other than Gentle Snow. At this time, Gentle Snow still regarded him with the same emotionless gaze, apparently unaffected by his attack. Damn it! Where did that guy find such a monster? Wang Shenming stared at Gentle Snow in shock and confusion. He also couldn't understand how Gentle Snow could be so powerful despite being so young. Before clashing with Gentle Snow, he already had an inkling that she would be a difficult opponent. Hence, he had gone all out right off the bat to end the fight quickly. However, when he exchanged moves with Gentle Snow, he understood just how terrifying the woman was. No, she's not just terrifying. She's practically inhuman. He could clearly tell that Gentle Snow's physical fitness was only at the standard of Honglian masters, which was far inferior to his own. Nevertheless, she had reacted to his attack as if she had long since known what he would do. Moreover, he had even failed to perceive her evasion. While he was executing his earlier attack, the figure he saw sitting on the sofa had merely been an afterimage his mind had fixated on. The moment he began his attack, Gentle Snow herself had already disappeared from the sofa. The ability to evade a Honglian Grandmaster's mental perception wasn't something that could be gained overnight. It was a high-level technique that had to be cultivated through rigorous training and countless battles involving life and death. While Wang Shenming might look like a 25-year-old man, he was, in reality, nearing 35 already. Yet, even at his age, he had just barely touched upon the threshold of this technique. In contrast, not only had this young woman before him learned this technique, but she had also mastered it to the point where she could dodge the attack of a half-step mental strength master with ease. Upon thinking up to this point, Wang Shenming rushed to the door almost immediately. He had no intention of staying here for even a second longer. If he were to clash against such a monster, it would be impossible for him to produce any results within the limited time available. If he stayed any longer, the enforcement robots would catch him. However, when Wang Shenming reached the entrance, he found another lithe figure standing by the door. This person was none other than Aqua Rose. Scram! Looking at the woman dressed in a light blue nightgown before him, Wang Shenming grew enraged. Not only had he failed to accomplish his mission, but there was even a monster behind him. If he wasted any more time here, he would definitely fall into the enforcement robot's hands. Hence, Wang Shenming's first reaction when seeing Aqua Rose was to attack her with everything he had. The next moment, over a dozen fists could be seen punching at Aqua Rose, every punch carrying the full strength of a Honglian Grandmaster. Even a Honglian Grandmaster would suffer internal injuries and lose consciousness if they got hit by such a barrage of punches. However, Wang Shenming was dumbfounded once he finished executing his attack. When his fists had landed on the woman before him, he felt as if he were shadowboxing. Not only did his attacks fail to repel the woman, but the woman had even moved closer to him. By the time Wang Shenming had executed well over 100 punches, Aqua Rose stood only half a step away from his 2-meter-tall body, her delicate palm smacking his chest. Despite Aqua Rose only executing a gentle strike, Wang Shenming felt an intense pain in his chest. The pain was so unbearable that he stumbled 2 steps back. How is this possible? Wang Shenming gaped at the woman before him in disbelief. A monster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Another monster. At this time, Gentle Snow arrived behind Wang Shenming and was quietly looking at the burly man. Wang Shenming revealed an incomparably ashen expression as he switched his gaze between Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, wishing he could kill Yi Kuei. How did that man conduct his investigation? 2 inhuman monsters actually lived inside an ordinary residential unit. Even the security level at the mansion areas couldn't compare to the security of this little house. Chapter 2848, Uproar at the entrance of the 6th Southern District. 10 minutes have gone by already. Looking at his quantum watch, Yi Kuei smiled in delight. Mr. Wang should be taking action right about now. Yi Kuei did not doubt Wang Shenming's strength in the slightest. If not for the enforcement robots being too powerful, Yi Kuei would have wanted to spectate the fight at a close distance and see how terrified and helpless Xiaofan was against Wang Shenming. After all, a neutralizing grandmaster like Xiaofan would be utterly incapable of resisting Wang Xuanming's strength. The most he could do was run away. Once Xiaofan was taken care of, dealing with Ji Luorong would become a lot easier. Just as Yi Kuei was entertaining such thoughts, a loud noise suddenly came from the residential area. Has he started taking action? Yi Kuei grew excited when he heard the noise, and he couldn't help taking a few steps toward the residential area. Although he knew that the most he would see from his location was Xiaofeng's building, this was more than enough. He was only curious to find out how many seconds Xiaofeng would last against a monster like Wang Xianming. 3 seconds. Or perhaps 4 seconds. Based on the strength Xiaofeng had displayed previously, Yi Kuei admitted that the younger man was indeed stronger than himself. However, if it came down to an all-out fight, he would have a great chance of victory. After all, Honglian Grandmasters did not possess just incredible defensive capabilities but also recovery abilities far superior to the average person's. Yi Kuei might have suffered significant damage from Xiaofeng's palm strike, but he had also recovered from the injury very quickly. One could say that the only advantages Xiaofeng had over the average Honglian Grandmaster were speed and destructive power. However, in front of Wang Xianming, these advantages would be negligible. Hence, Xiaofeng would probably last against Wang Xianming roughly as long as an average Honglian Grandmaster would. After leaving his hiding spot, Yi Kuei immediately noticed Wang Xianming charging into Xiaofeng's house. Wang Xuanming's speed was so fast that Yi Kuei didn't even catch a clear sight of him. However, 2 seconds after Wang Xianming disappeared into the house, he actually reappeared at the entrance. He's done already. Yi Kuei was dumbfounded when he saw Wang Xianming back at the entrance of Xiaofeng's house. He never thought that Wang Xianming would be so powerful as to end the fight in just 1 second. With such strength, calling Wang Xianming a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Wang Xianming was on a whole different level from Honglian Grandmasters like himself. However, in the next moment, Yi Kuei was stunned once more. A woman wearing a light blue nightgown had actually appeared before the entrance without him realizing it. Meanwhile, as if agitated by this woman's appearance, Wang Xianming promptly launched a flurry of punches at her. Even from several hundred meters away, Yi Kuei could clearly sense the terrifying aura Wang Xianming exuded. Madness. Violence. Destruction. Nobody could possibly survive Wang Xuanming's chaotic punches. Has he lost his mind? Yi Kuei was horrified. If Wang Xianming had simply taught Xiaofeng a lesson and landed the latter in the hospital for several months, the Green God Company wouldn't look too deeply into the matter. At most, it would strengthen the residential area's security and give Xiaofeng some compensation. However, if Wang Xianming took a life in the upper zone, he would touch the Green God Company's bottom line. At that time, the company would definitely conduct a thorough investigation into the matter until it found the culprit. Once Wang Xianming was caught, even the big shots living in the middle layer wouldn't be able to help him. In fact, he might even drag down Lu Tiandi and Yi Kuei as accomplices. However, before Yi Kuei could recover from his shock, he received yet another jolt. This time, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. This was because the woman dressed in a nightgown actually remained unscathed despite facing Wang Xuanming's flurry of punches. She even moved closer and closer to Wang Xianming and eventually planted a palm on his chest. The instant the woman's blow landed, Wang Xianming actually stumbled 2 steps back and clutched his chest in pain. He also stared at the woman before him with fear in his eyes. Who is she? Why did such a monster appear in Xiaofeng's house? Yi Kuei was shocked and confused as he looked at Aqua Rose, who stood in the corridor outside Xiaofeng's house. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Wang Xianming, an incredibly powerful Honglian Grandmaster, had actually lost to a frail woman. As Yi Kuei gaped in shock, Wang Xianming added to Yi Kuei's confusion by charging forward and attacking Aqua Rose once more. He actually showed no signs of trying to escape from another location. However, Yi Kuei quickly noticed that another woman of extraordinary beauty had walked out of the house. This woman was similarly dressed in a snow-white nightgown and had silky black hair flowing down to her waist. Under the illumination of moonlight, she looked just like a goddess that had descended to the mortal world. Although this woman did not exude an imposing aura, The indifference in her eyes combined with Wang Xuanming's strange behavior allowed Yi Kuei to guess what was going on. Most likely, the woman behind Wang Xianming was a monster as well. Hence, he did not choose to enter the house and break out from another location. After all, if Wang Xianming were to fight inside the more spacious house, he would have to face those two monstrous women simultaneously. No matter how powerful Wang Xianming was, he definitely wouldn't have any opportunity to escape under such circumstances. Hence, he could only choose to fight in the narrow hallway and risk a pincer attack. However, contrary to Wang Xuanming's expectations, Gentle Snow had no intention of double-teaming him. She simply stood aside and quietly looked at the broken door, appearing quite bothered about it. In other words, the broken door seemed much more important to Gentle Snow than Wang Xianming was. On the other side, Aqua Rose treated Wang Xuanming's series of desperate attacks as if they were child's play. Not only did she evade all of them effortlessly, but she also landed another palm strike on Wang Xianming, aggravating his injuries. Their clash continued for 4 seconds. At this point, Wang Xianming could no longer stand steadily, so weakened that even a Honglian Grandmaster could go up against him. Trying to escape in such a condition was a luxury he couldn't afford. Before Wang Xianming could launch another round of attacks against Aqua Rose, the alerted enforcement robots finally arrived at the scene. After distinguishing everyone's identities, the enforcement robots promptly took Wang Xianming into custody. Once arrested by the enforcement robots, even a Honglian Grandmaster would have no chance of putting up a struggle. As Yi Kuei watched Wang Xuanming's capture, he noticed Gentle Snow walking out of the house and looking in his direction. Fear seized Yi Kuei's mind, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He instinctively turned around and fled immediately. She shouldn't have seen me. I was so far away, and I even had my aura concealed. Even if she's a monster, she shouldn't have discovered me. Yi Kuei reassured himself this way as he fled. He repeatedly told himself that he was merely imagining things. Only after Yi Kuei had left Yuantian City's upper zone did he finally calm down from receiving Gentle Snow's attention. That was too damned scary. How can such a monster exist in this world? Chills crawled down Yi Kuei's back when he recalled Gentle Snow's indifferent gaze. I need to have the young master report this matter to the higher-ups immediately. Those monsters aren't things we can offend. Those two women simply aren't human. As Yi Kuei was fleeing Yuantian City's upper zone, Xia Qingying, the base layer's general manager, arrived at Xiaofeng's residential area together with several supervisors. Who's the fool who would actually dare assault someone in a residential area? Luo Hanbin frowned as he looked at the broken door before him. It had already been several years since a home assault had happened in Yuantian City's upper zone. The previous occasion had greatly angered the Green God Company. Although the victim had sustained only heavy injuries, not only had the offender gotten banished from the upper zone forever, but he was even imprisoned for 10 years once outside. Now that another occurrence had taken place, even if the Green God Company's executives didn't say anything, the managers of Yuantian City's upper zone definitely wouldn't spare the offender. However, when Luo Hanbin entered the house and saw Wang Xianming being held in place by two enforcement robots, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Wang Xianming, a peerless genius of Haitian City's upper zone. Wang Xianming was a big shot who was only half a step away from becoming a mental strength master. Even a supervisor like Luo Hanbin had to act politely around him. Meanwhile, with Wang Xuanming's strength, he could rank within the top 3 of Haitian City's upper zone's base layer. The man even had a mental strength master as his teacher. With all these conditions, he was almost certain to become a permanent resident of the middle layer. Let alone Luo Hanbin, even Xia Qingying was shocked. Originally, she had expected the offender to be an ignorant punk. She never imagined that the offender would be a peerless genius of Haitian City's upper zone. She also couldn't help wondering how Xiaofan had apprehended Wang Xianming. With Wang Xuanming's skills, Xia Qingying had only a slight edge over him. She couldn't guarantee she would win if they clashed. And if Wang Xianming focused solely on escaping, even she wouldn't be able to hold him down for 7 or 8 seconds. Looking at Xiaofan sitting on the living room sofa, Xia Qingying blurted out, "You sure know how to surprise people. The last time, you broke the mental paths record. Now, you even brought down Haitian City's Wang Xianming. Smiling bitterly, Xiaofan said, "An accident. This really is an accident. I never thought that a big shot from Haitian City's upper zone would actually take action against me out of the blue. From the time Wang Xianming had broken into the house and until his apprehension, Xiaofan hadn't done anything. He had been a spectator all the while. He also never expected an expert like Wang Xianming to attack him." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Not wishing to reveal Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's matters for the time being, he did not dispel Xia Qingying's misunderstanding. "All right, then." Seeing that Xiaofan didn't intend to continue speaking, Xia Qingying said, "Now that Wang Xianming has been arrested, the Green God Company will definitely punish him. Even his teacher won't be able to do anything about it. However, his teacher is incredibly protective of his students. While he might not be able to do anything about Wang Xuanming's punishment, he is sure to pick a fight with you. Although we will strengthen the security of this area, you should still be careful. It's best if you don't leave the residential area for the time being." Even base layer general managers like herself would have a headache dealing with the anger of a mental strength master, let alone Xiaofan, who held only grade 1 authority. "Thank you for your warning, General Manager Xia," Xiaofan said, nodding. Shortly after Xia Qingying's group left with Wang Xianming, word of Wang Xuanming's assault on Xiaofeng's house spread like wildfire. Even though it was already midnight, everyone in Yuantian City's upper zone still quickly received news of it. Chapter 2849, Hong Xinyuan's choice in one of Yuantian City's upper zone's mansion districts. "Uncle Hong, did something happen? Why did you suddenly call for me?" Muxin asked in confusion as she looked at Hong Xinyuan, who was standing by a French window and looking at the night view outside. She was just about to explore an ancient ruin. She had gathered her subordinates already. If she were lucky, she might discover a Tier 4 legacy land or a legacy guidance there. These things were incredibly important for the current Frost Heaven. The War of Worlds would be starting soon. Although her investigation had turned up very little information about the war, she had managed to deduce that they would face players of another world. At that time, the only options left for them would be to conquer or be conquered. It would be different from when players of other worlds entered the main continent. There would be no third option available to them. Hence, Frost Heaven needed to make as many preparations as possible before the War of Worlds began. Naturally, increasing the number of Tier 4 players the guild had was a top priority. Karue, who stood beside Muxin, was also confused by Hong Xinyuan's summons. She had just fallen asleep, yet before she could get any rest, she was rudely roused out of bed. Hence, she was still incredibly sleepy and wanted nothing more than to crawl back into her bed right now. "Take a look for yourselves," Hong Xinyuan said as he passed a document to Muxin and Karue. The document was none other than a summary of Wang Xinyuan's home assault in the 6th Southern District. How is this possible? Muxin couldn't help doubting her eyes when she read the report. She had heard of Haitian City's upper zone's Wang Xianming. An expert of his caliber could definitely rank as the number 1 or number 2 expert in the base layer of Yuantian City's upper zone. If such an expert decided to take covert action, even the Boulder Corporation would be powerless. All the corporation could do was have its members take shelter in its mansion temporarily. Nevertheless, Wang Xianming had not only failed in his attack on Xiaofan but even gotten apprehended. How could anyone possibly believe this? He was actually that powerful. After reading the report, Karue was now wide awake. Simultaneously, a hint of confusion had appeared in her eyes. "Everything is as the report states." Looking at Muxin's surprised expression, Hong Xinyuan said, "I have to admit that I indeed underestimated Xiaofan. It seems that he has kept a lot more secrets than we thought." After pondering on the matter for a moment, Muxin asked, "Uncle Hong, do you mean for us to deepen our relationship with Zero Wing?" "That's right. You already know what's coming in the future. When the war begins, even superpowers will have difficulty surviving. If we wish to survive, thoroughly solidifying our alliance with Zero Wing will undoubtedly be a good choice," Hong Xinyuan said, nodding. "I also plan to sell some of the corporation's phantom potions and life potions to Zero Wing. These should be what Zero Wing lacks the most right now." "I understand. I'll contact Zero Wing immediately." Muxin nodded and promptly left the living room. Kurue snapped out of her daze. Looking at Hong Xinyuan, she asked, "Uncle Hong, do we need to go to such lengths?" If Hong Xinyuan were merely trying to form a strategic alliance with Zero Wing, then she could still accept such a decision. After all, the present strength and potential Zero Wing had displayed far exceeded those of the various superpowers. In fact, Zero Wing might even become an existence rivaling the 5 great super guilds. The only things the guild lacked now were time and talents. However, Hong Xinyuan's decision to sell some of the Boulder Corporation's phantom potions and life potions to Zero Wing greatly confused her. These items served as the foundation for the various corporations. Even the successors of major corporations could get their hands on only a limited number of them. You don't understand. Wang Xianming isn't someone who can be defeated so easily. The cards and secrets Xiaofan has hidden are absolutely extraordinary. Shaking his head, Hong Xinyuan said, "Deepening our relationship with him now will be beneficial for both the corporation and you two sisters." In reality, apart from Xiaofeng's great potential, another reason behind Hong Xinyuan's decision to go to such lengths to befriend Xiaofeng was an astonishing piece of information Xia Qingying had leaked to him. Xiaofeng wasn't the person who defeated Wang Xianming. Hong Xinyuan knew that Wang Xuanming's combat power was only slightly beneath Xia Qingying's. Hence, defeating Wang Xianming was an incredibly challenging proposition. Needless to say, defeating him in just a few seconds would be even more difficult. Only the big shots living in the upper zone's middle layer could defeat Wang Xianming that fast. If the Boulder Corporation could befriend such big shots, it would bring much greater benefits to the corporation than simply silently developing its foundations on the base layer. At the same time, inside a mansion in the distant Haitian city's upper zone. "Young master, what should we do?" Yi Kuei asked in a worried tone as he looked at Lu Tiendi, who had just exited his gaming cabin. "Yuantian City's upper zone has already apprehended Mr. Wang. If your teacher blames you, Wang Xianming was a bona fide peerless genius. Finding a student like him was difficult, even for the middle layer's big shots. Now that Wang Xianming had been caught conducting a home assault, he would definitely be banished from the upper zone. Without the upper zone's various resources, any further improvements would be utterly impossible for him." After hearing Yi Kuei's report, Lu Tiendi smiled and said, "We don't need to do anything. Although the outcome is different from what I imagined, things are still progressing according to plan. Now, all we need to do is sit back and wait." Wang Xianming had always been their teacher's favorite pupil, receiving the best resources available. Hence, Lu Tiendi had always gotten shortchanged in terms of resources. If not for Lu Xingluo suffering a major failure, his teacher wouldn't have started placing importance on Lu Tiendi at all. Lu Tiendi's original plan had Wang Xianming and Xiaofeng forming a grudge against each other. In his opinion, with Xiaofeng's abilities and potential, Wang Xianming probably couldn't do anything significant to Xiaofeng. Once Wang Xianming failed in his attack, Xiaofeng would definitely retaliate and create a lot of problems for Wang Xianming. Naturally, Wang Xianming wouldn't sit still and would retaliate against Xiaofeng as well. Xiaofeng had exceeded Lu Tiendi's expectations and defeated Wang Xianming. However, this was not bad news for Lu Tiendi. In fact, this was the outcome he hoped to see the most. After all, not only would Wang Xianming get banished from the upper zone now, but Xiaofeng would also earn the ire of their teacher. Once their teacher retaliated, Xiaofeng would most likely be forced to leave the upper zone. In fact, he might even disappear from the world altogether. At that time, Lu Tiendi could plan on taking over Zero Wing. According to plan? Yi Kuei shuddered involuntarily when he saw Lu Tiendi's indifferent smile. He never thought that Lu Tiendi would scheme against even Wang Xianming. Ignoring his butler's reaction, Lu Tiendi said, "All right, move along. I still need you to take care of Ji Luorong's group in God's domain." "Yes, sir." Yi Kuei responded in a hurry. Although he had long since known that those who stood in Lu Tiendi's way would never have a good ending, he still got frightened when he saw one of Lu Tiendi's schemes coming to fruition. Meanwhile, after Wang Xuanming's assault, Yuantian City's upper zone arranged for Xiaofeng's group to live in a better residential unit. Xia Qingying had an enforcement robot stationed near Xiaofeng's new house long-term to prevent a similar situation from occurring. As icing on the cake, The Green God Company gifted 10 phantom potions and 10 life potions to Xiaofan as compensation. However, Xiaofan did not feel happy at all in this situation. On the contrary, he even felt slightly pressured. Now that Wang Xianming is in custody, his teacher definitely won't spare me. Even with an enforcement robot guarding the house 24/7, it'll probably be difficult to stop the retaliation of a mental strength master. As Xiaofan studied the information Xia Qingying supplied him, his head ached. Fu Jiuzhong, Wang Xuanming's teacher, was no ordinary individual. He was an expert that ranked at the top even in the middle layer and wielded incredible authority. He even had influence over several corporations operating in Yuantian City that rivaled the Boulder Corporation in scale. If Fu Jiuzhong began targeting Xiaofan, Xiaofan would most likely have difficulty acquiring resources from Yuantian City's base layer. Although it is still a little early, it seems I have no choice but to take on the Divine Dragon's trial. Even now, Xiaofan still wasn't confident of completing Audiobook's trial. This was because a Tier 4 Divine Dragon was much stronger than an ordinary Tier 4 dragon. Even Tier 5 existences were unlikely to be a match for a Tier 4 Divine Dragon. Originally, Xiaofan had planned to challenge the trial only after further improving his mana body. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to push his plans forward. It was of utmost importance that he completed the Divine Dragon's trial now. This was because only by completing Audiobook's trial would he become the Divine Dragon's true companion. If that happened, Zero Wing could thoroughly solidify its position on the Western continent, and the Starlight Fortress could serve a much greater purpose. At that time, Zero Wing would be able to not only recruit talents from the Western continent in large numbers but also acquire large amounts of 7 Luminaries crystals. After all, a Heaven Mode regional dungeon produced an astonishing amount of 7 Luminaries crystals. With the 7 Luminaries crystals he acquired, he would then be able to exchange for a bunch of phantom potions and life potions. Only by securing phantom potions and life potions in bulk could he achieve a breakthrough in his mental strength in the real world and his concentration in God's domain. After returning to his room, Xiaofan promptly consumed a phantom potion and a life potion. He then lay in his fearless cabin and logged into the game. Chapter 2850, Divine Dragon's Trial. Zero Wing City, Zero Wing's residence. After Xiaofan came online, the first thing he did was assign tasks to Liang Jing and Yulan, particularly the distribution of the Tier 3 mana set equipment he had produced. He had made more than 200 of these sets, and he tasked Yulan with secretly gathering a batch of Tier 3 experts who could equip them. Once these experts were geared with the Tier 3 mana set equipment, Zero Wing would gain an additional trump card. Although the modified Tier 3 mana set equipment wasn't as powerful as the original version, there was only a 15% decrease in the basic attributes it provided. A Tier 3 player equipped with the modified set could still go up against mythic monsters of the same level. In addition, Xiaofan passed the treasure of fire to Melancholic Smile and had her procure as many mysterious flames as possible. They could offer the seeds of flame converted as an award for the candlelight trading firm's forgers and alchemists. By doing so, they could not only increase Candlelight's productivity but also attract more lifestyle players to join the firm. After all, a lifestyle player's promotion was largely influenced by their production success rates. When Melancholic Smile received the treasure of fire from Xiaofan, she was shocked. Then, uncontrollable excitement welled up inside her. She had always had a passion for mysterious flames. However, incredibly powerful mysterious flames weren't easy to find. And even when the guild did find some, she didn't have the ability to make it her own. Thus, the mysterious flame she currently used was only a Tier 2 mysterious flame. No lifestyle player had managed to absorb either of the 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames sitting in the guild warehouse even now. However, the Purification Crown resolved the hurdle preventing lifestyle players from absorbing stronger mysterious flames and could even produce mysterious flames using various types of flames. Melancholic Smile could already envision the swarms of lifestyle players fighting to join the candlelight trading firm. At that time, be it the construction of the Crimson Dragon flying ships or another mobile fortress, Candlelight wouldn't have to worry about lacking talents and manpower. At the same time, with Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's return, Zero Wing no longer lacked apex combatants to protect it. Hence, Xiaofan tasked Fire Dance with secretly gathering information on the 7 treasures and collecting them directly, if possible. The 7 treasures were not only crucial for his quest, but their various supportive functions were simply heaven-defying, providing incredible help to both individuals and guilds. Previously, when players in God's domain were still low-leveled and weak, the likelihood of them encountering the 7 treasures was low. However, now that more and more Tier 4 players had begun appearing, the chances of players stumbling over the 7 treasures were much greater. Not to mention, the present Zero Wing was already far stronger than before. After its recent rapid development, Zero Wing now had more than 50,000 Tier 3 players under its command, a number that rivaled what the various superpowers had. In addition, the number of partners Zero Wing had continued to increase. Recently, Frost Heaven had thoroughly solidified its alliance with Zero Wing, drastically increasing Zero Wing's influence on the eastern continent. At this point, Zero Wing could expand its territory already. Hence, his hunt for the 7 treasures was no longer an impossible task. Moreover, he had to get his hands on the 7 treasures to elevate Zero Wing's strength further. This was because only by gathering all of the 7 treasures could he fully utilize their power. In fact, the 7 treasures could even suppress the Endless Abyss. If Zero Wing could acquire this power, thoroughly making an enemy out of the 5 great super guilds wouldn't be a problem. It also wouldn't have to fear the invasion of other gods' domains. After Xiaofan finished assigning tasks, he promptly teleported to the Starlight Fortress to take on the Divine Dragon's trial so that he could solidify Zero Wing's position on the western continent. At that time, even if the World Seal broke and the War of Worlds began, Zero Wing would have the ability to defend itself against the attacks of the foreign gods' domain's powers. Western Continent, Starlight Fortress. The summoning array at the top of the summoning tower lit up, and Xiaofan appeared in the summoning hall a moment later. Standing atop the summoning tower, Xiaofan had a full view of the Starlight Fortress's situation. At present, the Starlight Fortress was no longer the same as before. Not only had the number of players visiting the fortress increased massively, but even the weakest among them was at Tier 3. There were even quite a number of Tier 4 experts roaming the streets. After briefly scanning the fortress, Xiaofan discovered at least 10 Tier 4 players, nearly outnumbering what Zero Wing City had. If not for the Divine Dragon's presence, even if the Starlight Fortress had Divine Tribe and Netherworld Empire's assistance, it would still be very difficult to keep all these players in check, not to mention the large number of visiting NPCs and NPC forces greedily eyeing the fortress. Yet, due to the Silver Divine Dragon, these players and NPCs had no choice but to lie low. After checking the fortress's situation, Xiaofan went to the Summoning Tower's summoning altar, which was also the Silver Divine Dragon's resting place. When Xiaofan arrived in the spacious summoning altar, what greeted him was the sight of a miniature version of the Silver Divine Dragon Auerbeck. The Divine Dragon, which was only around a dozen meters in length, was sleeping quietly in the middle of the room. At this time, Auerbeck had already reached level 164. The aura it released now was on a whole other level. It was also much stronger than the dragon Xiaofan had slain in the ancient god's domain. In fact, Xiaofan found it quite difficult to stand in the aura Auerbeck exuded. If an ordinary Tier 4 player were in his place, they wouldn't even be able to approach the Divine Dragon. Looking at the fully recovered Silver Divine Dragon, Xiaofan gained further understanding of Divine Dragons. He had to admit that Divine Dragons truly weren't existences humans could offend. Despite Auerbeck being only at the Tier 4 mythic rank, it was still strong enough to defeat ordinary Tier 5 existences. As for Tier 4 existences, they were nothing but ants in front of a Tier 4 Divine Dragon. "Little human, you've come." Auerbeck woke up upon sensing Xiaofan's arrival. Looking at Xiaofan with its golden eyes, it said in satisfaction, "It seems you have made your preparations to challenge the trial." "Yes, esteemed Divine Dragon," Xiaofan agreed, nodding. Both his mana body and concentration standards had already reached a bottleneck, and it was unlikely he could make a breakthrough within a short time. If he wished to elevate his strength further, the only way to do so would be by obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment. However, this evidently wasn't a feasible plan, as every legendary weapon and equipment required a lot of time and manpower to acquire. "Good. Since you're confident in taking on the trial, I will let you challenge it as per our previous agreement. However, let me make this clear. You only have 3 opportunities. If you fail to pass the trial in 3 tries, the contract between us will be dissolved, Auerbeck said as it rose from the ground. As for the trial you will be undertaking, it is the trial that has been passed down through generations among the dragon race. Originally, this trial was created for dragons. However, since you wish to become my companion, you will have to complete the Tier 4 infant dragons trial at the very minimum. A trial for Tier 4 infant dragons? Xiaofan was astonished by Auerbeck's words. Although he had long since known that the divine dragon's trial wouldn't be simple, it would seem that he had still underestimated it. A Tier 4 infant dragon could fight even Tier 5 existences. Yet, he was supposed to face a trial created for Tier 4 infant dragons. I will teleport you to the Dragon Temple. Remember, you will not be able to use external tools there. You must rely on your own strength to conquer the trial. If you die within the trial, you will be teleported back here automatically. After saying so, Auerbeck began chanting an incantation in dragon tongue, generating divine runes around Xiaofan one after another. 5 seconds later, Xiaofan was cocooned in countless golden divine runes. He then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the summoning altar, leaving Auerbeck by itself in the spacious room once more. After briefly getting dazzled by runes, Xiaofan gradually recovered his sight and found that he stood before a majestic temple. The temple was tens of thousands of meters tall, and it looked like a huge mountain. Even a dragon would appear tiny in front of this temple, let alone a human. As soon as Xiaofan walked up to the 1,000-meter-tall door before him, an ancient and deep voice suddenly rang out in his mind. A human? No, you're not a human. How interesting. Auerbeck actually sent you here to take the trial? Along with this voice, the phantom of a gigantic dragon gradually faded into view before Xiaofan. This dragon was well over 1,000 meters tall, and when it appeared, Xiaofan immediately felt stifled. For a moment, he wondered if he was standing before a Tier 6 god. It seems that little fellow has a really favorable opinion of you to actually let you take the trial, the dragon said as it looked at Xiaofan. Smiling, it continued, very well. I will abide by the old contract since Auerbeck has sent you here. You should prepare yourself. You might not be able to pass this trial, but if you do your best, you will still receive great benefits, so make sure to cherish this opportunity. After the dragon finished speaking, Xiaofan found that the view in front of him had changed completely. Now, what was before him wasn't a massive temple but a broken bridge covered in grey mist. Meanwhile, he was currently standing on this broken bridge, and he could vaguely make out land in the distance. The instant the grey mist enveloped him, Xiaofan was stupefied. Eternal energy. No. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU to be precise, its eternal energy condensed into a mist form. The moment the grey mist enveloped Xiaofan, his mind felt refreshed like never before. Numerous ideas constantly emerged from the depths of his brain, and he could also view the operating principles of the mana surrounding him with unprecedented clarity. Before Xiaofan could recover from his shock, the dragon's deep voice echoed in his mind once more. Repair the broken bridge using mana. So long as you repair 1/3 of the bridge, you will pass the trial. Your time limit is 3 days. However, for every 300 meters you progress, the time limit will get extended by an additional day. If you fail to repair 1/3 of the bridge when your time runs out, you will have failed the trial. When the dragon finished speaking, Xiaofan heard rocks breaking off somewhere nearby. Turning toward the sound's source, he found that the bridge's broken end was continuously crumbling. At this rate of collapse, let alone 3 days, the remaining portion of the broken bridge would disappear completely in just a few hours. And once the bridge disappeared, he would plunge into the endless darkness below. Chapter 2851, Mana Reconstruction. What an amazing bridge! When Xiaofan spread his senses across the broken bridge, he was astounded. This was because this bridge was actually made entirely of mana that had solidified. Although this mana was solid, it was akin to sand. He could walk on this bridge without it collapsing like a sandcastle only because of special mana constructs holding the grains of sand together. After thinking up to this point, Xiaofan promptly extended his mana domain to take control of these mana constructs and prevent the bridge from collapsing any further. However, the instant he did so, he was stunned. Manipulating solidified mana, is this taxing? Xiaofan had plenty of experience manipulating mana that had condensed into a mist or liquid. In fact, he could control liquid mana as if it were his own arms. Yet, when he tried manipulating only a small bit of solid mana, he felt as if he was trying to move arms that had been injected with lead. Not only was the process incredibly strenuous, but even the slightest distraction meant immediately losing control of the mana. Meanwhile, the difficulty of maintaining the entire bridge's integrity was akin to holding up a weight of tens of tons. Not to mention, he also had to have this solid mana move according to his will to reconstruct the collapsed portion of the bridge. Looking at the continuously collapsing bridge, Xiaofan finally understood just how difficult this trial was. Let alone reconstructing the bridge, just keeping the bridge from collapsing any further was already a monumental task. As Xiaofan racked his brain over how to prevent the bridge from collapsing, the phantom of a gigantic dragon was quietly observing him in a distant cloud of mist. His grasp on mana is too immature. Let alone 3 days, he won't last even 3 hours at this rate. After taking a look at Xiaofan's understanding and control over mana, the dragon shook its head and wings, disappearing silently from the mist. Time passed quickly. Now, less than half of the broken bridge, which was originally over 20 meters long, remained. Moreover, the bridge's rate of collapse was even accelerating as it grew shorter. This won't do. At this rate, the entire bridge will be gone in less than half an hour. I need to think of a way to stabilize a small portion of the bridge first. Xiaofan had a headache as he looked at the collapsing bridge. He gave up on manipulating the entire bridge and chose to secure only a 2-meter length of the bridge. This was also the maximum amount of solid mana he could currently manipulate. Any more and the solid mana would challenge his control. Everything progressed just as Xiaofan expected. In less than 20 minutes, the portion of the bridge he had given up on collapsed completely, and only the 2-meter stretch under his feet remained relatively stable. Even so, this small portion was still disintegrating gradually. How strange. Xiaofan stared in confusion at the drastically slower collapse. The mana constructs that had been keeping the bridge together before clearly had their mana supply cut off and operations stopped after I arrived. However, the bridge's initial rate of collapse was much slower than when I started controlling it. The rate of collapse accelerated afterward. When he saw the broken bridge starting to collapse right after he appeared, he thought it signaled the start of his trial and represented his time limit. However, when he began manipulating the solid mana, he realized that he had been mistaken. The mana constructs keeping the bridge together had simply stopped operating, so the solid mana would naturally try to revert to its original form. Is there something wrong with my manipulation method? Xiaofan couldn't help entertaining such a question. However, he promptly shook his head and denied this thought. No, I was simply manipulating the solid mana according to the original mana constructs. There shouldn't be a problem with my manipulation method. Otherwise, the entire bridge would have collapsed instantly instead of breaking apart bit by bit. A mana construct was similar to a magic array. If one did not use the appropriate method to manipulate a magic array, it would not activate. This was also the case for mana constructs, except mana constructs were much more fragile than magic arrays, crumbling if manipulated incorrectly. Due to his understanding of mana constructs, Xiaofan had to wonder what exactly he had done wrong in preventing the bridge's collapse. Due to the eternal energy surrounding him, Xiaofan's mind was operating with unprecedented clarity and activity. Numerous ideas came to mind, and he considered the issue from various perspectives. When less than 1 meter of the bridge remained, Xiaofan's eyes suddenly widened in realization. I see. I've been doing things wrong from the very beginning. I shouldn't have tried to force the mana. Whether manipulating my own mana or the ambient mana, I should guide it down the desired path instead of compelling it to do so. While forcing mana does produce some results, mana has its own operating principles. Not only is forcing mana strenuous, but the bridge's mana will also conflict with my own mana. Upon thinking up to this point, Xiaofan immediately began guiding his own mana into the mana constructs holding the broken bridge together. He no longer compelled it to enter the mana constructs. However, guiding mana was much more difficult than he had thought. This was because the mana in the environment was heterogeneous. Even his own mana was composed of various types of mana. Needless to say, trying to guide all these diverse types of mana to do the same thing was an impossible task. This meant that he had to refine and separate the different elements of mana in his body and have them do different things. Originally, accomplishing such a refinement would require a lot of time. After all, the disparate elements of mana in his body were all intermixed. Just separating them would already drive countless expert players to despair. To put this task into perspective, one could imagine a player's mana body as a box filled with millions of marbles of different colors, and these marbles represented mana of different elements. If players wanted to use a specific type of mana within their bodies, they would have to sort through all of these marbles and take out the ones they wanted to use. Doing so would be incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Not to mention, a mana body was much more complex than a box of marbles, which would further add to the difficulty. Fortunately for Xiaofan, he had acquired a Saint's Legacy. Although the Ice World Saint's Legacy focused more on the ice element, the legacy had provided an introduction to the other elements. Thank goodness that Saint Legacy mentioned the various elements of mana. Otherwise, I likely wouldn't have any hope of completing the trial this time. Xiaofan couldn't help smiling bitterly as he sensed the jumbled mana flowing within his body. Previously, when he made use of mana, he did not bother segregating it at all. He simply used it as it was and didn't find any problem with it. Now, however, he realized that his past actions had thoroughly mixed up the various types of mana in his body and made them even more difficult to separate. Separating the various types of mana in his body without knowing their basic properties would be akin to sorting a box of colorful marbles while colorblind. That would be mission impossible. Immediately, Xiaofan began classifying his mana based on the Ice World Saint's introduction on the various elements. Fire-type mana was violent, scorching hot, and extremely difficult to control. Ice-type mana was quiet, cold, and hardly moved. Wind-type mana was free, refreshing, and spirited. Different elements of mana had their own habits and operating principles. If it were in the past, Xiaofan would have found it impossible to distinguish them in detail. However, Xiaofan was currently a half-step Grandmaster Magician. While distinguishing between the various types of mana remained difficult, it wasn't impossible. One trick he thought of to facilitate this process was constructing a single attributed elemental magic array for each of the various elements. This magic array would act as a filter and capture only the specific element of mana it was made to capture. The other elements would pass through the magic array unimpeded. This way, whenever he wished to call upon a particular element, he could immediately use the corresponding elemental magic array to gather the mana he needed. Originally, constructing these elemental magic arrays within one's mana body was a very delicate task. Even a half-step Grandmaster Magician like Xiaofan would need 1 or 2 days to construct all of the necessary elemental magic arrays. However, thanks to the eternal energy surrounding him, Xiaofan spent only 15 minutes constructing all the necessary magic arrays. Immediately, the various elements of mana in Xiaofan's mana body gathered at specific locations, no longer one big heterogeneous mess. Amazing. So, this is the effect of segregating mana? When Xiaofan scanned the mana in his body, he found that not only had its purity undergone a qualitative transformation, but his mana body also resonated far more powerfully with the environment. In fact, he also had a much easier time manipulating the magic array responsible for controlling his mana body. Now, he could even operate his mana body with a threefold manipulation method. So, this is why I couldn't cross the 110% threshold despite my concentration having reached the Tier 4 peak standard. Looking at the system notification that had appeared before him, Xiaofan grew ecstatic. Just a moment ago, his mana body's completion rate had hit the legendary threshold. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. His mana body had reached a 120% completion rate. Meanwhile, the instant his mana body reached the 120% threshold, Xiaofan sensed his physique improving significantly and his perception of his surroundings rising to a whole other level. Most importantly, his mana was not only much denser than before, but its quantity had also doubled. Now that I'm done segregating my mana, it's about time I started taking on the trial. Xiaofan shifted his gaze toward the half-meter-long bridge underfoot. Chapter 2852, Breakthrough, Tier 5 concentration. Even without Xiaofan deliberately maintaining the bridge, the aura he radiated was now enough to slow the bridge's collapse drastically. A 120% completion rate mana body truly is amazing. No wonder people thought players could contend against a dragon of the same tier once a player's mana body reached 120% completion. Xiaofan was astonished as he studied the stabilized bridge underfoot. Despite not making a conscious effort to control his mana body, he exerted a powerful stabilizing effect on his surroundings. With how powerful his current mana body was, he couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful his mana domain had become. Fighting a dragon of the same tier and level aside, he could now contend against a half-step demon king of the same level, at the very least. Afterward, Xiaofan began injecting his segregated mana into the broken bridge. Once he did so, the broken bridge seemed renewed. The bridge's gradual collapse instantly halted, and its toughness had clearly risen to a whole new level as well. At this time, the bridge could probably receive Tier 4 attacks without sustaining any damage. Amazing. Sure enough, this is the true way to use mana. In the past, whenever he activated a skill or spell, he would make use of every type of mana available in his body to manipulate the ambient mana around him. Achieving a 10% efficiency by doing so would already be fortunate. This was because most skills and spells utilized only a specific element of mana to activate. To manipulate only a specific type of mana in the environment, using the corresponding element of mana to do so would yield the best results. Using other elements would still allow one to exert a certain degree of control. However, the efficiency would be incredibly poor. A backlash might even occur. Now that Xiaofan had perfectly matched his mana with the ambient mana, he could use the ambient mana's power at 100% efficiency. One could easily imagine how much of a boost to his combat power this change would bring. After thoroughly stabilizing the broken bridge, Xiaofan shifted his attention to the mana constructs keeping the bridge together. Keeping the bridge's mana constructs stable and operational could be considered the bottom line for this trial. If he wished to pass the trial, he would need to reconstruct the bridge. Otherwise, all he could do was stand still and stare idly at the distant land until his time ran out. After carefully inspecting the bridge, Xiaofan was surprised. Previously, he had focused entirely on stabilizing the bridge, so he hadn't spent much time observing the bridge itself. Now that his mana body had reached a 120% completion rate, his perception of his surroundings had improved to a point where it felt as if he had again taken over a half-step demon king's body. As expected of the dragon race's trial. This bridge's mana constructs are simply phenomenal. Xiaofan sighed in awe as he observed the broken bridge's structure. This bridge has made use of practically every property and operating principle of the various elements of mana. Without a considerable understanding of these aspects, it would be impossible to create such mana constructs. In God's domain, it was already a heaven-defying task for players to gain a deep understanding of the operating principles of the various types of mana. Hence, making proper use of these types of mana was simply a luxury players couldn't afford. In fact, even the Ice World Saints Legacy provided a detailed introduction of only Ice-type mana and just briefly touched on the other elements. Needless to say, the Legacy didn't include instructions on how to use these other mana types. However, the bridge Xiaofan stood on perfectly displayed the basic use of the various elements of mana. It was much better than a simple text introduction. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy task to see how exactly this bridge was constructed. This was because ordinary Tier 4 existences couldn't get a clear view of the operating principles of mana, let alone the operating principles of a mana construct. Only dragons with their high life ratings could possibly accomplish such a feat at Tier 4. Even so, this situation was definitely a massive opportunity for Tier 4 players. The biggest hurdle Tier 4 players needed to cross to reach Tier 5 was the construction of their personalized mana body. This process required players to have not only excellent control over mana but also a profound understanding of the operating principles and usage of mana and knowledge of the construction of mana bodies. Meanwhile, The broken bridge underneath Xiaofan just so happened to address these problems. Suppressing the impatience in his heart, Xiaofan immediately began reconstructing the broken bridge with his own mana. Following this, time passed quickly. Although reconstructing the bridge was incredibly challenging, due to the eternal energy surrounding him, Xiaofan found that the incomparably complex mana constructs weren't impossible to understand. Despite encountering failure one after another, Xiaofan did not grow disappointed but even became increasingly excited instead. This was because he was making progress with each failure. As he continuously adjusted his utilization of the various mana types, his control over them also improved in precision and efficiency. After experimenting for 2 days straight, Xiaofan finally constructed a half-meter-long bridge. I did it. I finally did it. An indescribable sense of joy and excitement welled up in Xiaofan's heart as he looked at the portion of the bridge he had reconstructed. Although the bridge he reconstructed looked much cruder than the original bridge, it did not send him plunging into the abyss below when he tried to stand on it. Most importantly, he had finally gained a basic understanding of the various mana constructs. This meant that he had finally reached a qualified level when it came to utilizing the various elements of mana. With these achievements, he was confident he could begin constructing his Tier 5 mana body. Of course, Xiaofan did not let his achievements blind him. He still gave the trial's completion top priority. After all, having a divine dragon as a companion was much more important than constructing his personalized mana body. Immediately afterward, he resumed reconstructing the broken bridge and advanced toward the distant land. Although Xiaofan had spent 2 days reconstructing his first half-meter-long segment, now that he had a foundation, he could reconstruct the subsequent segments much more quickly. Moreover, he also improved his precision with every segment he reconstructed, which, in turn, made his reconstructions look increasingly refined. After working for nearly a day, Xiaofan finally reached the 500-meter mark, his achievement extending his time limit by 1 day. The distance from the starting point to the distant land is roughly 20 kilometers. So, I'll need to extend the bridge by 7 kilometers or so to pass the trial. If I can complete 500 meters per day, I should finish this trial within half a month. After Xiaofan made some rough mental calculations, anticipation filled him. Although he would be spending much more time in this trial than he initially expected, the harvest he would gain was very much worth the time spent. After resting for a moment, Xiaofan promptly resumed his job as a construction worker. Meanwhile, after another 8 days had gone by while Xiaofan was reconstructing the broken bridge, a loud tearing sound suddenly appeared in a secret land in the eastern continent. A spatial channel several kilometers tall and 20 kilometers wide was sealed in this secret land. The moment the loud tearing noise sounded, the divine runes sealing this spatial channel shattered and faded out of existence. It is still starting in the end. An illusory figure appeared before the spatial channel. After looking at the spatial channel with a complicated gaze, this figure then disappeared without a trace. At the same time as this illusory figure disappeared, nearly 20 figures emerged from this gigantic spatial channel. Every one of these figures exuded powerful and ancient auras highly incompatible with the surrounding space. Ha ha ha. It's finally open. Our guild was even the first to discover it. So, this is an alternate god's domain. Why is the ambient mana here so thin? Although the mana density is somewhat low here, it is still another god's domain. Hurry up and notify the guild leader and the others. Tell them that the seal has been lifted and that the world passage is open. Have them make the necessary preparations. I'll go ahead with a team to understand the situation of this god's domain. We must claim this world for ourselves ahead of the other guilds, said the middle-aged man standing at the head of the team. At the middle-aged man's words, the team immediately split into 2 groups. 3 players returned to the world passage, while the remaining 15 players charged straight toward the secret land's exit. As these foreign invaders were taking action, Xiaofan was struggling inside the distant special space. I didn't think that reconstructing the bridge would place such a huge burden on the brain. It's already been 8 days, yet I haven't even reached the 3,400-meter mark. I've also exhausted more than half of my concentration already. Xiaofan smiled bitterly as he looked at the distant land. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. At this time, he more or less understood why the giant dragon had such low hopes for him. Originally, he thought that he could progress 500 meters a day. However, the more time he spent in the trial, the greater the mental pressure he suffered from reconstructing the bridge. Whenever he tried manipulating the bridge's mana constructs, he felt like needles were pricking his mind. Moreover, the degree of pain intensified as he progressed, making the bridge's reconstruction increasingly difficult. Now, he couldn't even manage 300 meters in a day. Despite this situation, Xiaofan had no intention of giving up. After all, every moment he spent in this special space allowed him to improve his control over the various elements of mana. If possible, he even wished he could spend several months in this special space. However, this obviously wasn't allowed, as proven by the increasingly powerful mental pressure he suffered. This feature was most likely implemented to deal with anyone trying to exploit this special space's benefits. Xiaofan continued pushing forward for the next 3 days. By the end of the 3rd day, Xiaofan would suffer intense pain even if he only slightly manipulated his mana. After the 4th day, Xiaofan's complexion had not only become deathly pale, but even his consciousness was beginning to blur. Meanwhile, as his consciousness grew increasingly hazy, he gradually understood that his time in the trial was coming to an end. This wasn't just because he was running out of time but also because he would thoroughly exhaust his concentration and collapse after a few more attempts. The next moment, after Xiaofan completed another 1-meter-long segment and was about to lose consciousness, the system's crisp and indifferent voice suddenly entered his ears. "System, congratulations. Your concentration has reached the Tier 5 standard. It is also detected that your mana body has reached the 120% completion rate. You have one opportunity to receive a world blessing and reconstruct your sea of consciousness. Do you wish to activate the world blessing now? Opportunity will be rejected by default if you do not respond in 3 minutes." Chapter 2853, Upgraded Soul Reconstruct My Sea of Consciousness? Xiaofan was shocked and confused as he looked at the system notification. The concept of reconstructing one's sea of consciousness wasn't foreign to him. In fact, he knew plenty about it. However, it was precisely because of this that he found this situation unbelievable. The sea of consciousness, to put it simply, referred to a player's soul. It was also something related to the promotion of Tier 5 players to Tier 6. The qualitative transformation of the soul. Any player who wished to get promoted to Tier 6 needed to have not only a powerful body but also a powerful soul. Only when both requirements were met could players get promoted to Tier 6. Of the two conditions, the requirement of a sufficiently powerful soul was more difficult to fulfill. This was because the soul was an illusory object. The only thing players could do to upgrade their soul was continuously raise their concentration standard. By doing so, their soul would automatically grow stronger over time. However, this form of improvement was incredibly slow. Even if a player's concentration reached the Tier 5 peak standard, their soul wouldn't develop that fast. If one wished to let one's soul undergo a qualitative transformation, one would need to experience numerous events that tempered the mind. Of course, there was an even quicker method to do so, raising one's concentration to the Tier 6 God-ranked standard. This was an incredibly frightening concentration standard where players could continuously modify and improve their sea of consciousness through their own will. The benefits a Tier 6 concentration provided were far superior to those of a Tier 5 concentration. In addition, there was also a third method, relying on external items to destroy one's inherent sea of consciousness and construct a new one. This method was similar to how players with Tier 6 concentration modified their sea of consciousness, only much more ruthless and thorough. Reconstructing a sea of consciousness meant destroying everything that currently existed and creating a completely new one. It was different from what players with Tier 6 concentration did. These players would gradually address the flaws of their existing sea of consciousness, refining it over time. For Tier 5 players, the opportunity to reconstruct their sea of consciousness was both rare and precious. Xiaofan never even dreamed of receiving such an opportunity before getting promoted to Tier. After pondering in silence for a moment, he chose to accept the world blessing and the opportunity to reconstruct his sea of consciousness. System. The world blessing will be granted in 30 seconds. Please make the necessary preparations. The higher your completion rate, the better the reconstructed sea of consciousness will be. The higher the completion rate, the better. Not daring to be careless, Xiaofan took a deep breath, stopped work on the bridge, and focused only a portion of his consciousness on stabilizing it to prevent it from collapsing. He planned to give the reconstruction process his all. 30 seconds went by in the blink of an eye. Xiaofan felt an unprecedented pain assault him as if his soul was getting ripped out of his body. Had he not absorbed the Tier 4 hellfire before, he wouldn't have been able to endure this pain at all. However, after 10 seconds of this soul-wrenching pain, it disappeared all of a sudden. Simultaneously, Xiaofan felt his mind go completely blank. As for his soul, what remained of it were only countless soul fragments. Immediately afterward, numerous magic arrays appeared before him. These magic arrays were so complex that despite being a half-step Grandmaster magician himself, he was still shocked. He spotted over a dozen Grandmaster magic arrays. As for Master magic arrays, they easily numbered over 100. Meanwhile, all of these magic arrays joined together to form an incomparably large soul array. System: you have 4 hours to reconstruct your sea of consciousness. Once 4 hours have passed, the world blessing will disappear. If you do not achieve at least a 40% completion rate by the end of these 4 hours, your sea of consciousness will not be reconstructed. Afterward, as a consequence of having your soul shattered, you will enter a weakened soul state for 20 natural days. 20 days. Xiaofan wasn't particularly surprised by the penalty for failure. Opportunities and risks came hand in hand in God's domain. In fact, a 20-day penalty could even be considered very light. If a Tier 5 expert were to find out that this opportunity came with such low risks, they would do everything they could to secure it. Subsequently, Xiaofan stopped thinking about other things and focused on copying the soul array into his sea of consciousness. He couldn't decide whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. The fortunate part of this situation was that he had accepted the world blessing while in this special space full of eternal energy. He would have a much easier time drawing the soul array in this environment. The unfortunate part was that, along with the destruction of his soul, he had lost the ability to stabilize the broken bridge. In other words, he didn't have 4 hours to complete the soul array at all. Despite his frustrations, Xiaofan did not give up on this opportunity. Moreover, due to the eternal energy's effects, he managed to familiarize himself with the master magic arrays and replicate them with ease. The soul array's completion rate rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1%, 3%, 7%. In just 1 hour, Xiaofan had already completed 16% of the gigantic soul array. At this rate, he could definitely reach the required 40% within 4 hours. Even if copying the Grandmaster magic arrays later would slow down his progress, reaching 40% shouldn't be difficult. Another 1.5 hours went by, during which the soul array's completion rate had reached 35%. Xiaofan found his progress unbelievable. Hence, he attempted to copy his first Grandmaster magic array. The instant he completed the magic array, his progress rose from 35% to 38%. It increased by this much. Xiaofan looked at his progress bar in surprise. Completing a master magic array didn't even increase his progress by 0.5%. Now, completing just one Grandmaster magic array had raised his progress by 3%. Meanwhile, under the eternal energy's effects, his speed in copying the Grandmaster magic array wasn't much slower than when he worked on the master magic arrays. Without my support, the bridge can last 3 hours at most. I only have about 20 minutes left now, so I can only attempt one more Grandmaster magic array. Although Xiaofan guessed that the broken bridge would remain stable for 3 hours without his support, that was only an estimate. As a precaution, he decided to conclude his attempt after copying one more Grandmaster magic array. The soul array was massive. However, the crucial parts of the soul array were still the dozen or so Grandmaster magic arrays, particularly the 6 serving as the soul array's core. Originally, Xiaofan had thought to complete more master magic arrays to allow the core magic arrays to exhibit greater functionality. Unfortunately, he clearly did not have time for that. Now, he could only grit his teeth and draw the second core magic array. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes later, Xiaofan finished drawing the second core magic array. The soul array's completion rate jumped from 38% to 41%, reaching the system's requirement. Upon seeing this, Xiaofan chose to complete the reconstruction. System, magic array completion rate at 41%. You have met the basic requirement for reconstruction. Your sea of consciousness will be reconstructed according to the constructed magic array. Do you wish to begin the reconstruction? Reconstruct. Xiaofan promptly chose to go through with the reconstruction. Although he had more than an hour remaining before the world blessing disappeared, if he died midway, his reconstruction attempt would become forfeit as well. The next moment, after he approved the reconstruction, the soul array drawn in his sea of consciousness began operating. Although the soul array was still incomplete, just like the system stated, it was functional. As his sea of consciousness's reconstruction began, Xiaofan experienced an unprecedented mental clarity. His mind became much more active, and his reaction speed also improved significantly. After 20 seconds into the reconstruction, he discovered that his previously blurry sea of consciousness had become much more tangible. The change was akin to mist condensing into water. The change might not seem significant, but the density of his sea of consciousness had undergone a qualitative transformation. Although his sea of consciousness was still in an illusory state, Xiaofan could tell that his thinking speed had more than tripled. So long as he focused his mind, he could observe the world around him in a decelerated state. Amazing! Xiaofan was astonished as he inspected his newly reconstructed sea of consciousness. No wonder so many Tier 5 experts in the past had been so crazy about reconstructing their sea of consciousness. With my current sea of consciousness, even though my concentration is only at the Tier 5 basic standard, the rate of my soul's improvement is probably faster than someone with Tier 5 peak concentration. His concentration remained at the Tier 5 basic standard. However, his soul's strengthening rate was superior to even that of experts with Tier 5 peak concentration. The next moment, when Xiaofan opened his eyes again, his surroundings looked completely different from before. The range of his mental perception had increased from 100 yards to 500 yards, and his 5 senses had also undergone a qualitative transformation. Similarly, his body felt more flexible and sharper than ever before. At this time, even though he wasn't actively manipulating his mana, the 2-meter-long bridge under him actually remained nearly stable. Moreover, his concentration was no longer depleted. Instead, it was brimming like never before. It seems I shouldn't have any problems completing the trial now. Xiaofan smiled subconsciously as he looked at the relatively stable bridge. Previously, he had to make an effort to ensure that the bridge did not collapse. Doing so had taken up a lot of his focus. Now, he no longer needed to split his attention between the reconstruction and maintaining the bridge's integrity. He only needed to concentrate on reconstructing the broken bridge. This would reduce his mental stress by a large margin. Following this, Xiaofan resumed reconstructing the bridge. He had a much easier time than before, which allowed him to progress at a flying pace. After just 3 more days, his progress finally reached the 1/3 mark of the entire bridge. However, Xiaofan had no intention of stopping here. After all, the eternal energy in this place was simply wonderful. By staying here, he could not only further his understanding of the various mana types but also familiarize himself with his new sea of consciousness and verify the theories he thought up for his new mana body. Hence, he did not rush to exit the trial, continuing to advance and reconstruct the broken bridge. As Xiaofan got closer to the distant land, he found that he also had to improve the quality of the supports he constructed. Otherwise, the bridge wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of the abyss below. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. After working for another 4 days and arriving at the halfway mark, he could no longer advance any further. However, his failure to progress wasn't because he had exhausted his concentration but because the supports he constructed could no longer withstand the abyss's corrosion. Short of a qualitative transformation, they wouldn't be able to hold up the bridge at all. It seems this is as far as I can go. Xiaofan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed as he looked at the distant land. At this time, it looked much clearer than before. From what he could sense, he should be able to receive massive benefits in that land. However, with his current standards, It was evidently impossible to construct a bridge of a much higher quality. Xiaofan immediately chose to leave this special space. Chapter 2854. Upgrading the abyssal blade inside the ancient dragon temple. How surprising, the dragon phantom exclaimed in astonishment when Xiaofan suddenly appeared before it. Despite having the body of a human, you actually managed to clear a trial made for the dragon race. Moreover, you managed to reach the halfway point. This is a rare achievement, even among the dragon race. A rare achievement. Xiaofan was surprised by the dragon's words. The dragon race was an apex race. The perception of dragons was definitely far superior to his own. Not to mention, there were even divine dragons among the dragon race. 4 divine dragons, let alone reaching the halfway point, even completing the entire bridge and reaching the distant land shouldn't be strange. After all, the life rating they possessed far exceeded that of humans. That's right. This is a rare achievement, the dragon phantom said, nodding. In the dragon race's long history, only 5 have managed to reach the halfway point while still at tier 4. Every one of them is a genius of the dragon race with an excellent bloodline. Hence, I find it truly incredible that you accomplished the same feat with just the body of a human. Xiaofan was surprised once more. He never thought that even among the dragon race, only 5 dragons had reached the halfway point while still at tier 4. Reaching the halfway point was indeed a challenging task. Not only would one need to have a sufficiently powerful soul, but one would also need to utilize the various elements of mana to their very limits. However, having a powerful soul was a given for dragons. As for utilizing the various elements' basic properties, this was also as easy as drinking water for dragons. Otherwise, there was no way dragons could be so powerful. Normally, dragons that can reach the halfway point are already adults. I can now see why Auerbeck decided to let you undertake the trial, the dragon phantom said, its eyes filled with praise as it looked at Xiaofan. Now, according to the ancient contract, you may take one of the 3 treasure chests stored within the treasury. As soon as the dragon phantom finished speaking, 3 massive treasure chests appeared before Xiaofan. The instant these treasure chests appeared, the mana within the dragon temple immediately thickened. In fact, a faint hint of divine might now wafted into the temple. As expected of the dragon race's reward. I doubt I can get such loot even from killing a tier 6 god. Xiaofan was filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he inspected the 3 treasure chests before him. The trial rewards this time were simply mind-blowing. If taken to the outside world, any one of these 3 treasure chests could drive the entire god's domain wild. The first chest, named the Blackstone treasure chest, gave players 1 fragmented legendary weapon and 2 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment that suited them. The second chest, named the Red Crystal treasure chest, contained 4 items, either tier 5 skill books or tier 5 legacy guidances suitable for the player. The third chest, named the Purple Jade treasure chest, rewarded players with 10 to 12 god crystals. The Blackstone treasure chest aside, both the Red Crystal treasure chest and Purple Jade treasure chest provided things Xiaofan greatly desired. At this time, he only needed to create a personalized mana body to get promoted to tier 5. Hence, tier 5 skill books were of great importance to him. If he relied only on legacy skill points, he would be able to acquire only 2 tier 5 skills at best. God crystals were equally important to him. This was because god crystals were needed to upgrade many of the weapons and equipment he possessed, and upgrading these items would provide a tremendous boost to his combat power. Pick 1. The dragon phantom smiled faintly when it saw the gleam in Xiaofang's eyes. I will teleport you back in 3 minutes, so you'd best not take too long in choosing. After giving the matter some thought, Xiaofang said earnestly, I've decided. I will go with the Purple Jade treasure chest. While the Red Crystal treasure chest was indeed important to him, he was, after all, still at tier 4 right now. Moreover, the items appearing inside the Red Crystal treasure chest were completely random. If he were unfortunate, he might end up getting 4 tier 5 legacy guidances. Moreover, god crystals weren't easy to come by. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would have to wait before he received another opportunity to improve his weapons and equipment further. Alright, this Purple Jade treasure chest is yours, the dragon phantom said, lifting a claw. Immediately, The barrier sealing the purple jade treasure chest disappeared. Xiaofan chose to open the treasure chest without hesitation. After all, there was no way he could bring such a massive treasure chest away. The instant the treasure chest opened, divine might gushed out of it. Bathed in this divine might, even ordinary Tier 4 players would grow fearful and dare not approach the treasure chest. However, now that Xiaofan's concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard, resisting this divine might wasn't much of a problem. In fact, he was confident he could stand tall in the presence of even a bona fide Tier 6 god in his present state. 11. Xiaofan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw the number of god crystals in the treasure chest. If not for the luck attribute having no effect on high-caliber treasure chests, he definitely would have activated Divine Providence to boost his luck. After all, the value of one god crystal nearly rivaled that of fragmented legendary items. Moreover, god crystals were just as rare as fragmented legendary items. Although that's one less god crystal than I hoped for, I have more than enough to upgrade my weapon now. The next moment, Xiaofan had the abyssal blade absorb 4 god crystals without hesitation. Now that he was at the half-step Tier 5 standard, only the Light of Two Worlds was an adequate weapon for him. The abyssal blade couldn't keep up with him any longer. Hence, he had to upgrade it. After the abyssal blade absorbed the 4 god crystals, its skills got upgraded to Tier 4, and its basic attributes underwent some changes. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 3000, agility 2000, attack power, 235% of strength attribute, attack speed, 3% of agility attribute, all attributes. Increases according to user's level, ignore levels plus 35 attacks have 70% chance to cause 250% damage, 40% chance to cause 300% damage, every attack increases attack speed by 2% to a maximum of 30%. When equipped, strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 40%, all effects of weapon-related skills increased by 20%, all item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 6. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment Tier 4. Can be evolved, devour 9 god crystals to evolve to Tier 5. Additional active skill 1, Darkness Bind, Tier 4. Binds all enemies within a 500-yard radius for 4 seconds and reduces their defense and magic resistance by 100% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Additional active skill 2, Darkness Domain, Tier 4. Converts an area of 800 yards around the user into a darkness domain. Weakens the senses of all enemies within the darkness domain and reduces enemies' basic attributes by 20%. While inside the darkness domain, the user may control up to 36 strands of power of darkness. Each strand carries a force equivalent to 150% of the user's strength and causes 200% darkness damage. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional passive Profound Inheritance, Mana Abyss, Tier 4. The higher the density of the mana surrounding the abyssal blade, the more power the weapon will exhibit. The power of the weapon can be increased up to 150%. Additional active Profound Inheritance, Black Dragon's Soul, Tier 4. Grants the user the Black Dragon King's soul and transforms the user into the Black Dragon King. The higher the density of the surrounding mana, the higher the Black Dragon King's life rating will be. Can use the skill, Dragon Breath. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 15 hours. A sword recast from the fragments of an ancient, unknown weapon. The Black Dragon King's power has been sealed within the sword, although the Black Dragon King has cursed the weapon. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. If the wielder cannot suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 70%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. After the abyssal blade absorbed the 4 god crystals, its attributes and skills received significant improvements. Although the magic weapon was still no match for the Light of Two Worlds in terms of attack power and attack speed, It was still top tier among fragmented legendary weapons. Xiaofan felt very satisfied after upgrading his weapon. Now that he had the Tier 4 Abyssal Blade, combined with his half-step Tier 5 standard, he was confident he could hold his own even against a real Tier 4 dragon. After all, once he transformed himself into a Tier 4 dragon, his combat standards and mastery over the elements would become much superior to the average Tier 4 dragons. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Although Xiaofan also had the option of repairing the disintegration armor instead of upgrading the Abyssal Blade, he had decided against it. The disintegration armor was legendary set equipment. If he couldn't gather the complete set, the equipment requirement of an individual piece would be higher than normal. This would make it impossible for him to equip the disintegration armor. After all, legendary weapons and equipment were crafted for Tier 6 gods. Aside from a few unique legendary weapons and equipment, most would need players to reach Tier 5 at minimum to equip them. If he repaired the disintegration armor and ended up unable to equip it, he would definitely die of regret. Hence, he decided to upgrade the Abyssal Blade instead, to play safe. As for the disintegration armor, it wouldn't be too late to find more god crystals to repair it once he had reached Tier 5. It's time to leave, the dragon phantom said, snapping Xiaofan out of his reverie. It then raised a claw at Xiaofan. Immediately, divine runes appeared around Xiaofan one after another, enveloping him completely. His body then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the dragon temple. When the divine runes surrounding Xiaofan disappeared, he found that he was back in the Summoning Tower's summoning altar. Chapter 2855, Global Transformation inside the Summoning Altar. As the divine runes enveloping Xiaofan disappeared, Auerbek snapped his eyes open and stared at him in surprise. You succeeded? Actually, Auerbek could tell that Xiaofan had completed the trial the moment he laid eyes on the human. This was because Xiaofan looked completely different in his eyes right now. Although there was no change to Xiaofan's level, the mana he radiated was completely different from before he challenged the trial. Not only did Xiaofan's mana blend much better with the ambient mana, but the quality of his mana had also undergone a qualitative transformation. The fact that Xiaofan had such exquisite control over his own mana proved that he had conquered the trial. However, Auerbek still found this situation unbelievable. Xiaofan would already be plenty amazing if he managed to complete the trial on his third attempt. Yet, now, Xiaofan had actually completed the trial on his first attempt. I got lucky. Xiaofan nodded. If his concentration hadn't broken through to the Tier 5 standard at the very last minute, which allowed him to receive the world blessing to reconstruct his sea of consciousness, completing the trial would have been a pipe dream. No. It is impossible for someone to pass the trial by relying on luck. It is all because of your own strength, Auerbek said, shaking his head. Since you've passed the trial, according to our contract, I, Auerbek, acknowledge you as my contractor from now on. As soon as Auerbek finished speaking, Xiaofan felt a scorching sensation on his left arm. Before Xiaofan realized it, the symbol of a silver dragon had been branded on his left arm. Simultaneously, the system's emotionless voice rang out in his mind. System, congratulations. You have completed the second phase of the epic quest Void Cage and received the Silver Divine Dragon Auerbek's acknowledgement. You have become a true dragon's contractor. You now have the ability to call upon the Silver Divine Dragon to fight for you at any time. Rewarding 30 legacy skill points and 1 level. Xiaofan's level immediately rose from level 150 to level 151. His legacy skill points also increased by 30. If you encounter any troubles in the future, call upon me, Auerbek said. With the contractor's mark, I can teleport to your location at any time. However, you should still be cautious. The contractor's mark has limited power. I cannot sense its location in certain areas. Moreover, the current god's domain is no longer the same. Although you have made significant growth, if you behave too aggressively outside, you might still fall into a desperate situation. You might even have your soul annihilated. Different. Has the world passage opened already? Auerbek's words startled Xiaofan. Auerbek could defeat even ordinary Tier 5 individuals. Since he was issuing such a dire warning, the current god's domain must have undergone drastic changes. That's right. The world passage is completely open now. Existences of another world have invaded this world. In fact, some of God's domain's rules have already changed. You will understand what I mean if you go out and take a look, Auerbach said, nodding. He then pointed at the door that was sealed by a magic array and continued, if you encounter trouble, it is best if you summon me immediately. Thank you for your warning, Your Excellency. I will be careful. Xiaofan nodded and mentally noted to himself to be more careful. Afterward, he departed from the summoning altar. As for Auerbach, the silver divine dragon resumed its slumber in the summoning altar. The moment Xiaofan exited the summoning tower, he was stunned. What dense mana! The density of the Starlight Fortress's ambient mana had more than doubled compared to before he went to the Dragon Temple. Apart from Zero Wing City, probably no other guild city in God's domain possessed such dense mana. Even Stone Forest City couldn't compare. Moreover, Xiaofan could feel his affinity with mana increasing while bathed in this dense mana. He could also perceive the operating principles of mana with much greater clarity. This place was practically a weakened version of the ancient God's domain. However, compared to the mana environment, the changes to the Starlight Fortress's player population were even more shocking. Before Xiaofan left to challenge the Divine Dragon's trial, the Starlight Fortress's player traffic had already reached a very frightening level. However, the present fortress's player population had more than tripled since then. Xiaofan even spotted quite a few Tier 4 experts just on the street he was walking on. Moreover, he sensed the presence of at least 70 Tier 4 experts inside the Starlight Fortress. This number was simply mind-blowing. However, this still wasn't the most shocking part about the fortress. Compared to the Starlight Fortress's interior, the fortress's surroundings were much more crowded. From what Xiaofan could tell, well over 1 million players were lining up to enter the fortress. These players weren't ordinary players. Even the weakest one among them was a Tier 3 player, and every one of them was at least at level 135. There were also Tier 4 experts standing in the queue. If not for these players standing in line obediently, Xiaofan would have suspected that these people were aiming to capture the Starlight Fortress. However, before Xiaofan could recover from his surprise, he saw a group of people charging through the main street toward the fortress's entrance. This group's leader was none other than Magic-Eye Goddess Phythalia, the commander of Divine Tribe's Divine Hymn Legion. At this time, Phythalia had reached not only Tier 4 but also level 145. Given the intensity of the mana she radiated, she had broken through her mana body's 100% threshold as well. From what Xiaofan could tell, Phythalia should also have at least 2 fragmented legendary items on her. In her current state, she could probably hold her ground against a superior mythic monster of the same level. Moreover, aside from Phythalia, there were 3 other Tier 4s in the team she led. These 3 players were at the Void Realm standard and boasted 8 or more pieces of epic equipment. The only unfortunate part was that none of them had transcended the limits of their mana bodies. Even so, the strength of Phythalia's team was more than enough to raid superior mythic monsters of the same level. However, Phythalia and the others looked anxious as they rushed toward the entrance. Did something happen? Curious, Xiaofan stealthily followed Phythalia's team. Divine Tribe could be considered Zero Wing's strategic ally on the Western continent. Moreover, it was tasked with maintaining the Starlight Fortress's security on Zero Wing's behalf. Unless something major occurred, someone of Phythalia's status wouldn't take action. If need be, Xiaofan naturally had to lend her a helping hand. Shortly afterward, Phythalia's team arrived at the Starlight Fortress's entrance. At this time, the players outside the entrance were staring curiously at a group of people standing before the fortress's checkpoint. To be precise, it was a mixed group of NPCs and players. Among these players were 5 Tier 4s. As for the NPCs, there were actually over a dozen Tier 4s among them. Why are people of the Blood Alliance here? Don't the superpowers in the Alliance mainly operate out at sea? It is indeed strange. From what I remember, they've never been active on land. Instead, they've been dominating the seas since the start of the game. Even the 5 great super guilds don't dare offend them out at sea. I heard that many naval forces have clashed with the Outer World's forces at sea. Although neither side managed to secure an advantage, The Blood Alliance suffered heavy losses in these clashes. Rumor has it that the Alliance has over 5 million Tier 3 casualties thus far. 3 of the Alliance's islands were razed to the ground. The players in the queue couldn't help starting heated discussions among themselves as they looked at the Tier 4 players and NPCs. While the Blood Alliance's sphere of operations was mostly limited to the sea, the Starlight Fortress was nowhere near the sea. Just teleporting from a coastal city to the Starlight Fortress cost nearly 6 gold coins. Are they greedy for the Starlight Fortress's benefits? That's probably the case. After all, the current Starlight Fortress is simply amazing. Its mana density and the benefits the mana provides are much greater than what you can find elsewhere on the continent. Not to mention, it is also near a God Mode regional dungeon. That can't be, right? Don't they know that a Tier 4 Divine Dragon is guarding this place? That's not something Tier 4 existences can go up against. While everyone wondered why members of the Blood Alliance had come to the Starlight Fortress, Phythalia's team arrived before the Blood Alliance group. Guild leader Brut, to what do we owe this sudden visit? Phythalia asked a thin man wearing a grey robe and carrying a dark wooden staff. The Blood Alliance had arrived with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs and 3 of the Blood Alliance's top 10 Tier 4 experts. It definitely wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Blood Alliance came with bad intentions. Commander Phythalia, you don't need to be so nervous. We are not here to ask for trouble. Moreover, we aren't here to meet you, Brut said, smiling faintly. In fact, this matter doesn't have anything to do with Divine Tribe. We are simply here to find Zero Wing and negotiate a partnership. Negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing? Phythalia laughed at Brut's statement. I naturally don't have a say in such a matter. However, seeing as you've brought so many Tier 4 NPCs with you, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like you've come for a friendly negotiation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I didn't call them here, Brut countered, shaking his head. These people are the representatives of various NPC naval forces. Representatives of NPC naval forces? Phythalia was surprised by Brut's answer. If only one NPC force had sent these Tier 4 NPCs, she wouldn't have found the situation strange. However, it was a different story if these NPCs represented multiple NPC forces. This was something she had to take seriously. In God's domain, the reason many kingdoms and empires had chosen not to spread their influence to the sea wasn't just the presence of powerful sea monsters. Another reason was the extraordinary strength of many NPC naval forces, with some even having Tier 5 NPCs leading them. Nodding, Brut said in an indisputable tone, "That's right. It's fine if you do not let us enter, Commander Phythalia. However, I don't mind letting you know that the Blood Alliance plans to requisition a portion of the Starlight Fortress's temporary residences to resist the Outerworld invaders." Chapter 2856, Half-Step Tier 5 Requisition? Phythalia was momentarily stunned by Brut's words. Have you lost your mind, Brut? Phythalia wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. The spectating crowd thought so as well. The Blood Alliance, with its many superpowers and NPC forces, was indeed powerful. However, the Alliance's strength was only in the sea. On the Western continent, the Blood Alliance held no advantages. Since the Starlight Fortress was far from the sea, the Blood Alliance had no way to dispatch a large army to the Starlight Fortress. Moreover, the Starlight Fortress's defenses were something that even the 5 great superguilds were helpless against. After all, the fortress had a Tier 4 Divine Dragon guarding it. Even Tier 5 NPCs wouldn't dare go against such an existence. This was why Zero Wing could retain control over the Starlight Fortress despite having barely any of its own forces stationed on the Western continent. Otherwise, the surrounding NPC forces with Tier 5 NPCs leading them would have long since targeted the fortress. The only measure one could employ to suppress the Starlight Fortress was to place a thorough lockdown on the Star Valley. However, the Blood Alliance clearly didn't have the capability to pull off such a feat. Lost my mind? Laughing, Brut retorted, I don't think so at all. The Starlight Fortress indeed possesses powerful defensive capabilities, and there are very few forces in God's domain capable of threatening it. However, if over 100 Tier 4 NPCs lock down the Star Valley, I wonder how long the Starlight Fortress will last. Over 100 Tier 4 NPCs. When Brut finished speaking, the spectating crowd gasped. Currently, not only were NPCs much higher leveled than players on average, but NPCs were also stronger than players of the same level and tier on average. This was because NPCs' weapons, equipment, skills, and spells were superior to those of the average player. Meanwhile, a force of more than 100 Tier 4 NPCs was something not even a kingdom possessed. In other words, the Blood Alliance could actually dispatch an entire kingdom's top combatants to seal a map. Moreover, I heard that the situation over on the eastern continent is quite adverse, and many superpowers have already gotten annihilated. Even Zero Wing can barely keep itself afloat and can't roam about freely. In such a situation, obtaining resources will naturally be impossible, Brut said. Without the Starlight Fortress's resources, I believe Zero Wing will have even more difficulty surviving, right? Hence, we are inviting Zero Wing to become a member of the Blood Alliance right now. Not only will we help the Starlight Fortress develop, but we will also help Zero Wing defend against the Outer World invaders. Wouldn't this situation be the best of both worlds? Upon hearing Brut's proposal, nobody present could offer any rebuttals, not even Phythalia. The chaos on the eastern continent was no longer a secret. The entire God's domain had been greatly shaken on the day the World Passage had opened, the sudden event catching countless powers off guard. After all, a group of unknown player forces had suddenly appeared and taken over many guild cities of first-rate guilds. In fact, these unknown player forces had even laid their hands on the guild cities of superpowers. Originally, these superpowers had planned to retaliate against these unknown invaders. However, when they marched their armies to reclaim their cities, they found a large number of experts already gathered in their captured cities. Moreover, there were even many Tier 45 among these players. Needless to say, none of the superpowers managed to recapture their cities. Initially, the various powers of God's domain thought that this was merely a hidden superpower making its public debut. After all, this wasn't the first time such a situation had taken place. Many player forces would continuously accumulate their strength in secret and make a powerful debut all of a sudden. Hence, the various powers of God's domain had not placed too much attention on this matter. However, the next day, over a dozen superpowers had suddenly made their presence known to the world, and the number of Tier 4 players these superpowers commanded far exceeded that of the local superpowers. On that very day, these new superpowers annihilated a local superpower and split up its territory among themselves. This war had thoroughly stupefied the various powers of God's domain. It was one thing to see a new superpower emerge, but it was another thing altogether to see so many superpowers appear out of the blue. Moreover, all of these superpowers boasted an incredible number of Tier 4 players. No matter how one looked at this situation, it was simply unbelievable. After a series of frantic investigations, the various powers of God's domain eventually discovered that these new superpowers didn't originate from their version of God's domain but from another God's domain. Moreover, the players belonging to these superpowers didn't live on Earth but on an interstellar continent. The human population of this interstellar continent rivaled that of Earth. Most importantly, the average combat standard of these interstellar continent residents was much higher than that of Earthlings. This was because the world of God's domain was everything for these people. In addition, these outer-world superpowers were much stronger than the native superpowers. In fact, the two couldn't even be compared on the same level. In less than 5 days, these outer-world superpowers had not only destroyed several native superpowers but even taken over 7 kingdoms. These kingdoms were now paradises for outer-world NPCs, who rapidly harvested the various resources available in these kingdoms to keep growing stronger. Meanwhile, in response to these invaders, the various native kingdoms and empires had gathered players to fight off these outer-world players and NPCs. The subsequent war was most likely one of the biggest in God's domain's history, as several dozen kingdoms and empires had joined hands to counter the invasion. And after fighting dozens of battles, both large and small, the eastern continent's native forces eventually managed to isolate the outer world's NPC forces to one corner of the continent. However, in exchange for this outcome, the eastern continent's native forces had lost nearly 1/3 of their land. Moreover, this isolation affected only the outer world's NPC forces. The Outer World's individual NPCs and player forces could still roam freely. In a situation where native players were inferior in terms of both levels and combat standards, the Eastern Continent's players were at an absolute disadvantage. Only by cooperating with native NPCs could they resist the Outer World players. It was obvious that the Eastern Continent's native forces would crumble in the near future as more and more Outer World players and NPCs invaded the Eastern Continent. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the Western Continent would get dragged into the war, since the various sea zones were already engulfed in the flames of war. If the Starlight Fortress were to get isolated now, Zero Wing would definitely suffer immeasurable consequences. After all, due to the Outer World forces occupying many of the Eastern Continent's resource spots, prices of various resources had more than doubled. If Zero Wing were to lose the resources from the Starlight Fortress, the guild would most likely struggle to defend its guild cities. In this situation, Phythalia herself was powerless to do anything. Even if Divine Tribe were willing to help Zero Wing with all of its strength, there was no way Divine Tribe could win against a force of over 100 Tier 4 NPCs. Eventually, Phythalia sighed and said, "I understand. I'll convey your words to Zero Wing." "Good, then." Nodding, Brut said indifferently, "However, our patience is limited. Tell Zero Wing that they only have 1 day to reply. If they don't give us an answer by then, we will begin sealing the map immediately." 1 day? Phythalia frowned. This was too short. It was barely enough time for her to convey the message and for Zero Wing to hold a short discussion among its executives. Zero Wing wouldn't have any time to make the necessary preparations at all. That's right. Only 1 day. Zero Wing had best not waste any time. That wouldn't be beneficial to the Blood Alliance or Zero Wing, Brut said in a determined tone. I can even tell Zero Wing now that if they refuse our offer, while it might give the Blood Alliance some trouble, I can guarantee that they will suffer 100 times more than us. After Brut finished speaking, the Tier 4 NPCs standing behind him promptly unleashed their auras. The combined aura of over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs pressured even Phythalia. If not for the buff from standing inside the Starlight Fortress, she might have even succumbed to this mighty aura and stumbled back. As for the other Divine Tribe members, their complexions had paled. It was evident that they felt very uncomfortable beneath this frightening aura. However, just as Phythalia was about to speak up, a calm and deep voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. A partnership won't be necessary. Zero Wing doesn't need allies like you bunch. At this voice of rejection, everyone present turned reflexively toward its origin, curious to see who would be so bold as to decide for Zero Wing. Who said that? Come out. Brute, in particular, reacted with anger and displeasure. He never thought that someone would dare openly challenge the Blood Alliance. Black Flame. Zero Wing's guild leader has arrived already. When everyone present saw the cloaked man approaching Phythalia and Brut, they quickly recognized him, based on the 2 long swords hanging by his waist, as well as his dark and determined eyes. Guild leader Black Flame. Phythalia was stunned when she saw Xiaofan. This was because Xiaofan's present self was completely different from when she last met him. Not only did his body radiate frighteningly dense mana right now, but she could also sense a difference in life rating between them. Half-step Tier 5. When the elderly level 167, Tier 4 NPC at the head of the Blood Alliance's group saw Xiaofan, he gasped in shock. Half-step Tier 5. How is this possible? When the surrounding players overheard the elderly NPC's words, they similarly gaped at Xiaofan with astonished gazes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU nowadays, Tier 4 players were no longer as rare as before. Hence, most Tier 3 players in God's domain no longer found Tier 4 players foreign. At the same time, they also knew just how difficult it was to get promoted from Tier 4 to Tier 5, as well as how wide the gulf between Tier 4 and Tier 5 existences was. Meanwhile, a half-step Tier 5 existence referred to Tier 4 individuals who had achieved an incredibly high standard in their control over mana and their mana body. After reaching this stage, so long as a Tier 4 individual successfully constructed a sufficiently strong mana body for themselves, they would become a Tier 5 existence, an existence even NPC empires feared greatly. Yet, in an era where mainstream players had just reached Tier 3 and only an extremely small number of experts had reached Tier 4, They were now being told that Xiaofan had already reached the half-step Tier 5 standard. No matter how they thought about it, this didn't seem plausible. However, as a Tier 4 NPC had said these words, they were unlikely to be false. I said that. What kind of guidance do you have for me, I wonder, Guild Leader Brut? Xiaofan asked calmly as he stared at Brut. Chapter 2857, Black Flame? Your Black Flame? Brut was stunned when he saw Xiaofan. Half-step Tier 5. In the current era, where the various superpowers barely had any Tier 4 players under their command, a half-step Tier 5 existence was practically invincible. In fact, one would have difficulty finding a half-step Tier 5 existence even among the Outer Worlds players and NPCs. That's right. I am, Xiaofan said, nodding. So, it's Guild Leader Black Flame. Everything before was only a misunderstanding. We don't have any intentions of isolating the Starlight Fortress, Brut said, smiling fawningly. Since you aren't interested in partnering with us, the Blood Alliance won't force the issue, Guild Leader Black Flame. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave now. As soon as Brut finished speaking, he turned around, planning to leave the Starlight Fortress together with the Blood Alliance's members. He had no intention of staying even a second longer. A misunderstanding? Xiaofan laughed at Brut's words. Guild Leader Brut, you brought over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs and came all the way here to declare that you plan to isolate the Starlight Fortress, yet you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Since you've already come here, then stay here. After saying so, Xiaofan manifested his mana domain, enveloping a 4,000-yard radius in liquid mana. As soon as Xiaofan unleashed his mana domain, Brut and the others stiffened. Their bodies felt indescribably heavy as if they had sunk into a swamp. The level 160+, Tier 4 NPCs were just barely able to counter this suppression by releasing their own mana domains. However, none of them could manipulate the mana around them. Phythalia was astonished when Xiaofan took action. She never thought that he would do so without a second word. After all, the Blood Alliance's side had more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs. While these NPCs might not be a match for Xiaofan in a one-on-one fight, if they worked together, they could potentially take on even a Tier 5 existence. Not good. This is world creation, the elderly Tier 4 NPC leading the other NPCs exclaimed, an indescribably grim expression appearing on his face as he stared at Xiaofan. The fact that Xiaofan was at the half-step Tier 5 standard was already plenty frightening. That, combined with his control over mana being at the world creation standard, meant he could fight Tier 5 existences already. In front of such an expert, even a group of Tier 4 individuals would be insignificant. What made Tier 4 individuals much more powerful than Tier 3 individuals was their ability to strengthen their abilities using the ambient mana. However, individuals who had reached the world creation standard could create a miniature world with their mana domain. All the mana within the domain would operate by rules favorable to the user and disadvantageous to hostile forces. Unless one had similarly reached the world creation standard, manipulating the ambient mana while standing in a world creation level mana domain would be impossible. One could only rely on the mana in one's body to do battle, essentially losing all the advantages of Tier 4. World creation was something Xiaofan achieved after his concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard. To be precise, he had first reached the Grandmaster Magician standard after his concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard. Then, his mana domain had automatically transformed into a miniature world. He didn't even have to transform it consciously. Run! Brut shouted in a panic. Run! With your abilities. Xiaofan unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and activated Darkness Bind. After getting upgraded to Tier 4, Darkness Bind's range had improved tremendously. The next moment, pitch-black chains emerged from the void within a 500-yard radius and instantly constrained the Blood Alliance members' movements. The chains not only prevented the use of skills and spells but also drastically reduced their target's mobility. Xiaofan appeared before the Blood Alliance members and brandished the Light of Two Worlds. Tier 4 Legacy Skill, Formless Blade. Swords Transmigration. 13 sword lights shot at the chests of Brut and the others, so fast that barely any of them managed to react to the attacks in time. Of the Blood Alliance players, only Brut, who had broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body, managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive spell in time. Even so, the Tier 4 barrier he summoned shattered after receiving Xiaofeng's attack. As for the other Tier 4 players, none of them survived the attack. Even a Tier 4 shield warrior died on the spot. The Tier 4 NPCs fared a little better than the players. Because of their significant advantage in levels and equipment, they all managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive skill or spell in time and block the attacks directed at them. Even so, having used up one of their life-saving measures, these NPCs wouldn't be able to reuse these skills and spells within a short time. However, Xiaofan had no intention of giving the Blood Alliance's members any room to catch a breather. After completing his first attack, he promptly activated Blade Domain and executed Sword's Transmigration once more. Under Xiaofeng's control, the 7 magic swords exhibited power at the Tier 5 standard. Brut and the Tier 4 NPCs were cornered and had no choice but to work together to cope with Xiaofeng's attacks. Despite not holding anything back, they were still forced to use their life-saving measures one after another. For a time, explosions and spatial tears roiled the entrance of the Starlight Fortress. After these noises continued for around 30 seconds, Brut and the Blood Alliance's Tier 4 NPCs all turned into ashes, becoming deader than dead. They died, just like that. So, this is Black Flame's strength. Amazing. Isn't he basically a Tier 5 now? The spectators gaped in shock when they saw the Blood Alliance's people annihilated, unable to get their minds around this situation for a long time. After all, Brut was a domain realm expert. If he worked together with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs, they could probably raid even Tier 5 legendary monsters. However, in front of Xiaofan, these powerful individuals were like children. Throughout the fight, they could only defend themselves. They didn't have any leeway to retaliate or even heal themselves. Anyone who slipped up on their defense for even a moment got killed instantly. At this time, let alone the spectating crowd, even Fiend was flabbergasted by this situation. She never thought that a person's combat power could achieve such frightening heights after reaching the half-step Tier 5 and world creation standards. With such combat power, Xiaofan could probably go up against a true Tier 5 existence. Meanwhile, after killing the Blood Alliance's members, Xiaofan didn't hesitate to pocket the items they dropped. Simultaneously, he marveled at the excellence of the items they dropped. Just the epic weapons and equipment he obtained numbered more than 10. Moreover, every one of them could be used up to level 150. After collecting his loot, Xiaofan went to Fiend's group and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping out with the Starlight Fortress's troubles throughout this period. If not for you all maintaining the fortress, it would have most likely become a mess long ago." From the Blood Alliance's movements, he could tell that many powers on the Western continent already had their sights set on the Starlight Fortress. The threat of the Divine Dragon was no longer sufficient to ensure the Starlight Fortress's development. After all, so long as these powers isolated the Starlight Fortress and prevented other players from visiting it, they could easily stifle the fortress's development. "You exaggerate, Guild Leader Black Flame. However, you dealt a heavy blow to the Blood Alliance. The Alliance is unlikely to take this lying down," Fiend said. She then added, "We have already conducted a thorough investigation into the Blood Alliance. It consists of more than 10 superpowers and quite a number of powerful NPC forces. Some of these NPC forces even have Tier 5 NPCs leading them. This is why even the Outerworld invaders are just barely able to suppress the Blood Alliance and not defeat it outright. With Xiaofeng's strength, offending superpowers wouldn't be a problem. However, it was a different story for NPC forces. Now that NPCs were no longer restricted by the system, so long as there were sufficient benefits to be had, they would be more than willing to take action against players. If a Tier 5 NPC were to attack the Starlight Fortress, even if the fortress could remain standing, it would still be a nightmare for the fortress. "Relax. Even if a Tier 5 does come, they can do nothing," Xiaofan said, chuckling nonchalantly. If it were before he had challenged the trial, he would indeed hesitate to clash with the Blood Alliance. However, he now had the ability to contend against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, the Starlight Fortress even had Auerbeck guarding it. The Silver Divine Dragon could suppress even ordinary Tier 5 existences of the same level. "Do nothing?" Fiend's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't help growing curious about the basis of Xiaofeng's confidence. In the current era where gods had secluded themselves, Tier 5 existences were considered the strongest combatants in God's domain. This was the same for the outer world. Every Tier 5 individual was a strategic existence that could single-handedly ensure the safety of a region. Hence, she found it inconceivable that Xiaofeng already had the ability to go up against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, these were Tier 5 NPCs they were talking about, not Tier 5 players. "Commander Fiethalia, may I trouble you to get me these materials?" Instead of explaining his confidence, Xiaofeng took out a list and handed it to Fiethalia. "I am willing to purchase them using magic crystals at double the market value." After taking a look at the materials on the list, Fiethalia found that although these materials were rare and valuable, gathering them shouldn't be a problem with Divine Tribe's abilities. This shouldn't be a problem, but why would you want to purchase these materials at such a high price? With Zero Wing's abilities, you should be able to gather these materials yourself. There's no need to pay double for them, much less pay in magic crystals, Fiethalia asked as she looked at Xiaofeng strangely. Aside from the magic Elvenstone, the other materials on the list were relatively easy to obtain for a superpower. So long as Xiaofeng returned to the Eastern continent, he could gather these materials at any time through Zero Wing. There was no need to pay such an exorbitant price. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU not bothering to hide his motives, Xiaofeng explained calmly, "I don't have a choice. I urgently need these materials to connect the two continents. I won't have enough if I rely on only the Starlight Fortress's material stockpile, so I have to ask your guild to acquire them for me." Now that he could summon the Divine Dragon to his aid at any time, he could do many things that he dared not do before. Connect the two continents. Fiethalia momentarily doubted her ears when she heard Xiaofeng's words. How is this possible? The two main continents of God's domain were incredibly far apart from each other. This was why the various superpowers had desperately contended over intercontinental teleportation arrays. Even so, these teleportation arrays came with a lot of limitations. If Xiaofeng really had a way to allow people to travel between the two continents freely, then that would be simply amazing. However, Xiaofeng just smiled in response to Fiethalia's doubt and did not explain himself further. His past self would indeed be incapable of accomplishing such a feat. However, now that he was a Grandmaster Magician, combined with the Starlight Fortress's summoning tower, such a feat wasn't particularly difficult. Chapter 2858, Intercontinental Teleportation Magic Array Starlight Fortress, Summoning Tower. After spending over 80,000 magic crystals to purchase all of the materials he needed from Divine Tribe, Xiaofeng immediately began working on the Summoning Tower's teleportation array. The Summoning Tower's main purpose was to summon monsters. It was a construction unique to the Starlight Fortress. However, the Starlight Fortress itself could be considered a teleportation tower, as it possessed a teleportation array and a spatial node passed down since ancient times. These inheritances were what allowed the Summoning Tower to summon monsters from other worlds to fight for the Starlight Fortress. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be possible for the Summoning Tower to facilitate intercontinental teleportation. However, Xiaofeng was now a grandmaster in manipulating magic arrays. He even possessed a teleportation magic array design. Hence, he could make the impossible possible. Not to mention, he had also seen quite a few guild cities that possessed player-made intercontinental teleportation arrays in his previous life. To achieve intercontinental teleportation, one needed to fulfill 3 conditions. The first condition was to have a Grandmaster Magician. The second condition was to have a teleportation magic array design. The third and most important condition was to have a spatial node on one of the 2 continents. Only after fulfilling these 3 conditions could one construct an intercontinental teleportation magic array. Meanwhile, there weren't many spatial nodes on the 2 continents. In total, they numbered less than 20. Moreover, many of them were in dangerous forbidden lands. However, so long as one managed to secure a spatial node, they could freely travel between the 2 main continents, no longer subject to the various limitations of ancient intercontinental magic arrays. This was why Xiaofeng was adamant about acquiring the Starlight Fortress previously. The only flaw intercontinental teleportation arrays had was their colossal energy consumption. Instead of using magic crystals like ordinary teleportation arrays did, an intercontinental teleportation array required mana stones as fuel. Moreover, each teleportation cost 10 mana stones. If the job of synthesizing mana stones using magic crystals were left to a master alchemist, it would cost nearly 1,000 magic crystals per teleportation. With such a high cost, even superpowers wouldn't be able to afford to teleport people between continents in large numbers. However, even with such a limitation, the intercontinental teleportation array was still plenty amazing after all. The two main continents had different resources. Trading in these resources could net massive profits. Moreover, transportation by teleportation was much more convenient than by air or by sea. Most importantly, an intercontinental magic array could allow a guild to synergize its forces on the two continents. This guild could operate on the two continents as if operating on a single continent, free of the problems arising from operating on two different continents. This was also one reason Xiaofan had been desperately working to become a Grandmaster Magician all this time. As Xiaofan was quietly constructing the intercontinental magic array in the summoning tower, Divine Tribe's executives suddenly held a meeting in the guild's temporary residence in the Starlight Fortress. "Fiethalia, is what you say true? Can Black Flame really connect the two continents?" Great Elder Adolf asked in disbelief as he looked at Fiethalia. When Adolf heard that Xiaofan had reached the half-step Tier 5 and world creation standards and single-handedly killed over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs, he had already been incredulous. Yet, Fiethalia was now telling him that Xiaofan could also create an intercontinental teleportation array. How could he possibly believe her? However, Adolf also understood one thing very clearly: Fiethalia was never one to exaggerate things. Since she had said so, then this matter was most likely true. Only, he still couldn't help seeking further confirmation from her. With Black Flame's personality, it's unlikely he would lie. Not to mention, he doesn't have any reason to lie to us, Fiethalia replied after giving the matter some thought. After all, even if he can't connect the two continents, with the strength and potential he has displayed and the Starlight Fortress's support, should Zero Wing fall on the eastern continent, it can easily rise again on the western continent. Zero Wing won't need our support at all. That makes sense. Adolf nodded. The Starlight Fortress had a Tier 4 divine dragon guarding it. Unless a Tier 6 god or a group of Tier 5 existences attacked the fortress, nothing could threaten the fortress. Not to mention, Xiaofan was already highly likely to get promoted to Tier 5. Whether it was now or in the future, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. The reason I called everyone here is to recommend that we deepen our partnership with Zero Wing, Fiethalia said as she took out a set of documents detailing the Eastern Continent's situation. After sending a copy to everyone present, she continued, "This is the latest report on the Eastern Continent's state of affairs. Several more superpowers have come from the outer world recently. Although there shouldn't be any large-scale battles occurring between the outer world invaders and the Eastern Continent's natives, friction between the two sides will definitely occur one way or another. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's resources are extraordinary. A battle between Zero Wing and the outer world invaders is inevitable. Hence, I propose that we have some of the guild's Tier 4s head to the Eastern Continent to support Zero Wing. This way, Divine Tribe will have some initiative in future partnerships with Zero Wing." When Fiethalia finished speaking, everyone present promptly nodded in agreement. Before today, they had merely treated Zero Wing as an ordinary superpower and did not put much thought into their partnership with the guild. However, after today's incident, they could no longer afford to do so. This was because Zero Wing possessed not only a half-step Tier 5 expert but also an intercontinental teleportation array linking the two continents. Once word of this teleportation array got out, the Starlight Fortress would undoubtedly become the Western Continent's focal point. At that time, the Starlight Fortress's income would definitely multiply by tenfold or more. If Divine Tribe could get a cut of this pie, it would be of significant help to the guild. With Divine Tribe's foundations, the resources from the Starlight Fortress might even allow it to rival the 5 great super guilds. I don't see any problem with this. Looking at Fiethalia, Adolf pondered for a moment before saying, "Since we are going to help Zero Wing on the Eastern Continent, Fiethalia, take McCaffrey and Crimson with you. The two of them should be able to help Zero Wing solve many problems. Thank you, Great Elder. Phythalia was overjoyed when she heard Adolph's words. McAfee and Crimson, which were top combatants of Divine Tribe. The two of them possessed fragmented legendary items and were fully geared in epic weapons and equipment. Most importantly, both had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies. Crimson Witch, in particular, had even reached the 105% completion rate. Adolph aside, the completion rate of Crimson Witch's mana body was the highest in Divine Tribe. If not for Phythalia owning a fragmented legendary weapon, she wouldn't be a match for Crimson Witch. I'll contact the two of them in a moment. As for everything else, I'll leave it up to you, Adolph said, nodding. Originally, Adolph had other plans for McAfee and Crimson Witch. However, taking into account Zero Wing's potential, he deemed deepening Divine Tribe's relationship with Zero Wing much more valuable. Shortly after Divine Tribe's executives concluded their meeting, Xiaofan completed the intercontinental teleportation array at the top of the summoning tower. Good. The spatial coordinates are stable. Now, I just need to set up a corresponding teleportation array on the eastern continent, and the two continents will be connected. Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the intercontinental teleportation array before him. This intercontinental magic array was definitely his best creation since he began playing God's Domain. Not only did constructing this magic array require a lot of knowledge and understanding of the various elements of mana, but he also had to convert a master teleportation magic array into a grandmaster teleportation magic array. The difficulty of such a feat was simply extraordinary. Xiaofan suddenly received a call soon after completing the intercontinental teleportation array. Guild leader Black Flame, I have already arranged the matter you asked before, Phythalia said as she looked at Xiaofan through the video chat. Smiling, she continued, you can head over to the eastern continent together with us at any time. If it's the intercontinental teleportation array in the Hell Forest City Secret Land, we should be able to reach the eastern continent in less than 2 days. Together. Surprised by Phythalia's words, Xiaofan asked, you plan on heading to the eastern continent as well, Commander Phythalia? From what he understood, Divine Tribe had never shown any interest in the eastern continent. The guild had always focused on the western continent. Not to mention, the current eastern continent was an incredibly dangerous place. Most importantly, Divine Tribe had to pay a huge price to send people to the eastern continent. The superpowers controlling ancient intercontinental teleportation arrays normally charged around 8,000 magic crystals and various precious materials per person when facilitating travel between the two continents. Moreover, this was still considered a friendship price. Even for a superpower, having many people travel between the two continents would still be a considerable expenditure. In response to Xiaofan's question, Phythalia nodded and smiled. MHM. Our guild has some matters to deal with on the eastern continent. I'm afraid we will have to trouble you at that time, guild leader Black Flame. You're being too polite, Commander Phythalia. Your guild has helped me plenty on the western continent, Xiaofan said, chuckling. If you encounter any trouble on the eastern continent, feel free to look for me. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Since you've said so, I definitely won't hold back when that time comes, Guild leader Black Flame, Phythalia said, her smile turning even brighter. Naturally. Xiaofan nodded. Besides Divine Tribe status on the western continent, just being able to form friendly relations with Phythalia herself was already well worth his time. After all, there weren't many players capable of reaching Tier 6 in God's Domain. Xiaofan ended his call with Phythalia, then sorted out the Starlight Fortress's income. He collected the 14 million gold and 930,000 magic crystals the fortress earned during this period and made his way to the fortress's entrance. And after he met up with Phythalia's group of 3, they promptly made their way to the Hell Forest City Secret Land's intercontinental teleportation array. After waiting for more than a day for the teleportation array to activate, Xiaofan transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the secret land. Chapter 2859. Returning to the Eastern Continent. Demon Mist Valley, what rotten luck. We actually got teleported to a forbidden land. Crimson Witch frowned as she observed the faint red mist surrounding her. Divine Tribe had conducted a thorough investigation into the Forbidden Lands on both continents. This was because these locations were incredibly dangerous. Current players couldn't visit them. Moreover, players would first have to exit the Forbidden Land before they could teleport out of the map. After players entered level 100+ maps, it was found that these maps possessed plenty of spatial tiers and random teleportation points. Any one of these traps had a high chance of teleporting players to dangerous locations like Forbidden Lands. Hence, to reduce the chances of their important combatants dying after getting teleported forcibly to a Forbidden Land, the superpowers investigated the various Forbidden Lands and provided this information to their members. The Demon Mist Valley was one of the better-known Forbidden Lands on the eastern continent. The reason for its fame was the red mist shrouding the map all year round. Anyone who entered this place, even Tier 48, would have their physique and senses heavily suppressed, unable to exert even half of their normal combat power. In addition, the monsters in the Demon Mist Valley possessed incredibly powerful defense and magic resistance. The weakest monster here was a level 130 Great Lord. There were also plenty of mythic monsters and even superior mythic monsters. Even Tier 4 experts would have a very low chance of survival if they got sent to this Forbidden Land unprepared. Hence, the various superpowers had placed particularly great importance on the Demon Mist Valley. Our luck isn't all that bad. At least we didn't get sent to the central region. We're only at the boundary between the inner and outer regions, McCaffrey, the Silver Lion Legion's vice-commander, said after checking his map. Pointing at the valley in the forest in front, he continued, "We should reach the outer region in 3 hours if we head in that direction." The Demon Mist Valley did not just prevent teleportation, but its red mist also prevented Tier 4 players from flying. In fact, even flying mounts could only walk here. Guild leader Black Flame, let us hurry out of here. We'll get surrounded by monsters if we stay for too long. At that time, leaving the Demon Mist Valley will become even more troublesome, Phythalia suggested as she looked at Xiaofan. Although the red mist heavily suppressed players' perception, the monsters inside the Demon Mist Valley were unaffected. Hence, monsters would almost always notice players before players detected them. In addition, now that monsters in God's domain had gained self-awareness and greater intelligence, they would almost always ambush players in packs. Not to mention, their group was currently in the Demon Mist Valley's inner region. According to Divine Tribe's research, the chances of a superior mythic monster appearing here was quite high. Quite a number of mythic monsters also roamed the area. If their group caused a huge commotion, it could easily attract a pack of mythic monsters. Even for Tier 4 players like themselves, fighting multiple mythic monsters was very dangerous. Sure. Xiaofan nodded. After arriving in the Demon Mist Valley, he had already spread his senses. Despite his perception getting suppressed to just a 2,000-yard radius, he still managed to discover 2 mythic monsters and more than 30 level 140+ Grand Lords. It would indeed be very troublesome if their small group had to fight against all these monsters. Following this, the group of 4 made their way into the valley under Xiaofan's lead. Now that Xiaofan's concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard and his control over mana had achieved world creation, even after walking through the valley for over an hour, the 4 did not come across a single battle. This situation confused Phythalia and the others, and they could only assume that an army of players had cleared this valley recently. However, as the group approached the outer region, the density of the monsters in the area also increased. Although Xiaofan had a perception range of 2,000 yards, he still had greater difficulty finding a safe route to travel. Players. Suddenly, Xiaofan detected strong mana fluctuations coming from a forest some distance ahead, indicating a battle taking place there. After advancing a little more, the group even began hearing sounds of battle. Shortly after hearing the noise, the group saw a level 145 superior mythic ranked 4-winged feathered dragon rising from the forest 1,000 yards away. The feathered dragon then used a breath attack, turning the forest within a 500-yard radius into ash. Along with the destruction of a portion of the forest, 3 figures, 1 female and 2 males entered the sight of Xiaofan's group. These 3 players were all Tier 4 players. Xiaofan even recognized 2 of them. One was 16th Cloud, the second vice guild leader of Shining Tiger, the other was the assassin Sorrowful Silence. The only reason the trio managed to survive the feathered dragon's breath attack was the Tier 4 Guardian Knight of the group. However, after taking on that breath attack, the Guardian Knight did not have much HP remaining. None of the three was a healer, either, so the Guardian Knight could only rely on potions to heal himself. Evidently, it wouldn't be long before they fell to the superior mythic monster. Damn it! To think we'll actually die here. 16th Cloud, who wielded a crimson staff, glared at the four-winged feathered dragon's 60-meter-long frame with inevitable frustration. That's right. We should have fought those people outside instead. It would be much better than getting killed by this monster, Sorrowful Silence said, nodding in agreement. There's no helping it. Who would have thought we would encounter such a monster as soon as we ducked into the inner region? 16th Cloud said with a bitter smile. I guess fate really wants us dead. They had gone to great lengths to escape the Outerworld experts' pursuit, running all the way from the Demon Mist Valley's outer region to the inner region. Originally, they thought they could lose those Outerworld experts after hiding in the inner region. They never imagined that a superior mythic monster might be guarding the border. The four-winged feather dragon wasn't just a superior mythic monster. It was also the realm lord of this area. Even a 20-man Tier 4 team would have difficulty fighting it under normal circumstances, what more under the Demon Mist Valley's suppression? And worse, the feathered dragon could fly. There was no way to escape it. Players that encountered the feathered dragon had only two options: kill it or be killed by it. There was no third option. However, before 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence could continue their conversation, the feathered dragon flapped its two sets of wings, sending countless wind blades at the three players. The boss did not give the trio a chance to catch a breather. Upon seeing the approaching wind blades, 16th Cloud swung her crimson staff, instantly raising a wall of flames in front of the three. The wall of flames rose over 100 meters, blocking all the oncoming wind blades. And once the flames stopped the attacks, they transformed into a phoenix that flew toward the feathered dragon. Tier 4 Curse, Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Flame was actually a Tier 4 offensive curse. However, 16th Cloud not only utilized it as if it were a defensive curse but even switched it to offense afterward. Her mastery of this Tier 4 curse was simply superb. However, just as the phoenix was about to devour the feathered dragon, the latter suddenly let loose a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the flames making up the phoenix got extinguished one after another. The phoenix eventually disappeared before it could reach the feathered dragon's body. Mana Annihilation. 16th Cloud was thunderstruck when she saw the flames disappearing, her mind unable to accept this situation. If the flames had merely failed to damage the feathered dragon because they lacked power, she would still be able to understand it. However, as she held full control over the flames, she could tell that the flames hadn't died naturally. Instead, they got extinguished because the mana used to create and fuel them had been annihilated. How can a boss hold such a skill? This is cheating. Sorrowful Silence fell into despair as he looked at the feathered dragon. Although he didn't know the exact details of the situation because he wasn't the creator of those flames, he could tell that those flames had died due to mana annihilation. In other words, all spells would be a joke in front of the feathered dragon. Moreover, as an inferior dragon, the four-winged feathered dragon possessed incredible defense. If magical attacks were ineffective against it, it would be a nigh-invincible existence. After destroying 16th Cloud's curse, the feathered dragon flapped its wings and sent wind blades at the three players once more. It seems this is the end for us. Looking at the innumerable oncoming wind blades, 16th Cloud could only shrug helplessly and wait for death to claim her. Originally, she had hoped her Tier 4 curse would heavily injure the feathered dragon, creating an opportunity for their party to escape. However, let alone heavily injuring the feathered dragon, she couldn't even damage it. In front of an inferior dragon capable of using mana annihilation, an elementalist like herself was nothing but a joke. She was of no threat to it at all. Yet, just as the countless wind blades were about to strike 16th Cloud and the others, a magic barrier suddenly emerged from the ground before them. The barrier stopped the wind blades, releasing the trio from death's grip. Crystalline barrier? When 16th Cloud saw the shattered magic barrier in front of her, she immediately recognized the Tier 4 spell used to create it. With his keen eyes, Sorrowful Silence quickly noticed some figures emerging from the distant forest. Vice Guild Leader, there are people coming from over there. At Sorrowful Silence's words, 16th Cloud promptly turned toward the direction he indicated. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What entered her vision were 4 people, 2 male and 2 females, emerging from the forest roughly 500 yards away. It was evident that these 4 people were responsible for the Tier 4 defensive spell that had saved their party. Black Flame. When 16th Cloud saw one of the cloaked men of the group, she couldn't help her surprise. She had met with the man known as Black Flame once before, when negotiating with Zero Wing for partnership on behalf of Shining Tiger. However, after that event, she had paid very little attention to Zero Wing, focusing it all on developing Shining Tiger's forces in the Glory Empire. If not for Xiaofan having accomplished astonishing feats that shook the entirety of God's domain, she would have long since forgotten his appearance. Chapter 2860, Eastern Continent Situation. 16th Cloud and the others noticed the 3 people moving behind Xiaofan and were stunned when they saw the faces of these 3 people. No way. Commander Fiend of Divine Tribe's Divine Him Legion is here. Isn't Divine Tribe active only on the Western Continent? She's not here alone. Even the Silver Lion Legion's Vice Commander McCaffrey and Divine Tribe's Crimson Witch are here. Both of them are Divine Tribe's top combatants. Crimson Witch is probably the one who helped us just now. Why did they come here all of a sudden? Although Divine Tribe wasn't famous on the Eastern Continent, it was very well known on the Western Continent. The guild's development had even skyrocketed recently, and it was now in existence close to rivaling the 5 great super guilds. Naturally, Divine Tribe was many times stronger than a recently established superpower like Shining Tiger. Yet, 3 of Divine Tribe's top combatants were now here. With the ability of these 3 people, they could normally preside over the guild affairs on their own. Having the 3 of them together was akin to Divine Tribe having its trump card Legion stroll down the street of a city. Unless Divine Tribe was planning an important operation, such an action would be a complete waste of manpower. However, before 16th Cloud and the others could recover from their surprise, Fiend and McCaffrey suddenly appeared beside the 4-winged feathered dragon. Fiend promptly brandished her long sword and bombarded the Realm Lord with a rain of sword lights. As for McCaffrey, he raised his great sword and stabbed it into the ground. Subsequently, massive great swords emerged from the ground and stabbed at the airborne feathered dragon. Compared to the Shining Tiger trio, Fiend and McCaffrey evidently had far superior control over mana. Their ordinary Tier 4 skills nearly rivaled Tier 5 skills in power. They also perfectly coordinated their attacks, such that the feathered dragon could only defend against the attack of one and had no choice but to take the attack of the other. -31,654,215, damage exceeding 30 million appeared above the feathered dragon's head, the attack provoking a pained cry from the superior mythic. Although this amount of damage was nothing compared to the feathered dragon's nearly 20 billion HP, 16th Cloud and the others couldn't even damage the Realm Lord. How strong! So, these are Divine Tribe's top combatants. 16th Cloud was astonished when she saw the combat prowess Fiend and McCaffrey displayed. Although 16th Cloud recognized that she still couldn't rank at the very top of God's domain in terms of combat power, she was still a domain realm Tier 4 expert. She was also fully equipped with epic equipment. Yet, compared to Fiend and McCaffrey, she still had a long way to go before reaching the top of God's domain. However, before Shining Tiger's trio could overcome their shock from Fiend and McCaffrey's display of power, an overbearing sword light suddenly cut through space and sliced off one of the feathered dragon's claws. The attack wrenched an agonized shriek from the feathered dragon, and its HP instantly plunged by more than 100 million. The horrified feathered dragon immediately flapped its wings and fled the scene like a powerful storm, not daring to remain for even a moment longer. The feathered dragon was much faster than the average Tier 4 flying mount. Upon seeing this scene, 16th Cloud and the others reflexively turned toward the origin of the sword light with stunned looks on their faces. This was because the origin of this sword light was none other than Xiaofan. Currently, he radiated a mana so dense that it was liquid. How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock at Xiaofan. Not only did Xiaofan scare a superior mythic-ranked realm lord away with one attack, but the strength of his mana was simply unbelievable. The density of his mana was something she had seen radiating from only Tier 5 NPCs. However, while the information Shining Tiger obtained said that Xiaofan was indeed powerful to the point where he could slay Tier 4 NPCs, it did not say that he was this powerful. The attack Xiaofan had used to scare the feathered dragon away wasn't a skill because the attack did not create any mana fluctuations whatsoever. It was an ordinary attack executed with a combat technique. Meanwhile, seeing the feathered dragon fly away left Xiaofan feeling a little frustrated. How unfortunate. The Demon Mist Valley's restraint prevented even him from flying. Hence, if a flying monster fled from him, he had no way of catching up. Not to mention, the four-winged feathered dragon was even a realm lord. This was why players had an incredibly difficult time killing mythic monsters or above in forbidden lands that prevented flight. After all, the majority of the mythic monsters in forbidden lands could fly. Unless players prepared an ambush beforehand, they could, at most, repel mythic monsters but not kill them. Are you three alright? After seeing the feathered dragon flying into the distance, Xiaofan approached 16th Cloud's group and asked curiously, "This isn't a place ordinary Tier 4s can visit. Why did you come here?" Unlike the ruined mountain range, which was a forbidden land only for humans, the Demon Mist Valley was a forbidden land for all life, much more dangerous than the ruined mountain range. Tier 4 players traveling alone or in a small group could only explore the valley's outer region, at most. Normally, if players wished to enter the Demon Mist Valley's inner region, they needed a team of 20 Tier 4 players at the very least. Meanwhile, 16th Cloud's group only had 3 people. Entering the valley's inner region was a death sentence for them. "You misunderstand us, Guild Leader Black Flame. If possible, we wouldn't have chosen to enter this place, either," 16th Cloud replied with a bitter smile. "The 3 of us entered this place because we had no other choice. Otherwise, the Outer World Tier 4 experts chasing us would have long since killed us." She was both Shining Tiger's second vice guild leader and a Tier 4 domain realm expert. If it were a month ago, nobody would believe her if she told them that other players were hunting her and had even driven her into a desperate situation. In fact, if 16th Cloud had come across such a situation, she definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. Now, however, 16th Cloud did not mind revealing this matter to an outsider at all. She also didn't find it damaging to her self-esteem. On the contrary, she even felt proud about the situation. "The 3 of you were actually cornered. Is the Eastern Continent's situation that bad?" Xiaofan was surprised by 16th Cloud's words. In his previous life, Tier 4 experts remained existences that could not be underestimated, even 10 years after God's Domain's launch. Even superpowers with Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts wouldn't have an easy time targeting and hunting down Tier 4 experts keen on escaping. After all, there were simply far too few experts in God's Domain capable of getting promoted to Tier 4, and the bare minimum requirement for players to participate in a hunt for Tier 4 players was to be Tier 4 themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to catch up with and surround the targeted Tier 4 player at all. And while Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts were indeed capable of overpowering Tier 4 experts in a head-on fight, they had to track down their target first before they could do anything. Hence, even for the various superpowers, hunting down Tier 4 experts was a headache. Yet, 16th Cloud's group of 3 Tier 4 experts was actually getting hunted. This told Xiaofan that the Eastern Continent was in far direr straits than what Divine Tribe's report described. "Guild Leader Black Flame, you must have been away from the Eastern Continent during this period, right?" 16th Cloud wasn't particularly surprised by Xiaofan's question. Without withholding any information, she replied, "A few days ago, another 10 or so Outer World superpowers arrived on the Eastern Continent. One of these superpowers is incredibly strong, probably on the level of the 5 great super guilds. This superpower has many Tier 4s, as well as Tier 3 experts that exhibit combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Because of this superpower's appearance, the originally stable situation on the Eastern Continent changed instantly. Previously, the Tier 4 experts of the Eastern Continent's superpowers could still roam the Demon Mist Valley's outer region. Now, however, let alone grinding peacefully in the outer region, We'd be fortunate not to get hunted by those outerworld experts. Previously, there had indeed been a huge difference between the Eastern Continent superpowers and the outerworld superpowers. However, it wasn't as if the Eastern Continent superpowers were utterly helpless to fight back. After all, even in the outerworld, reaching Tier 4 wasn't easy. As a result, the outerworld superpowers did not have many Tier 4 players under their command, either. However, after that superpower showed up, the outerworld's forces suddenly gained a slew of Tier 4 combatants. This instantly shattered the balance between the two sides and placed native Tier 4 experts like herself at an absolute disadvantage. Almost all of the Eastern Continent's resource-rich maps had already become the backyard of those outerworld players, and trying to level up in these maps was now a monumental challenge for native players. I see. No wonder you ran all the way here. Xiaofan finally understood the situation. There were many ways in God's domain to allow Tier 3 experts to possess Tier 4 combat power. Besides Tier 3 mana set equipment, combat arrays were more than capable of doing the job. However, combat arrays were incredibly rare, and producing them was also extremely troublesome. This was especially true when it came to the materials required. Nevertheless, so long as one managed to manufacture combat arrays capable of granting Tier 3 players Tier 4 combat power, one would be more than capable of dealing with Tier 4 players. After all, the precondition for Tier 4 players' invulnerability to Zerg tactics was that their opponents were Tier 3 combatants or weaker. If a Tier 4 player had to go up against a group of Tier 4 players, even a Tier 4 Apex expert would be pushed to the brink of death very quickly. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you plan on leaving the Demon Mist Valley, I'd advise you to wait here for the time being. We entered this place just recently, so those outerworld experts are probably still hanging around the outer region, 16th Cloud said. Although those Tier 3 experts with Tier 4 combat power are strong, their resistance to the foreign energy in the environment is still at the Tier 3 standard, so they can't stay in a forbidden land for too long. Judging by Xiaofan's reactions, 16th Cloud guessed that the man had not been updated about the Eastern Continent's situation for quite some time now. Although Xiaofan was indeed extraordinarily strong and even had 3 powerful experts following him, his group would most likely still face a bitter battle if it had to go up against a large number of Tier 4 combatants. If the 4 weren't careful, they might even end up losing their lives. At present, the wisest option would be to wait until those Tier 4 combatants had left the Forbidden Land. Thank you for the warning, but that won't be necessary. Xiaofan shook his head in response to 16th Cloud's advice. After voicing his gratitude, he promptly led Phythalia and the others out of the inner region. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. When Xiaofan's party of 4 had gotten several hundred yards away, Sorrowful Silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight turned to 16th Cloud. What should we do now? Sorrowful Silence asked. Do we wait here? Now that the 4-winged feathered dragon had fled this place, they should be safe for some time. We don't have a choice. Let's follow Guild Leader Black Flame, 16th Cloud replied, gritting her teeth. It might be impossible to break out of the encirclement with just the 3 of us, but with the strength of Guild Leader Black Flame's group, we should have a chance. 16th Cloud and the others ran after Xiaofan's group. Chapter 2861, Natives. Demon Mist Valley, Outer Region. Due to the red mist shrouding the Demon Mist Valley all year round, the Forbidden Land was very humid, abounding with lush vegetation. Unlike the plants found in the outside world, the plants here seemed self-aware as they constantly moved about slowly. This made one feel they were traversing a maze when they traveled through the valley. Damn it. Those people sure know how to run. If they just tamely let us kill them, we wouldn't have to suffer so much. A level 143, Tier 4 female swordsman grumbled in dissatisfaction. That might be the case, but we also have to thank these people. A level 143, Tier 4 male berserker standing beside the female swordsman said. If not for these native Tier 4 experts, we wouldn't have an opportunity to earn alliance contribution points. I guess that's true. So long as we gather a few more points, we will be able to stay in the luxury zone where those major powers stay, the female swordsman said, nodding. A hint of anticipation flashing across her eyes, she continued, I heard that the luxury zone even sells drugs that extend one's lifespan. We can also use the extra points we earn to exchange for those drugs. I've heard about them too. Normally, those things are reserved for the upper-class young masters and young ladies. Ordinary people like us have no chance to touch these things, said a middle-aged man who was a level 145, Tier 4 elementalist. Now, though, those major powers have no choice but to ask professionals like us for help to take over this backwater world. It's a pity that the natives here are too inferior. Their control over mana, skills, and spells is terribly clumsy. If they were a little better, we would have more targets to hunt and more points to earn. As these Tier 4 players were chatting merrily, a party of players was eyeing them with contempt. These mercenaries really know how to dream. Do they think they can exchange for those life-extending drugs so easily? Jade Leaf commented as she looked at the bragging Tier 4 experts in disdain. Even our guild has trouble getting our hands on a few bottles, yet they think mercenaries like them can exchange for some? Jade, you can't say that. If we don't provide these people with some benefits, how would we get them to work for us? Awakened Abyss said, smiling. Moreover, thanks to this operation, we also get to exchange for those precious life-extending drugs without limit this time. This is a rare opportunity from the higher-ups. In the world they lived in, life-extending drugs were incredibly precious items. Even children of major families like themselves had great difficulty getting their hands on a bottle. However, they could now use the Alliance contribution points they earned from killing native Tier 4 experts to exchange for these drugs, a precious opportunity, even for them. After all, who wouldn't want to live a longer life? Before Awakened Abyss could continue speaking, a level 144, Tier 4 ranger suddenly approached him in a hurry. Commander, we found traces of a group of people. These should be auras left behind by natives, the ranger reported in a quiet tone. 3 of the auras belong to the 3 people we were pursuing earlier. Good. Gather everyone for an ambush, Awakened Abyss commanded with a smile. So long as we kill them once, we'll see how Shining Tiger will continue bringing their members here to grind. The main reason the Eastern Continent's native superpowers continued to survive was their Tier 4 experts leading teams into Forbidden Lands to grind. Killing the native superpowers Tier 4 experts once would be more than enough to deal a heavy blow to the native superpowers, especially if the death penalty players suffered were increased. While EXP meant very little to Tier 4 players, it was a different story for weapons and equipment. If Tier 4 experts suddenly lost 2 or 3 pieces of their equipment, the native superpowers would definitely suffer heartache. It would also be very challenging for these native Tier 4 experts to recover from their losses. Understood. At Awakened Abyss's command, the ranger promptly contacted the other members of their hunting group to gather at the specified ambush point. In a woodland in the Demon Mist Valley's outer region. If we continue running in this direction for another 4 to 5 hours, we should be able to leave the Demon Mist Valley, 16th Cloud said excitedly as she pointed at a mountain range looming in the distance. The Demon Mist Valley's terrain continuously changed. The one constant in this place was the mountains. Meanwhile, the distant mountain range was none other than the one 16th Cloud's party had passed through to enter the Forbidden Land. The sight of this same mountain range meant that their journey was nearing its end. Once they left the Demon Mist Valley, they could teleport to safety using a return scroll. At that time, the Outer World invaders wouldn't be able to chase them. Sorrowful Silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight also grew excited when they saw the distant mountain range. The 3 of them had been inflicted with a curse that drastically increased the death penalty they suffered and would randomly resurrect them within the Forbidden Land. Previously, they thought that they no longer had any hope of surviving this ordeal. Now, their hopes were rekindled. It would have been incredibly difficult for their party of 3 to escape the outer region by themselves. After all, the outer region had not only Outer World players hunting them but also powerful monsters roaming everywhere. If they got entangled with monsters for too long, the resulting commotion would definitely attract the Outer World players to them. However, when following Xiaofan's party of 4, they actually did not encounter a single monster. It was as if those monsters had vanished from the map. They had to marvel at Xiaofan's party's heaven-defying luck. Now, all they needed to do was run to that distant mountain range. After that, they would be able to fly freely in the sky like birds. However, when the 7 arrived at the foot of the mountain range, a magic barrier suddenly enveloped them. Given its 1,000-yard radius, One could easily tell that it was at the master standard. Even superior mythic monsters would have difficulty breaking out of it. Not good. We got fooled. 16th Cloud's complexion paled when she saw the barrier forming. She had thought that they had already shaken off the Outerworld players' pursuit. Evidently, these Outerworlders had simply waited for them to throw themselves into this trap. With this area sealed with a master magic barrier, they had no hope of escaping whatsoever. Just then, a savage and brawny level 145 man emerged from the forest in front of Xiaofan's group and said with a sadistic look, "You people have made me wait for a very long time. Let's see how you get out of this situation now." The last time his hunting group had come across Shining Tiger's party, it should have succeeded in annihilating the trio. However, the instant 16th Cloud noticed the ambush, she had decisively fled with her party before his hunting group could trap them with a barrier. This time, his hunting group had discovered traces of 16th Cloud's party early and managed to discern where the party was heading. And with this information, his hunting group could easily set up an ambush. At this time, 16th Cloud couldn't help looking at Xiaofan with guilt. Guild leader Black Flame, this is all my fault. If I had suggested we take another exit, they wouldn't have caught us. The Demon Mist Valley didn't have just one exit. Had they chosen any of the other exits instead, they wouldn't have gotten trapped. Vice Commander Cloud, you don't need to blame yourself, Xiaofan said, shaking his head. After all, I was the one who asked you to find the nearest exit. Even if you didn't guide us, we would have had to clean up these hindrances sooner or later. Upon hearing Xiaofan's words, the approaching brawny man automatically frowned. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU clean up us hindrances? What big words you have there. Commander Eagle, why are you wasting time speaking with these people? These ignorant natives just don't know how large the gap between them and us is. Let's just get rid of them now. Xiaofan's words enraged the Outerworld players surrounding his party. In their opinion, the residents of this god's domain were no different from natives living in an undeveloped wilderness. Yet, these natives weren't kneeling and begging them for mercy but even treating them like annoying flies. Such arrogance was beyond salvation. However, while the Outerworld hunting group's 30-plus Tier 4 experts and 100-plus Tier 3 experts were raising a ruckus, the brawny man leading them turned his gaze toward Awakened Abyss's group. "Commander Abyss, you're finally here. May I know if your group will be taking action, or will you leave it to us?" Chapter 2862, Hunter? Or Hunted? Quasi-Eagle's words agitated the Tier 4 experts around him so much that they wished they could charge forward and finish off the 7 native players in front of them immediately. Currently, the Alliance's price for native Tier 4 experts was 300 contribution points per kill. If a curse was used on the kill, they would receive 1,000 points. These prices represented a fortune, even for the Luxury Zone's residents, let alone residents of the Commoner Zone like themselves. If converted into income, 1,000 Alliance contribution points were equivalent to 10 years of salary for an ordinary person living in the Luxury Zone. Indeed, the Interstellar Alliance's bounty for native Tier 4s was that high. This demonstrated the Interstellar Alliance's determination in acquiring this god's domain. More importantly, Alliance contribution points could be exchanged for money but not vice versa. Meanwhile, Alliance contribution points could be used to exchange for many items and resources that normally could not be bought with money. Hence, the 7 Tier 4 players in front of them were basically walking treasure troves. Even if they split the points among their group, they would still earn a significant income. However, Awakened Abyss did not respond to Quasi-Eagle's question. Instead, he stared at the group of native players in front of him. More precisely, he was looking at the cloaked man standing at the head of this group. Despite being surrounded by over 100 Tier 4 combatants and suppressed by a master magic array, this cloaked man remained incredibly calm. Guild leader Black Flame, you've really made me search for you. Awakened Abyss ignored everyone around him, focusing solely on Xiaofan, the words he uttered carrying endless rage and killing intent. Although Awakened Abyss had eventually gotten rescued from Sky Spring City's prison, his reputation in the guild had still plummeted. As a result, despite being one of the guild's top 3 talents, he had no choice but to complete a bunch of meaningless missions, such as hunting down Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Hence, Awakened Abyss bore deep hatred for Xiaofan. Only, after the world passage opened, he had not obtained any information on Xiaofan's whereabouts, so he had no opportunity to reclaim his honor. However, Xiaofan ignored Awakened Abyss's anger and hatred entirely. Looking at the young man, Xiaofan said calmly, "So, it's Commander Abyss of 100 Ghosts. It seems you've improved a lot since we last met." Awakened Abyss was evidently much stronger than when Xiaofan saw him in Sky Spring City. The young man had not only reached level 145 but even broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body. His mana body's completion rate definitely rivaled Phythalia's. Most importantly, aside from sporting epic set equipment, Awakened Abyss also had 3 fragmented legendary items on him. Given that he was at the Domain Realm and had gotten far in the Realms of Truth, the combat power he could display was most likely superior to the average Tier 4 NPCs. "That's right. This is all thanks to you, Guild Leader Black Flame." Awakened Abyss gnashed his teeth at Xiaofeng's words. "Since we had the fortune of meeting today, how about we, 11?" Just as Awakened Abyss was about to propose a duel, Jade Leaf hurriedly tugged his sleeve and said quietly, "Abyss, don't mess around. His strength has already reached monstrous levels. Moreover, the Elder told you that now still isn't the time for us to make an enemy of Black Flame." Awakened Abyss had been imprisoned in Sky Spring City, so he had not witnessed the battle outside the Secret Covenant Tower. Back then, not only did Xiaofan single-handedly slay hundreds of weakened Tier 4 Faux Saint saboteurs as if he was cutting up a bunch of vegetables, but he also revealed extraordinary trump cards. Xiaofan also possessed an incredibly powerful mana domain. When he deployed his mana domain, none of the Faux Saint saboteurs managed to exhibit more than half of their usual combat power. While one of the reasons Windshadow had chosen to surrender to Zero Wing was indeed the mobile fortress's threat, a larger part was Xiaofeng's trump cards. Hence, he had chosen to surrender and compensate Zero Wing. Although their hunting group currently had a significant advantage in numbers and even had a master magic array suppressing Xiaofeng, Jade Leaf still couldn't see their group having any chance of victory against Xiaofeng's party. At Jade Leaf's reminder, Awakened Abyss gradually cooled down. "I know. Although Awakened Abyss wanted nothing more than to kill Xiaofeng right now, his circumstances were no longer the same as before. He could no longer afford to act willfully. Take Jade Leaf, for example. In addition to protecting him, she was also tasked with supervising him. If Awakened Abyss dared defy Windshadow's command and Jade Leaf reported his disobedience, it wouldn't matter whether he managed to kill Xiaofeng or not, nothing good would come of it. In fact, he might get even more marginalized in the guild." After Awakened Abyss finished his conversation with Jade Leaf, he turned to Quasi-Eagle. "Commander Eagle, remove the barrier. We're leaving." At Awakened Abyss's words, Quasi-Eagle and the other Tier 4 experts of the hunting party were all stunned. "What's going on?" 16th Cloud also goggled in shock. She couldn't understand why the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. While she wasn't aware of the history between Awakened Abyss and Xiaofeng, she could tell from the anger and hatred Awakened Abyss had displayed toward Xiaofeng a moment ago that Awakened Abyss wouldn't let them go. In fact, it was already incredible that Awakened Abyss did not take action immediately. Yet, Awakened Abyss was now saying to let them go. If not for her clearly sensing the resentment Awakened Abyss radiated, she would even suspect that Awakened Abyss had merely been feigning anger before and that he actually had an excellent relationship with Xiaofeng. Let alone 16th Cloud, even Xiaofeng found this situation surprising. He couldn't help wondering if Awakened Abyss had blown a fuse or two in his brain from his previous outburst and had a slip of the tongue. "Commander Abyss, what are you saying?" Looking at Awakened Abyss in confusion, Quasi-Eagle asked, "We've expended so much manpower and resources to hunt them down, yet you want us to just release them?" It wasn't easy to hunt down and surround the native superpowers Tier 4 experts, who were now operating very cautiously. If it were before, they would have required a team of only a dozen or so Tier 4 combatants to hunt down a handful of native Tier 4s. Now, they needed to mobilize over 100 Tier 4 combatants just for 3 of Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Since their hunting group had surrounded 7 Tier 4 experts, 4 more than expected, they would make a fortune if they simply finished the job. Yet, Awakened Abyss was telling them to let these Tier 4 experts go. For a moment, Quasi-Eagle suspected that Awakened Abyss had gone crazy. In response, Awakened Abyss clenched his fists and repeated, "Yes, let them go." 16th Cloud and her two guildmates heaved a deep sigh of relief at Awakened Abyss's affirmation. Although they didn't know why such a situation was happening or who exactly Awakened Abyss was, Awakened Abyss appeared to be the leader of this hunting group. And since the leader had spoken, her party should be safe. However, contrary to the Shining Tiger Trio's expectations, Quasi-Eagle, the mercenaries' leader, behaved as if he had not heard Awakened Abyss's command. He didn't call off his subordinates or remove the Master Magic Array. "Sorry, but I cannot listen to your words, Commander Abyss. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with this guild leader Black Flame, but I need to take care of my brothers. We went to great lengths to trap these people in a barrier. If we let them go now, my brothers will have nothing to eat." Looking at Awakened Abyss, Quasi-Eagle smiled faintly and said, "Since you are unwilling to take action, we will do it instead. If you can't bear to watch, you can shut your eyes and stand aside. I promise we won't let your friends suffer and will finish the battle quickly. I support you, boss. Commander Abyss, even if you're the leader, you have to ask our weapons first whether we agree with your command." "That's right. Commander Abyss, if you can't bear to attack your friend, just stand aside." The other mercenaries promptly voiced their agreement with Quasi-Eagle. Players like them relied on bounties to make a living. Now that they had found themselves a big catch, there was no way they would let their prey get away. When Awakened Abyss heard these mercenaries' words, he had an urge to puke blood. When did I become friends with Black Flame?" Despite his anger at the mercenaries' comments, Awakened Abyss was actually delighted about this situation. In fact, he wished these mercenaries would blow up this situation even further. At that time, even if the higher-ups of his guild wanted to pin the blame on him, they couldn't. Although Awakened Abyss was slightly displeased that he wouldn't get revenge with his own hands, watching Xiaofan get killed wasn't a bad option, either. Jade Leaf, on the other hand, frowned at this sight. She never thought that these mercenaries would be so crazy. These mercenaries were treating a monster like Xiaofan as an average Tier 4 expert under the command of the native superpowers. Instead of conducting detailed research on the man, the only thing they had in their minds was money. "Jade, you saw it yourself. I tried to let him go, but these people aren't willing to do so. There's nothing I can do about this." Pretending to be angry, Awakened Abyss said, "These mercenaries simply aren't treating me like their leader at all. That's why I've been saying that I'm not suited to leading these mercenaries. After this mission, you must talk to Elder Windshadow for me. Forget it. We're leaving." Jade Leaf couldn't be bothered with these mercenaries. The instructions of the guild's higher-ups were simple. They were to avoid making an enemy out of Zero Wing, no matter what, for the moment. However, since they had no control over these mercenaries, the higher-ups naturally couldn't blame them for negligence if the mercenaries acted on their own. Jade Leaf promptly drew 100 Ghosts' members aside, refusing to participate in this affair. "Good." Seeing Jade Leaf moving away, Quasi-Eagle smiled and said, "Brothers, time to work. Make sure not to show too ugly of a scene to our dear Commander Abyss." The other mercenaries present laughed, all them gazing at Xiaofeng's group with ill intentions. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU friends, don't blame us for this. We're only doing this to make a living. For our sake, I'll have to trouble you to suffer a little bit. Quasi-Eagle said as he looked at Xiaofeng's group of 7, his eyes radiating killing intent. "Trouble?" Xiaofan chuckled. "It seems you people have made a mistake." "Mistake?" Quasi-Eagle eyed Xiaofan strangely. "What mistake?" "You've mistaken the roles of the hunter and the hunted in this situation." After saying so, Xiaofan extended his mana domain, instantly enveloping a 2,000-yard radius in his mana and shattering the magic barrier trapping the 7. Chapter 2863, Peerless Overlord World Creation? How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock when she saw the magic barrier disappear and the pressure weighing down her body vanished. She simply couldn't bring herself to believe this situation. Even acquiring a mana domain was already tough for Tier 4 players. Anyone who managed to do so would become an absolute powerhouse among Tier 4 existences. Meanwhile, world creation was something even Tier 5 existences had difficulty achieving. Anyone who reached the world creation standard could create a small world of their own, which was much more powerful than a barrier created using a magic array. It was akin to a passive, large-scale magic barrier. What was even more amazing was that the owner of this small world could isolate enemies from the ambient mana. So long as the trapped enemies had yet to reach Tier 5 or the world creation standard or did not possess fragmented legendary items capable of countering a world creation mana domain, resisting the owner of the small world was impossible. In front of a world creation expert, Tier 4 experts were hardly any different from Tier 2 and Tier 3 players. They just had stronger basic attributes and physiques. Let alone 16th Cloud, even Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf were stunned by this situation. How can he be at the world creation level already? Isn't he just a native? Awakened Abyss couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Xiaofan. Even in the gods' domain they came from, only experts standing at the apex of the world had reached the world creation standard, all of them old monsters belonging to the few transcendental powers. However, Xiaofan's appearance indicated he was only 30, at most. Moreover, the god's domain he lived in was not only sparse in mana but also lacking in legacies. No matter how Awakened Abyss looked at it, there was no way anyone in this god's domain could achieve such strength at this stage of the game. So, this is his hidden strength. Jade Leaf was horrified by this revelation. Previously, when Windshadow told her that Xiaofan was still hiding a lot of his strength and that they needed to be careful around him, she hadn't thought much of his warning. She had reminded Awakened Abyss to avoid clashing with Xiaofan simply because she did not want to disobey Windshadow's orders. However, after Xiaofan revealed his hidden strength, Jade Leaf found him much scarier than even Windshadow's predictions. The next moment, before Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries could snap out of their daze, Xiaofan's Light of Two Worlds swung toward them. Tier 4 skill, Lightning Edge. Countless sword lights descended from the sky, creating a mesmerizing river of light. Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries indeed possessed combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, even the weakest Tier 3 expert among them was at the Refinement Realm standard. However, since they couldn't tap the ambient mana, none of the defensive maneuvers and life-saving skills they used could withstand Xiaofan's attack. As a result, apart from Quasi-Eagle and a Tier 4 Elementalist, both of whom had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies, everyone else lost their lives to the sword lights. When the river of light disappeared, a ravine dozens of meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters long had formed in the forested region, with weapons and equipment strewn inside it. How is this possible? Quasi-Eagle, who had survived thanks to a Tier 4 defensive skill, was stupefied when he saw most of his team of more than 100 Tier 4 combatants wiped out. When he and the surviving Elementalist looked at Xiaofan again, they shuddered involuntarily, horror swamping their hearts. The two of them finally understood that what Xiaofan had said earlier was true. From start to end, their team had merely been a bunch of clowns. They arrogantly thought of Xiaofan's group as sheep for the slaughter, not knowing that they themselves were the actual sheep. World creation. No wonder Awakened Abyss conceded without hesitation. Quasi-Eagle smiled bitterly as he looked at Xiaofan. The loss of levels was a small matter for Tier 4 players like them. However, the loss of weapons and equipment wasn't something that they could recover from easily. "Boss, what should we do?" The level 144, Tier 4 male Elementalist asked Quasi-Eagle in a panic. "There's no way we can get away from him inside this small world. We also can't fly inside the Demon Mist Valley. Once a world creation expert unleashed their mana domain, escape was impossible, especially for players like themselves." At the Elementalist's question, Quasi-Eagle gritted his teeth and said to Xiaofan, "Friend, my brother and I surrender. We are willing to compensate you with 2 pieces of top-tier epic equipment for each of us. What do you think?" Quasi-Eagle's proposal surprised Awakened Abyss and the other 100 Ghosts members. The commander of the Wild Hunt mercenary group was considered above average among the Tier 4 experts in their god's domain. For him to actually bow down to another was simply unbelievable. Quasi-Eagle was known to be a ruthless person in their god's domain. He had once gone up against a guild all by himself. Despite getting killed more than a dozen times, he still did not give up clashing with the guild. Eventually, the guild in question suffered a major loss in a guild war. And with Quasi-Eagle incessantly targeting the guild's experts, the guild had no choice but to concede and provide all sorts of compensation to Quasi-Eagle to put this feud to rest. This incident had spurred Quasi-Eagle's rise to fame. He had then gone on to establish the present Wild Hunt mercenary group, which had a reputation as a pack of mad dogs in their god's domain. Yet, Quasi-Eagle was actually taking the initiative to admit defeat after suffering such a small setback. How could Awakened Abyss and the others not find this situation surprising? Unfortunately, Xiaofan showed no interest whatsoever in Quasi-Eagle's proposal. 3 pieces. We'll pay 3 pieces of epic equipment each, Quasi-Eagle said, gritting his teeth. Even if you kill us, the most we will drop is 2 items each. Top-tier epic equipment is rare even in the present god's domain. This is definitely a worthwhile transaction for you. Normally, Quasi-Eagle wouldn't have minded getting killed. However, he currently had a precious treasure on his person, and it had a certain chance of dropping upon death. It was precisely thanks to this treasure that he had managed to break through his mana body's 100% threshold. Meanwhile, this was only the tip of the iceberg of what this treasure had to offer. Although he didn't know what exactly this treasure was, since it had such an ability, it was definitely more valuable than even fragmented legendary items. He naturally wouldn't dare bet on the chance that it wouldn't drop. Hence, he endured the humiliation of surrendering. However, before Quasi-Eagle could finish speaking, Xiaofan had already slashed out with the abyssal blade. First sword, Light Shadow. You lunatic. When Quasi-Eagle and the Elementalist saw the towering greatsword descending toward them, they promptly activated another life-saving skill. The two of them then fled in different directions, neither daring to receive the descending greatsword. They could clearly sense the frightening power the illusory greatsword carried. This attack was most likely much stronger than even that of superior mythic monsters. Receiving it would be suicide. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. As Quasi-Eagle and the Tier 4 Elementalist used up one life-saving skill after another, Xiaofan executed Light Shadow time and again. After 5 consecutive slashes, Quasi-Eagle and the Elementalist finally fell to the illusory greatsword and transformed into ashes, each of them dropping 2 items as they died. This scene rendered Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf speechless for a long time. So, this is the power of world creation? 16th Cloud similarly found herself at a loss for words when she saw Quasi-Eagle getting killed in just a few moves. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Her party of 3 had previously clashed with the mercenary commander. Despite the 3 of them working together to fight him, they were still at a disadvantage. Yet, Xiaofan had overwhelmed Quasi-Eagle and another Tier 4 expert, who had also broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body, so much that the 2 couldn't even retaliate. Afterward, Xiaofan collected the loot from Wild Hunt, then glanced at 100 Ghosts' group. Awakened Abyss and the dozen or so Tier 4 experts around him shuddered involuntarily. A few of them even stumbled 2 steps back. Xiaofan turned to 16th Cloud and the others. Let's go. Leaving behind the petrified members of 100 Ghosts, Xiaofan led 16th Cloud and the others straight out of the Demon Mist Valley. Chapter 2864, Astonishing Zero Wing has finally gone. Jade Leaf heaved a deep sigh of relief when Xiaofan's group disappeared into the distance. Previously, she thought that Xiaofan would take action against them. Although they weren't afraid of getting killed, losing equipment would still impact them to a certain extent. Black Flame. Awakened Abyss glared at the distant sky. Just you wait. I'll get back at you one day. Although Xiaofan was indeed powerful, he wasn't an invincible existence. This was especially true in the War of Worlds. Let alone Tier 4 world creation experts, even Tier 5 NPCs were incapable of stopping their invasion. Otherwise, so many kingdoms on the eastern continent wouldn't have fallen so soon after the War of Worlds began. Now, while it might seem like both sides had reached a balance, they were merely accumulating their strength. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the next large-scale operation began. Abyss, you'd better not mess around. Black Flame is much scarier than we initially expected. If you disrupt the Alliance's plans, even Elder Windshadow won't be able to protect you, Jade Leaf warned. What we need to do now is notify the Elder about Black Flame as soon as possible. Although a peerless overlord like Xiaofan couldn't affect the overall situation of the war between the two gods' domains, he could still affect the outcome of some war theaters. I know. Awakened Abyss nodded. After this operation, I'll return to headquarters and apply for a trial slot. You'll apply for the trial now? Isn't it too soon? Jade Leaf asked in surprise. The god's domain they came from was different from this god's domain. Their world had plenty of legacies. One of the more valuable legacies 100 Ghosts possessed was an ancient trial, and the entry slots for this trial were generally reserved for the guild's top talents. However, while this ancient trial could provide significant growth to players, it also came with significant risks. Failure would put players' souls into a weakened state for a long period. Moreover, every top talent in the guild had only one opportunity to challenge this trial. If I can improve my strength now, I can earn more contribution points in the upcoming war. So long as I accumulate enough points, I can just exchange for another trial slot. Awakened Abyss had long considered challenging the ancient trial. The Interstellar Alliance was adamant in acquiring the Eastern continent, hence, it had offered incredibly lavish rewards to those willing to contribute to this cause. With his status as one of 100 Ghosts' peerless geniuses, acquiring another slot for future use wouldn't be difficult so long as he made enough contributions in the war. So his only problem was that he needed to achieve world creation in this trial. Previously, Awakened Abyss had only heard rumors regarding the strength of world creation, but he hadn't known exactly how powerful the ability to create a small world was. However, after seeing Xiaofan's battle, he finally understood the power of world creation. This was why he had decided to challenge the trial ahead of time. Arctic Canyon, Zero Wing City. Several bright flashes appeared above the teleportation array inside Zero Wing City's teleportation hall as Xiaofan's party of 7 teleported into the city. So, this is Zero Wing City? 16th Cloud was astonished when she arrived inside the teleportation hall. What incredibly dense mana! Although she had long since heard rumors that Zero Wing City's mana was extraordinary, she found that the city was even more amazing than the rumors had depicted it to be. Zero Wing City was bustling with people. All sorts of NPC merchants and NPC nobles were walking down the street outside the teleportation hall. She spotted even Tier 4 NPCs wandering the city. If not for her coming to Zero Wing City to sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing on behalf of Shining Tiger, she would have never realized that Zero Wing City was such an amazing place. Phythalia, McCaffrey, and Crimson which were also shocked by the city. Not only did Zero Wing City possess superior mana to the Starlight Fortresses, but its security standard was also incredible. There were even Tier 4 NPCs patrolling the city. Zero Wing City's security standard was something no other guild city in God's domain could even imagine having. While the various superpowers boasted Tier 4 NPCs of their own, these NPCs were personal guards the various superpowers nurtured. The superpowers treated every one of these NPCs as their most precious combatants, normally using them to defend entire towns or cities single-handedly. However, in Zero Wing City, Tier 4 NPCs were actually tasked with leading patrol squads. Moreover, there wasn't just one such patrol squad patrolling the city streets but many. The Tier 4 NPCs that were precious in the eyes of the various superpowers were no different from cabbages in Zero Wing City. Xiaofan, though, did not find this situation particularly surprising. Zero Wing City was currently the only main guild city in God's domain. It was even situated in the Arctic Canyon, a high-level neutral map. The number of Tier 4 NPCs seeking to develop themselves here would naturally be significant. Hence, Zero Wing City could recruit a group of Tier 4 NPCs to serve as soldiers. Not to mention, Zero Wing City's mana environment rivaled that of the ancient God's domain, making the city even more attractive to Tier 4 NPCs. After all, if one wished to develop themselves further, one would need to improve one's understanding of mana. However, Xiaofan had to admit that Zero Wing City had truly made significant progress while he was gone. Not only had the strength of the city's NPC soldiers improved, but even the players occupying the city had grown stronger. Now, the players here were all Tier 3 or above, with even the lowest leveled among them at level 136. He had even noticed quite a few Tier 4 players in the city. On the way from the teleportation hall to Zero Wing's residence, Xiaofan had spotted more than 10 Tier 4 players, which meant that Zero Wing City was even more prosperous than the Starlight Fortress. After all, any player capable of entering Zero Wing City now was a member of either Zero Wing or one of the guild's partners, and this drastically reduced the number of players capable of entering the city. Apart from that, the number of Zero Wing's members present in the city had reached an incredible number. When Zero Wing City was first opened after its promotion to main city, only several tens of thousands of Zero Wing members had entered it. Yet, according to the information Xiaofan received from the guild residents, there were more than 500,000 Zero Wing members in the city now. Given that one needed to be at least Tier 3 to operate around Zero Wing City, Zero Wing currently had at least 500,000 Tier 3 players under its command. This number definitely surpassed that of ordinary superpowers by a large margin and rivaled what super guilds had. Guild leader, this is our guild's latest development report, Liang Jing said with a hint of pride as she handed Xiaofan a statistics report. Although a lot of things had occurred on the eastern continent during Xiaofan's absence, because of the mobile fortress and 3 guild cities, Zero Wing managed to hurdle most of these problems. In fact, during the War of Worlds, Zero Wing City had practically become a shelter that all players sought to enter. Many annihilated guilds and wandering adventurer teams had chosen to join Zero Wing, which resulted in Zero Wing's member count skyrocketing. If not for resource limitations, the guild's member count would have most likely doubled by now. Be amazing. Xiaofan was astounded when he read the numbers on the report. At present, Zero Wing's total Tier 3 member count already exceeded 800,000, more than 500,000 of which were operating in Zero Wing City. The rest were operating in Stone Forest City, Silver Wing City, and the Mobile Fortress. However, this still wasn't the most astonishing part. What was more important was that Zero Wing now had 73 Tier 4 players under its command. This number was even higher than what the average super guild had. For a moment, Xiaofan even wondered if he had returned to the wrong guild. After all, super first-rate guilds currently had only a dozen or so Tier 4 players, with stronger ones having 20. Super guilds had only around 30 or 40. Only existences like the 5 great super guilds had over 70 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, according to Liang Jing's report, Zero Wing still had over 40 players stuck inside their respective Tier 4 legacy lands, and half of them were expected to succeed in their promotion. In other words, Zero Wing would soon have over 100 Tier 4 experts under its command. Of course, the main reason Zero Wing could produce such frightening numbers was Zero Wing City's environment. The environment here allowed players to continuously improve their knowledge of and control over mana. Looking at Xiaofan's surprised expression, Liang Jing suggested, "Guild leader, several more outerworld superpowers arrived on the eastern continent recently, and some of the eastern continent's superpowers got annihilated as a consequence. I think we should absorb the Tier 3 and Tier 4 players of these fallen superpowers. Since our income of resources has reached a bottleneck, and we can support only so many guild members with what we currently have, I wish to open Zero Wing City further. With the city's advantages, we can easily acquire even more resources. Then, we can recruit more experts into Zero Wing." Xiaofan nodded in agreement with Liang Jing's suggestion. The War of Worlds was indeed a scary event, but it was also a good opportunity for development. This was because the moment the world passage opened, the players of the 2 gods' domains were enemies. Not only were players from the 2 gods' domains incapable of adding each other as friends, but they couldn't communicate with each other through the system, either. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. In addition, players of the 2 worlds could kill each other without accumulating any crime value. In fact, native players would even receive gifts and EXP from killing outerworld players, albeit significantly lower EXP than the EXP awarded for killing monsters and NPCs. Most importantly, native players couldn't join outerworld guilds and vice versa. Hence, native forces were the only option available to members of fallen superpowers. We should indeed open Zero Wing City further to the public. Smiling, Xiaofan added, "Before that, though, we still need to do something." "We still need to do something?" Liang Jing parroted in confusion. In her opinion, Zero Wing had already done everything possible and reached its current development limit. To expand its forces further, the only option it had was to open up Zero Wing City. As for Zero Wing's other territories, developing them any further was impossible at present. That's right. Nodding, Xiaofan took out a document and said, "Prepare the materials on this list for me. I need them immediately." Further opening Zero Wing City to the public was a must. However, before doing so, he needed to complete the intercontinental teleportation array. With it, the city's opening would generate much better results. Chapter 2865, Special Loot. After Liang Jing left the room to prepare the listed materials, Xiaofan finally had time to sort through the loot from the Outer World players. Even the weakest among Quasi-Eagle's group was a Tier 3 player with Tier 4 combat power, so they all possessed excellent equipment, especially those Tier 3 players. If he could gather a complete set of their equipment, he would be able to increase Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 combatants by 1. As Xiaofan inspected the loot, he couldn't help feeling some awe at the Outer World players' equipment. Every one of those Tier 3 experts was actually geared in Tier 3 mana set equipment. In the current God's Domain, a full set could easily sell for over 10,000 gold. However, compared to the Tier 4 experts' loot, the Tier 3 experts' loot was inferior by a large margin. Even the worst item dropped by the Tier 4 Outer World players was level 150 epic equipment. Some of them had even dropped parts of epic set equipment. Judging by the loot, Xiaofan could say with certainty that these Tier 4 Outer World players were using full sets of epic set equipment. Even the current Zero Wing didn't have epic set equipment. Setting aside how rare epic set equipment was, even if one found a way to obtain a set, one would still have to expend an incredible amount of time and manpower to acquire the full set. After all, there was no way to gather a full set just by killing one type of boss monster. One would have to kill multiple types of bosses. Moreover, these bosses were not guaranteed to drop the equipment one desired. In other words, if one didn't kill a large number and variety of bosses, gathering a complete set of epic set equipment would be impossible. Meanwhile, killing a bunch of level 150 mythic ranked bosses was a task that required a large number of Tier 4 players. Of course, one part of an epic set equipment from the Outer World players didn't prove anything. However, Xiaofan didn't have just one part but 5. Moreover, this was merely the loot he got from killing Tier 4 experts of an Outer World mercenary group. He could easily imagine how excellent the equipment of the Outer World superpowers Tier 4 experts was and how many Tier 4 experts these superpowers possessed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a measly mercenary group to gather so much epic set equipment. No wonder the Eastern Continent superpowers are powerless to retaliate. In terms of equipment standards alone, they are already behind by more than half a year. Not to mention, there is also the massive difference in the number of Tier 4 experts. Xiaofan's head ached as he looked at the items before him. Originally, he thought that the difference between Earth's God's Domain and the Interstellar Continent's God's Domain lay only in the number of Tier 4 experts and combat techniques they possessed. Now, he found that there was a massive gap even in weapons and equipment. He had to admit that the threat level of the Outer World's players and forces exceeded his expectations. After all, even now, Zero Wing could manufacture only individual pieces of epic equipment. Moreover, the production volume was incredibly low since only a handful of players could make them. And worse, according to the statistics report regarding Zero Wing's Tier 4 members, less than 30% of them were currently equipped with 5 or more pieces of level 150 epic equipment. The rest had only 3 or so pieces of level 150 epic equipment on average. As for epic set equipment, dream on. Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts had that many pieces of level 150 epic equipment mainly because of the Arctic Canyon. In addition, Yang Ya and Cleansing Whistle had returned from the ancient God's Domain with a large number of level 150 epic equipment. If not for these factors, Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts would be even more poorly equipped right now. However, it wasn't exactly accurate to describe Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts as poorly equipped. At the very least, they were much better equipped than the native superpowers Tier 4 experts. They were only inferior when compared to the Outer World's Tier 4 experts. It seems I'll have to start acquiring some top-tier epic weapons and equipment once I finish setting up the intercontinental teleportation array. Otherwise, even if we have enough Tier 4 experts, we still won't be able to go up against the outerworld superpowers. While it was indeed important for one to acquire legacy guidances and improve one's control over mana after reaching Tier 4, that didn't mean one could just ignore one's weapons and equipment. After all, there was at least a 20% difference in basic attributes between a full set of disparate epic equipment and a full set of epic set equipment. This difference would become even more significant with amplification by skills and mana control. After Xiaofan finished inspecting the weapons and equipment dropped, he set his sights on a shabby, crystalline statue. When he inspected the statue, though, he was stunned. An eternal item? No matter how he looked at the crystalline statue, it appeared ordinary. Yet, when he tried inspecting it, he actually failed to get any information. All he got was a bunch of unknowns. Moreover, when he carefully spread his senses around the statue, he felt an urge to devour this statue, just like when he received the World Stone from Phoenix Rain. Immediately, Xiaofan activated omniscient eyes to identify the statue. Due to his mana body having reached the 120% threshold, omniscient eyes took less than 30 seconds to finish the appraisal. Origin Statue, Eternal Item, Effect 1. Guides the principle of all things. Effect 2. Indestructible Object. Guides the principle of all things. Xiaofan was momentarily confused by the item description. The World Stone's description stated that it could stabilize the principle of all things. It had allowed him to log in and out of the game freely while in the ancient god's domain. However, what did the system mean by guiding the principle of all things? Just as Xiaofan was wondering about the origin statue's function, Liang Jing contacted him. Guild leader, I've prepared the materials you asked for. I can have them delivered to the teleportation hall now. Okay. I'll head over right away. At Liang Jing's report, Xiaofan stopped studying the origin statue in his hand. After casually storing it in his bag, he hurried to the teleportation hall to strengthen the existing teleportation array. Only with the modification could the teleportation array manipulate enough mana to connect with the Western continent's spatial node and form a stable teleportation channel. And once a stable channel was established, easy travel between the two continents would become possible. He would no longer have to trouble himself with searching for unreliable ancient teleportation arrays. Zero Wing City, Battle Arena. The Battle Arena covered an area of several sports stadiums. Presently, the establishment was crowded with players, and even Tier 4 players were waiting in line to reserve a combat room. The liveliness here was even more exaggerated than the auction houses of imperial capitals. Looking at McAfee and Crimson Witch, who had just exited a combat room, Fithelia asked curiously, Afri, what do you think of the combat room's effects? Initially, they had visited the Eastern continent to assist Zero Wing and deepen the relationship between Divine Tribe and Zero Wing. However, after experiencing Zero Wing City's mana, they couldn't suppress their curiosity about the effects of training in such an environment. Hence, they came to this place to sate their curiosity. After all, the battle arena was the only place in Zero Wing City that allowed players to do combat. How should I put it? After pondering for a moment and mentally sorting his words, McAfee said, if the Starlight Fortress's training efficiency is a 10, then this place is above 30. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Fithelia couldn't help feeling skeptical of McAfee's evaluation. Although she knew that McAfee was an austere person and that Zero Wing City's environment was extraordinary, McAfee's evaluation of the city's training effect was simply too exaggerated in her opinion. For players of their caliber, the quality of their training environment would need to be significantly better for them to see any improvements to their training efficiency. Hence, no matter how excellent Zero Wing City's environment was, she couldn't bring herself to believe that someone like McAfee would see his training efficiency triple. No. It's not an exaggeration. Commander Fithelia, although the mana here isn't misty, when you start manipulating the ambient mana, you'll discover that its density is actually much greater than the mana mist you find in the outside world, Crimson Witch insisted earnestly. If you fight against an expert of the same caliber in this environment, the insights you can get are on a completely different level. This is especially true for your control over mana. I really don't know how Zero Wing accomplished this. They actually managed to let a guild city have such dense mana. You can even view the operating principles of mana with such high clarity. She's right. If I can train here, I'm confident I can further improve my mana body in less than 10 days, McCaffrey said, nodding. He then looked enviously at the Zero Wing members in the building. The Divine Tribe trio had the fortune of visiting Zero Wing City only because they had followed Xiaofan to the eastern continent. If not for Xiaofan granting them access, they wouldn't have been able to enter the city. They also wouldn't have realized how astonishing the city's environment was. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could actually enjoy the environment here every day. How could he not envy them? At his current standard, increasing his mana body's completion rate by even 1% was incredibly challenging. Yet, in Zero Wing City, he saw the chance to improve his mana body rapidly. A glimmer appeared in Crimson Witch's eyes as she insisted, "Commander Phythalia, we must recommend establishing a temporary residence in Zero Wing City to the Grand Elders and Guild Leader once we return. It doesn't matter even if we have to pay a significant price. The short-term effects might not be obvious, but the long-term benefits for the guild are absolutely unimaginable. Surpassing the 5 great super guilds might even become possible." Phythalia smiled wryly at Crimson Witch's strong recommendation. "I want to, but once the intercontinental teleportation array is activated, I'm afraid it'll become difficult for Divine Tribe to secure a temporary residence." Once Zero Wing's intercontinental teleportation array began operating, so long as the two continent superpowers were not stupid, they would understand just how valuable Zero Wing City was, not to mention the extraordinary mana environment in this place. She could easily imagine how many superpowers would seek to garrison Zero Wing City at that time. "No. You can't say that, Commander Phythalia." Looking at Phythalia, McCaffrey suddenly smiled and said, "I heard that Black Flame lives in Yuantian City's upper zone. With your family's influence and connections, if you personally paid him a visit, wouldn't he agree to a partnership immediately? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." EU Phythalia was a potential successor of a powerful family based in the upper zone. Her beauty and figure in the real world were also at the level of toppling nations. If she personally visited someone in the upper zone and sincerely proposed a partnership, hardly anyone in the upper zone would refuse her. Upon hearing McCaffrey's suggestion, Crimson Witch nodded in agreement. "You, too." Phythalia sputtered, rendered speechless by her two companions. However, before Phythalia could say anything more, a sudden commotion came from outside the battle arena. Then, the mana in the city grew violent and irritable. When Phythalia and her companions walked out of the lobby, they promptly noticed a tower of light rising from the teleportation hall's direction. Chapter 2866. Astonishing transformation. It's done. Xiaofan grew ecstatic as he took in the pillar of light rising from the teleportation array in front of him. Previously, he had indeed been certain that he could strengthen the teleportation array until it could handle enough mana to support a teleportation channel connecting the two continents. However, when he began working, he started to have doubts. After all, the teleportation channel had to span not only the distance between the two continents but also the distance between the western continent's edge and the Starlight Fortress, which was nowhere near the ocean. If the teleportation array didn't have enough mana for this additional distance, it still wouldn't connect with the spatial node in the Starlight Fortress. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. At this time, Liang Jing called him and asked in a panic, "Guild leader, did something happen on your side?" A pillar of light suddenly came from the teleportation hall. Right now, everyone in the city is talking about it, thinking that something big happened there. The teleportation hall was an important economic resource for Zero Wing City. At the same time, it was the foundation of the city's prosperity. In the absence of a guild residence and the teleportation array, players could only run to the distant Arctic Canyon. If this were to happen, Zero Wing's partner forces and their members would definitely be less enthusiastic about visiting Zero Wing City. "Relax. Everything's fine," Xiaofan said, chuckling. "I just completed the teleportation array connecting the two continents. From now on, we can freely teleport to the western continent from the teleportation hall, and there won't be any restrictions on time or head count." "We can freely teleport to the western continent." Liang Jing was momentarily stunned, her mind failing to process Xiaofan's words. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she looked at Xiaofeng's face on the screen. Before the World Passage's activation, connecting the two main continents held great importance only in terms of trade. However, after the World Passage opened, battlefields appeared all over the eastern continent, and massacres became common out in the wild. Due to the chaos and constant threats, many of the eastern continent's powers and players sought to develop on the western continent. Unfortunately, there was a limited number of ancient teleportation arrays on the eastern continent. Even among the superpowers, very few could travel between the two continents. Moreover, even these few superpowers could transport only a small number of elites at a time. Now, Xiaofan was telling her that Zero Wing City's teleportation hall could facilitate travel to the western continent without any restrictions. How could she possibly believe this? If news of this matter were to get out, a tsunami of players would flood Zero Wing City within a day. This function would overturn the situation on the eastern continent. It was game-changing. Yes. Didn't you propose to open Zero Wing further? Smiling, Xiaofan said, now that the intercontinental teleportation array is completed, you can announce to the public that Zero Wing City will be fully opened to the public starting today. Our partner and subordinate forces will enjoy a 70% discount on all teleportations. Originally, he had not intended to fully open Zero Wing City so soon. However, the city's development was astonishing, hitting a bottleneck already. To further spread Zero Wing's influence, he could only fully open Zero Wing City to the public. In this way, Zero Wing could attract an ocean of wealth and resources to Zero Wing City, as well as more expert players to the guild. Fully open the city? Guild leader, isn't this a little too soon? Liang Jing panicked at Xiaofeng's words. Zero Wing City's present environment and security standards are already enough to drive many players and superpowers wild. Once news that our teleportation hall is connected to the western continent spreads, we will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of all forces on the eastern continent. Even the Outer World's forces will probably go nuts over Zero Wing City. Liang Jing didn't even need to think about what would await Zero Wing City if the city were fully open to the public. It would definitely spark massive changes in the entire eastern continent. No, the entire God's domain. The intensity of the changes would not be the slightest bit inferior to the World Passage's activation. At that time, Zero Wing would become the focal point of the entire God's domain even if it tried to maintain a low profile. With access to such frightening resources and influence, Zero Wing would soon grow into an existence that could surpass even the 5 great superguilds combined. This definitely wasn't an outcome any superpower native or outer world would be willing to see. Hence, as long as news of Zero Wing City's full opening spread, Zero Wing would become the common enemy of all native and outer world superpowers. While Zero Wing had recently grown significantly, it definitely couldn't go up against so many superpowers simultaneously. Not to mention, the outer world superpowers were existences that had successfully destroyed more than a dozen kingdoms. Moreover, the number of Tier 4 NPCs a kingdom commanded far exceeded Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 experts. The royal capitals of NPC kingdoms had stronger defenses than Zero Wing City, yet these cities had still fallen in the end. Of course, a large part of why these kingdoms had fallen was the Outer World's NPC forces. However, nobody could say for certain that the Outer World's players couldn't guide or cooperate with the Outer World's NPC forces to target Zero Wing. Naturally, Xiaofan understood Liang Jing's concerns. In an earnest tone, he explained, "I understand, but this is a problem we will have to face sooner or later. Thus, we should strike while the iron is hot and strengthen Zero Wing in one fell swoop. If we succeed, we'll have a much better chance at contending with the native and outer world superpowers." Previously, 16th Cloud had provided him with plenty of information regarding the outer world's various forces. Hence, he understood that the main reason the eastern continent had yet to fall completely was that only a small portion of the outer world superpowers and NPC forces had crossed the world passage. However, as more time passed, more outer world NPC and player forces were bound to arrive on the eastern continent. Eventually, Zero Wing would have to go up against these outer world forces. To put it simply, Zero Wing wasn't in a race against the various forces but against time. Under these circumstances, the guild would naturally be better off developing as quickly as possible. Rather than acquiring small amounts of resources and developing slowly in secret, Zero Wing would be better off going big and developing rapidly while the Outer World's forces were still settling down in the eastern continent. Not to mention, Zero Wing currently had a lot of partner forces already. With these partners, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible for Zero Wing to go up against the native and Outer World superpowers that had yet to develop themselves adequately. This, Liang Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. In her opinion, Xiaofang's decision was simply absurd. However, she didn't have a better suggestion. Relax. I know what I'm doing, Xiaofan consoled when he saw Liang Jing's hesitancy. Just get everything prepared on your side. Also, notify Melancholic and Yulan about this. I'm afraid you three will be very busy in the future. Liang Jing had no choice but to nod helplessly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Xiaofan had always acted more like a figurehead than an actual guild leader. Although he had laid a massive foundation for the guild, he would leave the guild's daily maintenance and operation to others. Naturally, Liang Jing felt incredibly frustrated by this situation, and she frequently wished she could curse him to his face. Deep down, however, she still felt happy and excited for some inexplicable reason. After disconnecting the call, Liang Jing promptly began making the necessary preparations, while Xiaofan headed to Zero Wing City's City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion, second underground floor, statue room. At this time, apart from Xiaofan, everybody else had been told to leave the room. Xiaofan had also temporarily removed the entry rights for core members and ordered the 2 Tier 4 Feingold guards outside to prevent anyone from approaching the room. Now that my concentration is at Tier 5, and my understanding of and control over mana have reached their limits, it's about time I tried breaking through to Tier 5. Looking at the ancient beast sculpture in front of him, Xiaofan began constructing an entirely new mana body. Chapter 2867, Promotion to Tier 5. Although Xiaofan had never tried to create a personalized mana body, he was very confident of success, now that he had grasped the basic use of mana's various elements and his mana body had reached a 120% completion rate. After spending close to an hour inside the statue room, Xiaofan finished constructing a brand new mana body. Simultaneously, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System. The strength of the constructed mana body is at 144% of your current mana body. It is not at the Tier 5 standard. Xiaofan revealed a wry smile as he looked at the system notification. Sure enough, constructing a Tier 5 mana body isn't easy. In his opinion, the new mana body he constructed was perfect. He had thoroughly implemented the basic properties of the various elements of mana into his mana body. He had even built an elemental magic array for each element, making it much easier to manipulate the ambient mana. Hence, he never thought that the strength of the new mana body would be at only 144% of his current mana body. From what he heard in his previous life, the requirement for the constructed Tier 5 mana body would depend on the rank of the player's existing mana body. The higher the rank, the lower the requirement. Take the gold mana body, for example. One would need to construct a mana body that was at least 300% stronger to meet the Tier 5 mana body standard. On the other hand, a bronze mana body's owner would need to reach 500% to get promoted to Tier 5. This was why expert players needed to secure the best mana body possible at Tier 3. This decision didn't just relate to the strength of one's mana. It also served as a massive hurdle to reaching Tier 5. If I didn't meet the requirement even with 144%, it seems I'll need to reach at least 200% to get promoted to Tier 5 with an epic mana body. After pondering for a moment, Xiaofan took out the Sword Saint's legacy he had obtained in the ancient god's domain. He then began accepting the legacy guidance in silence. The mana body he constructed just now was already the limit of his current abilities. In his opinion, there were 3 possible reasons behind his failure to meet the requirements. The first was that his control over mana was insufficient. The second was that his understanding of mana was insufficient. The third was that his understanding of mana bodies was insufficient. Xiaofan felt that his control over and understanding of mana had already reached the limits of Tier 4. It should be impossible to improve on them any further. Not to mention, The Dragon Phantom in the trial had praised his level and even stated that some Tier 5 dragons might not be able to rival him in these two aspects. Hence, these two aspects were unlikely to be his stumbling block. In that case, the problem should lie with his poor understanding of mana bodies. Meanwhile, solving this problem was simple. Previously, he had refrained from accepting the Sword Saint's legacy guidance because he was afraid of wasting it. Back then, he felt that his foundation was still lacking and that he still needed to accumulate more strength. The stronger he became, the greater his harvest from the legacy guidance. However, his foundation had now grown so sturdy that even Tier 5 adult dragons might not be a match for him. It was the perfect moment for him to accept the Sword Saint's knowledge. Following this, time passed rapidly inside the statue room. A flood of information kept pouring into Xiaofang's mind. The more information he browsed through, the brighter his eyes became. Thanks to this information, many of his questions had gotten answered. He also grew increasingly mesmerized by the Sword Saint's knowledge. After the legacy guidance was over, Xiaofan stared at the ancient beast sculpture idly, his mind immersed in the knowledge he gained. While Xiaofan quietly processed the Sword Saint's legacy guidance, a commotion raged in Zero Wing's guild cities. Just a moment ago, Zero Wing had announced that it would open Zero Wing City to the public. All players could teleport to Zero Wing City via Sky Spring City and enter it from the Arctic Canyon. Everyone who received this piece of news found it to be unbelievable. Awesome. This is great. I heard that you could raise your training efficiency by several times inside Zero Wing City. I never thought that Zero Wing would open such an amazing place to the public. That's not all of it. Did you see the levels of Zero Wing's members? Not that long ago, I was at roughly the same level as their Tier 3 members. Now, they're at least 3 levels above me. The grinding speed in the Arctic Canyon is simply ridiculous. Nowadays, no player on the Eastern continent was unaware of Zero Wing City's existence. However, as Zero Wing had reserved the city for its exclusive use, everyone not affiliated with the guild could only watch in envy from the sidelines. Even the various superpowers were helpless against Zero Wing City. Now that Zero Wing City is open to the public, how could they not feel excited? Less than half an hour after Zero Wing's announcement, practically every native player and player force on the Eastern continent had found out about it. Fire Wing Empire, Secret Pavilion's headquarters, as the most well-informed transcendental organization in God's domain, the Secret Pavilion was one of the first guilds to learn of Zero Wing City's public opening. It had even found out detailed information, such as Zero Wing City's entrance fee pricing and current player population. Uncle Yuan, it seems Zero Wing finally plans on giving its all. Purple Jade smiled as she read the detailed report in her hands. Looking at Yuan Taishin, she said, this development will probably make the Eastern continent's superpowers pretty anxious. At this time, Purple Jade's aura had already undergone a massive transformation. Not only did she give off an otherworldly vibe, but she also exuded an indescribable feeling of sharpness. She was now a level 153, Tier 4 Sword Emperor. The mana she radiated even appeared somewhat misty. If Xiaofan were to see her now, he would be surprised. Zero Wing's development has reached a bottleneck. If the War of Worlds did not take place, it might have been able to continue developing quietly for some time. While sorting through the reports spread across his desk, Yuan Taishin was slightly surprised when reading the news on Zero Wing. However, now that the Outer World players have intruded into the Eastern continent, Zero Wing has to open Zero Wing City to acquire even more resources if it wants to make any further progress. However, it is also a risky move, given Zero Wing's current state. I initially thought Zero Wing would maintain a low profile for a while longer. Black Flames opening the city as soon as he returned was beyond my expectations. I can't help thinking that he is rushing things a little too much. Yuan Taishin did not doubt that Xiaofan had opened Zero Wing City to the public because of the Outer World players' invasion. However, while doing so would allow Zero Wing City to develop rapidly, it would also turn the city into an eyesore. The Outer World superpowers were not as easy to deal with as the Eastern continent's native superpowers. Not to mention, The Outer World superpowers definitely would not wish to see the remnant forces of the native superpowers they defeated flocking to Zero Wing's banner and creating a colossal native power. Previously, the Outer World superpowers had refrained from targeting Zero Wing because the latter had always operated like a turtle, limiting its members' activity to the vicinity of its strongholds. With Zero Wing's guild cities and mobile fortresses' immense defensive capabilities, devouring the guild was a very challenging proposition. The guild cities of other superpowers posed much easier targets. However, now that Zero Wing had fully opened Zero Wing City to the public, even a fool could foretell the consequences of this action. With the city's massive advantages, Zero Wing would become the strongest and largest guild on the eastern continent. Moreover, it wouldn't take long for this future to come to fruition. Given this situation, although Zero Wing was a tough nut to crack, the Outer World superpowers would still choose to annihilate Zero Wing first for the sake of their future. However, unlike Yuan Taishin, not only did Purple Jade not feel confused by this situation, but it had even ignited her fighting spirit. Uncle Yuan, since you're free right now, why don't we go take a look at Zero Wing City? I've been thinking of visiting Guild Leader Black Flame. I've improved a lot after returning from that place, but I haven't had a chance to test myself. I can use this chance to ask Guild Leader Black Flame for some guidance and see which one of us has made greater improvements during this period. After she returned from her training, nobody among the secret pavilion's younger generation could match her. Since she had always set Xiaofan as her target, she was very curious to see whether she could now defeat him and become God's Domain's #1 swordsman. All right. Since you wish to go, I'll go with you. Yuan Taishin revealed a bitter smile as he took in Purple Jade's spirited look. She had been restless ever since completing her training. However, he also felt that Xiaofan would be a good opponent for the current Purple Jade. Afterward, Yuan Taishin and Purple Jade departed the secret pavilion's headquarters and teleported to Sky Spring City. While the eastern continent was in an uproar over Zero Wing City's opening. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Zero Wing City, Xiaofeng's eyes opened abruptly. Amazing. As expected of a complete legacy guidance from an ancient sword saint. After processing the sword saint's legacy guidance, Xiaofan finally understood what exactly a complete legacy guidance was. He also understood why Fire Dance would make such significant improvements after experiencing the legacy guidance. The legacy guidance described the properties and usage methods of the various elements of mana in detail and provided a comprehensive introduction to the components and basic applications of the mana body. Although the information provided mainly targeted the swordsman class, it was also beneficial to the other classes. This was especially true for the information on the mana body's components. Of course, if one lacked a good understanding of the fundamental properties of mana's various elements, one would have difficulty understanding all of the information provided. Naturally, one's improvements would also be limited. This was because all of the mana body's basic applications mentioned in the legacy guidance required familiarity with the various elements of mana. My previous considerations for the mana body were too arbitrary. Moreover, they were all modifications based on my existing mana body when the Tier 5 mana body is essentially something completely different. When Xiaofeng thought about the mana body he previously created, he couldn't help laughing at his ignorance. Why were Tier 5 entities so much more powerful than Tier 4 entities? It was because Tier 5 existences possessed life ratings far superior to Tier 4 existences. The two couldn't even be considered the same type of creature. Yet, he had foolishly tried to use his Tier 4 mana body as a base for his Tier 5 mana body. His idea was fundamentally flawed. Another reason contributing to a Tier 5 existence's strength was their powerful mana. The mana flowing within their bodies was no longer gaseous or misty, instead, it was liquid. Hence, when constructing a Tier 5 mana body, one had to liquefy their mana. If one couldn't achieve such mana, constructing a Tier 5 mana body would naturally be impossible. After thinking up to this point, Xiaofeng began his second attempt at constructing his Tier 5 mana body. Liquefying one's mana might be incredibly difficult for others, but it wasn't an impossible task for a Grandmaster magician like Xiaofan. All he needed to do was integrate a magic array that condensed mana within his mana body. Moreover, he had even identified the magic array for this job. The 12-array magic world. The 12-array magic world was an ancient magic array created by a saint. Although its simplicity meant even master magicians could learn it, Xiaofan felt that this magic array was incredibly powerful, particularly its ability to improve the mana affinity of those within its range. At the very least, such a feat was still beyond him even now. Xiaofan began trying to integrate the 12-array magic world with the mana body he constructed. 1 failure. 2 failures. 3 failures. Time passed rapidly as the number of failures piled up. After an unknown amount of time had gone by with success still nowhere in sight, Xiaofan began to doubt his plan's feasibility. However, just when he considered giving up. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU system. Congratulations. You have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body's strength is at 336% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the epic rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? A Tier 5 epic mana body? Xiaofan was momentarily dumbfounded. He had known that so long as he succeeded, his personalized mana body wouldn't be of low quality, it would reach the gold rank at the very least. However, he never expected that integrating the 12-array magic world into his mana body would yield such an astonishing result. He immediately chose to replace his mana body without hesitation. He had created this mana body out of sheer luck. If he tried recreating it, he wouldn't necessarily achieve a similar standard. Hence, he naturally had to accept it. Chapter 2868, Sword Saint. When Xiaofan chose to replace his existing mana body, the mana within the room practically vanished. His new mana body had drawn even the mana stored within the deep void. Like a hungry beast, his new mana body devoured the mana around it, nourishing itself continuously. This phenomenon lasted for more than a minute before it finally stopped, and the room's mana gradually recovered. Tier 5. So, this is the power of Tier 5. When Xiaofan sensed the frightening power his body exuded effortlessly and the indescribable feeling of omnipotence, he finally understood why even Tier 4 world creation experts couldn't defeat a bona fide Tier 5 existence. He also fully understood the strength and terror of Tier 5 existences. Compared to when he was a Tier 4, the mana flowing inside his mana body was many times denser. The volume of his mana had also increased by more than tenfold. Now, even the world around him was having trouble holding his mana. If even the world of God's domain itself could not withstand the mana of a Tier 5 existence, there was no need to mention the small world created by a Tier 4 world creation expert. Moreover, this wasn't the only factor that made Tier 5 existences powerful. System. Congratulations. You have become a Tier 5, Blade Saint, Sword Saint. All basic attributes plus 5,000, all resistances plus 500, mana recovery rate increased by 300%, all physical and magical attacks received that are below Tier 5 will be weakened by 40%, all basic attributes increased by 150%, physique increased by 200%, and reaction speed improved by 100%. Rewarding 200 legacy skill points. He had received a flat increase of only 2,000 points to all basic attributes when he got promoted to Tier 4, yet received a 5,000 point boost for reaching Tier 5. None of his weapons and equipment could provide such a significant amount of basic attributes, not to mention the massive boost to his physique. Right now, even if he replaced all his equipment with bronze equipment, he could still beat up a Tier 4 expert fully geared in epic equipment. In terms of basic attributes, he could match a Tier 4 expert with several pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. Only a legendary weapon could offset this difference. As for legendary equipment, the basic attributes provided would still be slightly insufficient to fill the gap. Of course, basic attributes didn't represent everything. If a Tier 4 expert's combat standards surpassed a Tier 5 expert's, the Tier 4 expert could still emerge victorious in a fight. With this power, I will have no problem fighting even Tier 5 NPCs. After seeing his basic attributes, Xiaofan felt more confident about Zero Wing's future development. His strength and agility attributes both exceeded the 60,000 mark already. Typically, a Tier 4 Berserker fully geared in epic items would have only around 15,000 strength at level 150. And even if the Berserker possessed a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon, the Berserker would only have about 22,000 or 23,000 strength. As for NPCs, according to the research of players in his previous life, a level 180, Tier 5 NPC would have around 70,000 or 80,000 points in their main basic attributes. While Xiaofan was still inferior to Tier 5 NPCs in basic attributes, this difference wasn't impossible to overcome. Moreover, now that he had reached Tier 5, every level up he achieved would significantly boost his basic attributes. With his current equipment, he could easily breach the 80,000 mark once he reached level 180. Not to mention, his combat standards were much superior to the average Tier 5 NPCs. Overall, he was already more than capable of contending with level 180, Tier 5 NPCs. Of course, while he might have the ability to fight Tier 5 NPCs, he wasn't so arrogant as to provoke Tier 5 NPCs. After all, he currently could cope with the most common Tier 5 NPCs, but if a Tier 5 NPC possessed even a single piece of legendary equipment, he would have to avoid them like the plague. It seems I'll have to get Fire and the others to search for some god crystals. In an era where gods had secluded themselves from the world, Tier 5 existences were indeed the apex combatants of God's domain. However, there were still significant differences even among Tier 5s. The possession of legendary weapons and equipment played a vital role in this difference. Only after obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment could a Tier 5 expert enter the leading echelon of Tier 5 existences and walk around God's domain without fear. Such a Tier 5 expert would be an invincible existence short of Tier 6 gods. However, if a Tier 5 expert did not own a legendary weapon or equipment, they would only be second-rate among Tier 5 existences, regardless of any heaven-defying combat standards. While they might be able to contend against Tier 5 experts belonging to the leading echelon, they would never be part of it. Indeed, the difference between having a legendary item and not having one was precisely that massive. In the past, every Tier 5 expert capable of transcending tiers to fight Tier 6 god-ranked experts owned a legendary weapon or equipment, with some even having more than one. If Xiaofan wanted to roam God's domain without fear, obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment was of utmost importance. After Xiaofan familiarized himself with his Tier 5 mana body, he left the statue room. However, when he stepped into the City Lord's mansion's lobby, he was stupefied by the sight that greeted him. People crowded the room to capacity. Apart from the Zero Wing members maintaining order, the other players in the lobby were members of guilds and adventurer teams. These players were lined up in front of the service counters to rent either a shop or a private house in Zero Wing City. They had bloodshot eyes and frantic looks on their faces as they waited in line. B Air Illinois B Furious Smiley B La B. If not for the 200 Tier 3 NPCs, 3 Tier 4 NPCs, and many Tier 3 members of Zero Wing maintaining order, a fight would have long since broken out in the lobby. Didn't I tell Liang Jing to raise the rentals for the shops? Did she make a mistake? Xiaofan found this scene very puzzling. Anyone who wasn't a fool could tell how popular Zero Wing City currently was. However, Zero Wing City had limited land. Even if it was now a main city, it still didn't have enough land to satisfy the Eastern continent's entire player population. Hence, to maximize Zero Wing's profits, raising rentals was a must. Xiaofan approached one of the service counters to inspect Zero Wing City's shop's rental prices. However, what he saw made him gasp. How ruthless is she? Even a small shop located in Zero Wing City's outer area had a rental of 3,000 magic crystals and 600 gold per week, more than double the price Xiaofan intended. The amount of magic crystals Liang Jing charged was particularly maddening. Ever since the Outer World players invaded the Eastern continent, magic crystal production had plummeted, and the various native powers had suffered immensely. In Xiaofan's opinion, renting a small shop in the city's outskirts for 1,000 magic crystals would already be pushing the envelope. Liang Jing's price of 3,000 magic crystals was no different from daylight robbery. As for the shops located on Zero Wing City's main street, the minimum price was 20,000 magic crystals. One couldn't even use coins to offset part of the rent. Moreover, one had to bid for these shops in an auction. Despite these cutthroat prices, Players still filled the City Lord's mansion's lobby. Xiaofan found this situation utterly unbelievable. For a moment, he even wondered if magic crystals had suddenly depreciated during his seclusion. Just when Xiaofan thought of contacting Liang Jing to ask her about Zero Wing City's situation, he suddenly received a call. The caller was none other than Liang Jing. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Guild Leader, can I interrupt you for a moment? Liang Jing asked anxiously. Did something happen to Zero Wing City? Xiaofan asked strangely. No, it's just that the secret pavilion's people came to visit. Aside from them, 3 of the 5 great super guilds have sent representatives to us. There are a lot of them, and some of them don't seem to be here with kind intentions, Liang Jing said nervously. They are waiting in the residence's reception room right now, and they say they must meet with you, no matter what. The secret pavilion was a transcendental power, while the 5 great super guilds were godlike existences in the virtual gaming world. If news that 3 of the 5 great super guilds had arrived were to spread, it would cause a sensation. All right, I got it. I'll head over now. Have them wait for a moment. Xiaofan chuckled when he heard Liang Jing's words, not at all surprised by this situation. After all, the current Zero Wing City was no ordinary city. What would be strange would be these titans of the gaming world not showing any reaction. He immediately left the City Lord's mansion and made his way to Zero Wing's residence. Chapter 2869, Apex Gathering. Zero Wing Residence, top floor reception room. As the primary guild residence of a main city, Zero Wing's Guild Hall was a 30-story tall building almost 200 meters high. One had an unobstructed view of the entire Zero Wing City if one looked out the top floor reception room's windows. Since Zero Wing City was located in a snowland and backed by the endless sea, the view here was unique for players who often operated around NPC cities surrounded by greenery. Unfortunately, none of the dozen or so people currently seated in the reception room showed any interest in admiring this beautiful scenery. Instead, they focused on sizing up each other. Zero Wing City has attracted a lot of bigwigs. Yuan Taishan was a little shocked as he observed the room's occupants. Mythology's Grand Elder Sichu Qingtian, Netherworld Empire's Grand Elder Nether King Relos, and even the Solar Temple's Honorary Elder Kaiyang Tianhe. It seems these guilds are serious this time. 3 of the 5 great super guilds had sent representatives to Zero Wing City. Moreover, these representatives were all key figures in their respective guilds' management, individuals fully capable of making decisions on behalf of their respective guilds. Usually, meeting even one of these individuals would be challenging. Yet, 3 of them had gathered in Zero Wing City. However, Yuan Taishan's surprise didn't last too long. After all, Zero Wing had created too huge a scene this time. The 5 great super guilds could no longer ignore it. At this stage of the game, there was probably no guild uninterested in a teleportation array that could facilitate unrestricted travel between the 2 main continents. The ongoing War of Worlds only served to make this intercontinental teleportation array even more precious. If not for another important matter occupying the secret pavilion's guild leader, Yuan Taishan wouldn't be the one sitting in this room, representing the secret pavilion. Netherworld Empire sure moved fast. It has been active only on the western continent all this time, yet it sent an old guy like the Nether King here, Matt of Mythology said, surprise appearing in his eyes as he looked at a bald old man in a white robe. It hasn't been long since I last met him, yet this old guy's strength has already improved so much. The mana he's radiating has nearly doubled in density. I also see 2 new pieces of equipment on him. That's normal. He wouldn't have given Odin so much trouble if he hasn't made any significant improvements after all this time, Sichu Qingtian, the white-haired old man seated beside Matt, said calmly. He then glanced at the masked young man standing behind Relos and continued, that masked kid behind Nether King, though, is quite something. Although I can't say for certain, he shouldn't be any weaker than Prosciutto. Surprised by Sichu Qingtian's assessment, Matt looked toward the masked youth and asked, is he that strong? The silver ghost Prosciutto was already the strongest among Mythology's younger generation. Not only did he possess excellent equipment, but his mana body had even exceeded the 110% completion rate already. Now, only a handful of people within the guild could defeat him. After hearing Sichu Qingtian's assessment, Cold Shadow, who sat on the elderly man's other side, also looked at the masked youth in surprise. Sichu Qingtian had instructed countless students, and his insight was many times superior to that of youngsters like Matt and herself. Since Sichu Qingtian had given the masked youth such an evaluation, the youth definitely couldn't be underestimated. It's not just that masked kid. The long-haired kid sitting beside Kaiyang Tianhe isn't any weaker, either, Sichu Qingtian said, smiling as he looked at the long-haired, male youth seated some distance away from him. I have to say that times have changed. He looks to be around 26 or 27 years old, yet he has already reached the peak of the domain realm's second step. It's been 3 decades since I last saw such talent. When Sichu Qingtian finished speaking, Cold Shadow was surprised again. Even now, she was barely touching the fringes of the domain realm's second step, and it would still take a lot of time and effort for her to reach it, let alone climb to the peak of the second step. Experts capable of reaching this step were as rare as a phoenix's feather in the virtual gaming industry. If such an expert could take one more step forward, they would become an existence standing at the very apex of God's domain. Sichu Qingtian did not lower his voice when speaking. He also didn't talk through a private channel. Hence, every Tier 4 expert in the reception room heard his words loud and clear. B-0B. All of the youths present, including Purple Jade and Netherworld Empire's masked youth, turned reflexively to look at the long-haired youth carrying the blood-red greatsword, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Sichu Qingtian, you're still the same gossipy bastard as before, Kaiyang Tianhe said, glaring at Sichu Qingtian. While our kid has indeed made a breakthrough recently, do you think I can't see through that young lass beside you? If I'm not mistaken, she has at least 4 fragmented legendary items on her, right? As soon as Kaiyang Tianhe finished speaking, everyone's head snapped toward Cold Shadow. The masked youth and the long-haired youth, in particular, looked at her with fiery gazes. Nowadays, epic weapons and equipment were a lot more common in God's domain. Fragmented legendary items, on the other hand, were still incredibly rare even for the various superpowers. Even in Netherworld Empire and Solar Temple, less than 30% of their Tier 4 experts had even one fragmented legendary item, while their Grand Elders would be fortunate to have 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. Yet, Kaiyang Tianhe had revealed that Cold Shadow owned at least 4 fragmented legendary items. How could they not envy her? After reaching their level, every fragmented legendary item could provide them with significant improvements. The total improvement 4 fragmented legendary items could provide would be massive. This old bastard. Cold Shadow glared at Kaiyang Tianhe. A display of talent would, at most, make others envious. However, weapons and equipment were a different story. Unlike talent, others could snatch these items. With her current strength, she wouldn't stand a chance if 2 or more of the people present attacked her. After all, every person in the room was a bona fide monster. Looking at Cold Shadow, Kaiyang Tianhe smiled and asked, "What is it? Do you wish to take action, young lass?" Kaiyang Tianhe. Glaring at Kaiyang Tianhe coldly, Sichu Qingtian threatened, "Do you think we won't dare make a move?" Immediately, the atmosphere in the room solidified, an indescribable sense of coldness spreading throughout the room. At this development, the members of Mythology and Solar Temple instinctively gripped their weapons. If an ordinary Tier 4 expert were to stand in this heavy atmosphere, they would most likely break out in a cold sweat and flee the scene immediately. What rotten luck! Just what are these people trying to do? Yuan Taishan grew a little nervous as he looked at the members of the 2 super guilds. Mythologies and Solar Temple's Tier 4 experts were far from ordinary. This was especially true for Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe. A fight between them would be a calamity. The others in the room might even become collateral damage if things got too out of hand. To make matters worse, Netherworld Empire's members also showed signs of restlessness. Evidently, if Mythology and Solar Temple fought, Netherworld Empire wouldn't mind joining in the fray. Just as a fight was about to ensue, the woman standing by the room's door all this time suddenly stepped forward. She was none other than Fire Dance. At this time, not only was Fire Dance at level 155 already, but the quality of the mana she radiated was also much more powerful than when she first entered the statue room. Looking at the members of Mythology and Solar Temple, Fire Dance warned, "Everyone, this is Zero Wing's territory. Fighting is forbidden here. I ask you to show Zero Wing some respect." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU show Zero Wing respect. Glancing at Fire Dance, Kaiyang Tianhe said nonchalantly, "Sure. As long as you can get Sichu to shut up, I won't have any problems." Not one to fall behind, Sichu Qingtian looked at Fire Dance and said, "Young lady, this old man isn't trying to disrespect Zero Wing, but Kaiyang Tianhe has gone too far. So long as you can get that old ghost to apologize to us, we won't take any direct action." The two old men's rejoinders rendered Yuan Taishan and Purple Jade speechless. Fire Dance was indeed powerful, but she was still slightly weaker than the two old men. At most, she could contend against the younger generation of Mythology and Solar Temple. Hence, it was impossible for her to silence the two guilds all by herself. Moreover, based on the words spoken by Kaiyang Tianhe and Sichu Qingtian, the two of them were clearly trying to make a show of power to Zero Wing. If Fire Dance failed to deal with this situation appropriately, she would make a fool of herself and Zero Wing. However, without any hesitation, Fire Dance calmly told the two old men, "If you two refuse to give up, then please leave Zero Wing City. Zero Wing does not welcome such guest." Chapter 2870, Xiaofan's sword. Fire Dance's words resounded like thunder in the reception room, causing silence to descend on the room momentarily. Yuan Taishan and Purple Jade also stared at Fire Dance reflexively. Has she lost her mind? Both Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe were big shots who spoke and acted on behalf of their respective guilds. The two had behaved rudely to show off their power and gain an advantage in their upcoming negotiations with Zero Wing, but Fire Dance's words cornered them. They couldn't back down without harming their reputation. If these two old men got angry for real, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Zero Wing City had many Tier 4 players and NPCs defending it, if the two old men were intent on making a ruckus, it would take a long time for the city to suppress them. They might even escape capture. After all, this wasn't the first time they had done such a thing. Most importantly, the two of them represented Mythology and Solar Temple, two of the 5 great super guilds. Moreover, compared to the other 3, these two super guilds held far greater influence on the eastern continent. The two guilds might currently be incapable of retaliating against Zero Wing, but as holders of reserve seats for God's Domain's 12 great guilds, they could ruin the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom with just a word. Now that the Outer World's forces were rapidly expanding their influence, the NPC kingdoms and empires had limited combat power to spare. As a result, the united army these countries formed couldn't protect every kingdom on the continent. With the resumption of the war imminent, if Mythology and Solar Temple requested the NPC forces not to defend the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom, the two kingdoms would face swift destruction. Without the support of these two kingdoms, even if Zero Wing had Zero Wing City and the ability to teleport between the two continents, its income would still plummet. This was because most of the independent players and guild players visiting Zero Wing City could reach the city only via Sky Spring City's teleportation hall. It wasn't possible to teleport to Zero Wing City from other NPC cities. If Sky Spring City disappeared, these players would naturally lose the means to teleport to Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, Zero Wing couldn't garrison any other NPC city at this time. The special rights Zero Wing received from the War God's Temple as a reward from the reserve seat competition were a one-time privilege. If Zero Wing wished to garrison another NPC city, it would have to become a reserve for God's Domain's 12 great guilds. However, this wasn't possible right now. This was also precisely the reason Mythology, a guild that had been suppressing Zero Wing all this time, dared to come to Zero Wing's doorsteps and negotiate for partnership. The next moment, Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe turned to Fire Dance, a hint of coldness and playfulness in their eyes. "Little girl, we traveled a long distance to come to negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing. Is this how Zero Wing treats its guests?" Sichu Qingtian asked as he visually inspected Fire Dance. Revealing a faint smile, he continued, "If Zero Wing doesn't wish to partner with Mythology, Mythology will naturally find it unfortunate and frustrating. However, if Zero Wing comes across difficulties in the future, don't blame Mythology for not helping. Sichu's words might not sound nice, but they are logical. Kaiyang Tianhe also looked at Fire Dance and said in a deep voice, "We came here with kind intentions. Now that the Outer World's forces have invaded the Eastern continent, only by cooperating will we be able to stop their advance. If we separate on bad terms here, the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom will suffer." When Fire Dance heard the two elderly men's words, her complexion sank. She never expected the two of them to suddenly stand on the same side and work together to pressure Zero Wing. Seeing Fire Dance's grim expression, Sichu Qingtian chuckled and said, "I know you have your own difficulties, young lady. I'm sure you just made an unintentional mistake just now. Your words represent only your thoughts, right?" At this time, Sichu Qingtian did not dare to truly offend Zero Wing. After all, the benefits of Zero Wing City were too great to pass on. However, he still had to teach Fire Dance a lesson and let her know that she couldn't provoke just anyone in God's domain. Kaiyang Tianhe, who remained seated, nodded and chimed in, "That's right. There are some things you can't say arbitrarily, little girl. Elders like us might be able to ignore such a transgression, but if it were anyone else, your words would have severe consequences." Nether King Relos shook his head and sighed at this situation. Fire Dance was too young. Because of her inexperience, she had failed to notice that Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe had aimed for such an outcome right from the very beginning. They had deliberately made a commotion in the reception room in the hopes of hooking Fire Dance. Now that she had taken action on Zero Wing's behalf, she was bound to suffer humiliation. Driving away Mythology's and Solar Temple's members wouldn't be possible unless Zero Wing was willing to abandon the profits of the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom. Just when Fire Dance was at a loss as to what to say, the doors to the reception room suddenly opened. A tall figure then entered, looked at Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe, and demanded coldly, "Do you old fools think Zero Wing's main force commander cannot represent Zero Wing? Or do you think Zero Wing is a pushover? I can tell you now that Fire Dance's previous words represent my will. You may leave now." Xiaofan did not speak loudly, but a bone-chilling cold enveloped the entire room at his words. Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe, in particular, were dumbfounded. Even Relos, who had been a spectator all this time, was stunned. He never thought that Xiaofan would chase off Mythology and Solar Temple without any negotiations. "Guild leader Black Flame, aren't you going a little too far?" Sichu Qingtian asked in a cold voice. "Our two guilds have come in sincerity. Are you going to abandon the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom just because of a little girl's few words?" At this time, Kaiyang Tianhe interjected hurriedly, "Guild leader Black Flame, must you take things so seriously? We were merely making a joke. Abandonment is a joke." Looking at the two elderly men before him, Xiaofan sneered, "You two think too highly of yourselves. I'll give you 5 seconds to leave. Otherwise, I'll send you back myself." Xiaofan's words shocked everyone present once more. Is he really going to do that? When Yuan Taishan looked at Xiaofan, he felt that Xiaofan was even crazier than Fire Dance. Fire Dance had merely acted to preserve Zero Wing's reputation. However, Xiaofan was blatantly declaring war on Mythology and Solar Temple. After this declaration, even if Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe previously wanted to pursue negotiations for a partnership, they wouldn't do so anymore. "Good. Very good." Sichu Qingtian suddenly smiled as he looked at Xiaofan. "This old man admires your will to make an enemy out of Mythology and abandon 2 kingdoms. However, I'm curious to see how you plan on sending this old man back." After saying so, Sichu Qingtian stood up and unsheathed the dark great sword slung on his back. Simultaneously, not only did his body radiate a frightening aura, but the mana surrounding him also took on a near-liquid form, sparkling as it circled his silvery-grey armor. Sensing the pressure he radiated, Fire Dance and the other youngsters in the room subconsciously took a step back. As expected of this old bastard, his mana body has broken through the 115% threshold. He can probably hold his own against even a superior mythic monster of the same level now. Relos was astonished when he sensed Sichu Qingtian's unparalleled aura. "Everyone has been saying that you are God's domain's strongest, guild leader Black Flame. This old man has been curious about the validity of this rumor for a long time now. After Sichu Qingtian unleashed his aura, Kaiyang Tianhe, who sat nearby, also stood up and raised a crimson staff. The white robe he wore instantly transformed into a robe of flames, making it seem as if the god of fire had just descended to the mortal world. The aura he radiated was not the slightest bit inferior to Sichu Qingtian's, and his level had even surpassed Sichu Qingtian by 1, at level 154 already. Amazing. So, these are the apex combatants of these two super guilds? Yuan Taishan was astounded as he looked at Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe. Under normal circumstances, the average Tier 4 expert would have difficulty fleeing from a superior mythic monster of the same level, let alone fighting one. Yet, these two elderly men now radiated an aura rivaling that of a superior mythic monster of the same level. Their combat power ranked at the very top of God's domain at this stage of the game. Now, even a dozen Tier 4 experts working together would most likely have difficulty suppressing Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe. Not to mention, the two's combat standards were incredibly close to reaching the beyond domain realm. Let's see how you recover from this now, Black Flame. Cold Shadow, who now stood at her side, grew excited when she saw that Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe intended to take action. She might not know precisely how powerful Kaiyang Tianhe was, but she knew how powerful Sichu Qingtian was. Moreover, it had been a long time since she had seen Sichu Qingtian take action. With the two of them working together, even a monster like Xiaofan would have difficulty defeating them within a short period. A fight between Xiaofan, dubbed God's domain's strongest expert, and two legendary figures in the virtual gaming industry deserved to be called an apex battle in God's domain. If both sides fought for a sufficiently long time, she might gain enough insight to improve her combat standards further. Cold Shadow wasn't the only person with such thoughts. Purple Jade, Netherworld Empire's masked youth, and Solar Temple's long-haired youth were similarly curious to see how this fight would play out. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Since you two want me to send you back, I'll grant you your wish. After glancing at the two elderly men, Xiaofan stopped concealing his aura and mana. Immediately, the space within the room froze, a stifling pressure enveloping everyone. Even Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe subconsciously stumbled 2 steps back, their eyes filled with fear and confusion as they gaped at Xiaofan. Tier 5. The same question simultaneously ran through the minds of the two elderly men. However, before they could respond to the situation, Xiaofan suddenly appeared before them, his movements so fast that it seemed as if he had split into two. Xiaofan then stabbed their hearts with his sword. Afterward, Xiaofan returned to one entity, now standing quietly by the window wall behind the two elderly men. And before anyone realized what had happened, the sword in his hand was already back in its sheath, as if Xiaofan had never drawn it. Meanwhile, Sichu Qingtian's and Kaiyang Tianhe's HPs, which exceeded 10 million, had zeroed out by the time everyone realized what was going on. The two's bodies then collapsed to the ground, neither managing to react from start to finish. Chapter 2871, Tier 5? They're dead. The spectators in the room were stunned to see Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe collapsing to the floor, their minds failing to process this situation. Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth from Solar Temple, in particular, appeared petrified, their bodies remaining utterly motionless as they stared at the two sprawled corpses. How is this possible? The instructor failed to endure even a single hit. Compared to everyone else present, Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth had a much better understanding of Sichu Qingtian's and Kaiyang Tianhe's strengths. Setting aside the fact that the two elderly men had combat standards close to the beyond domain realm, just their basic attributes and mana bodies were more than enough for them to combat superior mythic monsters of the same level. Despite being so monstrously powerful, Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe had failed to mount even the slightest bit of resistance to Xiaofan before dying. This was simply unbelievable. Yuan Taishan and Purple Jade were similarly astonished at this situation, their minds unable to recover from the shock even after a long time. They had expected a heaven-defying battle and even felt that Xiaofan had been unwise to provoke Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe. After all, if these two superior mythic equivalents went all out, destroying Zero Wing's residence wouldn't be impossible for them. Even if Xiaofan eventually succeeded in killing them, Zero Wing would still have to pay a significant price. Yet, now, However, unlike everyone else present, Nether King Relos's attention wasn't on Situ Qingtian's and Kaiyang Tianha's corpses. Instead, he stared at Xiaofeng's figure standing calmly by the window wall, his eyes wide with fear and horror. A Tier 5, Sword Saint. Although it was only an instant, Relos had felt unprecedented fear overwhelming his body when Xiaofeng executed his attack. That spine-chilling fear hadn't come from just witnessing Xiaofeng's frightening power. Instead, it was an instinctive, bone-deep fear. Relos was no ordinary Tier 4 player, he was someone who had developed his mana body to an incredible extent. If he were facing a player of the same tier, his body wouldn't have such a reaction. The only way Relos could explain this situation was that Xiaofeng was no longer a Tier 4 player. Instead, Xiaofeng was already a Tier 5, Sword Saint. Although Relos had subconsciously muttered to himself, he had not done so on a private channel. Hence, no matter how soft his voice had been, the Tier 4 experts present heard him loud and clear. Tier 5. Everyone turned toward Xiaofeng, one after another. Previously, they had been so shocked by Situ Qingtian's and Kaiyang Tianha's deaths that they had forgotten about Xiaofeng's existence and the brief stagnation and fear they had felt. How is this possible? He's reached Tier 5 already? Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth wore grim expressions as they looked at Xiaofeng, their minds in denial. Xiaofeng no longer concealed his power. Hence, everyone in the room could feel tremendous pressure originating from a difference in life rating. Xiaofeng's life rating was something no Tier 4 player could possess, no matter what. If a Tier 4 player's life rating were equated to a bonfire, then Xiaofeng's life rating was like the scorching sun. Unless he deliberately suppressed and concealed his life rating, there was no way anybody could fail to notice it. Is this why he dares to ignore the two super guilds? When Yuan Taishan looked at Situ Qingtian's and Kaiyang Tianha's corpses and then at Xiaofeng's nonchalance, the shock in his heart multiplied exponentially. Meanwhile, Purple Jade was at a loss for words, a complicated expression on her face. She had come to Zero Wing City to determine her growth and whether she could catch up to Xiaofeng. However, let alone catching up, the two of them weren't even standing on the same playing field anymore. Tier 5. In the current era, Tier 5 existences were already considered the apex existences of God's domain. They were capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, monsters that no current Tier 4 player could hope to go up against. Guild Leader. Fire Dance's eyes brimmed with jubilation and shock when she looked at Xiaofeng. This revelation was too shocking. If Zero Wing still had to be fearful of the 5 great super guilds before, then it could now ignore their existence. After all, the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was utterly massive. Even if the 5 great super guilds had many monstrously strong players and even individuals at the Beyond Domain realm, none of them would be a match for a Tier 5 existence. Unless the 5 great super guilds similarly produced a Tier 5 expert, it wouldn't matter, even if they attacked Zero Wing with a large number of Tier 4 experts. Not to mention, destroying a guild city was child's play for a Tier 5 player. Only a main city-level guild city could repulse a Tier 5. Moreover, if one didn't have any means of retaliation, even a main city would eventually fall to a Tier 5 player. While Fire Dance was inwardly celebrating Xiaofeng's achievement, Xiaofeng turned his sights to Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth from Solar Temple. He then said calmly, "I only dealt a small punishment to the two of them today. If your two guilds pull such a stunt one more time, I won't mind visiting your headquarters." Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth did not have any thoughts of refuting Xiaofeng. They promptly left the reception room, together with their guild members. Netherworld Empires and Secret Pavilions members quietly watched with complicated feelings as the two super guilds members left. Before, they had been treating Zero Wing as just another superpower. However, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Zero Wing the #1 guild of God's domain now. Not only did Zero Wing possess a Tier 5, Sword Saint, but it even had a holy land like Zero Wing City. At this point, even the 5 great super guilds couldn't hope to compete with it. Given enough time, Zero Wing was sure to become God's domain's #1 guild. At this point, Relos suddenly stood up from his seat, approached Xiaofeng, and said respectfully, "Guild Leader Black Flame, I, Relos, wish to establish a partnership with Zero Wing on behalf of Netherworld Empire. We do not want much. We only need one temporary guild residence in Zero Wing City. In return, Netherworld Empire will provide Zero Wing with resources and business connections in the Western continent. We will also establish a military alliance with Zero Wing to resist the Outer World players. May I know what you think of this proposal, Guild Leader Black Flame? Although Relos's respectful demeanor and sincere offer might seem surprising to others, the masked youth from Netherworld Empire and Yuan Taishan did not find this situation unexpected at all. While reaching Tier 5 might not be impossible for an expert like Relos, it would still be incredibly challenging. This was because the promotion to Tier 5 had nothing to do with a player's combat standards. Instead, it depended entirely on one's control over and understanding of mana and the ability to construct a Tier 5 mana body. Before reaching Tier 5 himself, Relos would only be seeking death if he behaved arrogantly in front of a Tier 5 existence. Not one to fall behind, Yuan Taishan also extended a similar partnership offer on behalf of the Secret Pavilion. The only difference was that the Secret Pavilion would only help defend Zero Wing City and Stone Forest City. It would not take part in any other battles. Sure, I can agree to your conditions, Xiaofan said after hearing the two guilds' offers. However, I have an additional condition. Upon receiving this encouraging response, Relos grew a little excited and prompted, "Please speak, Guild Leader Black Flame." Initially, Relos thought that Xiaofan wouldn't agree to his offer and would choose to monopolize Zero Wing City's resources. Xiaofan's willingness to negotiate was a positive outcome. Yuan Taishan also nodded in agreement with Relos's words. Xiaofan smiled and said, "My condition is simple: a complete guild legacy. If your two guilds can provide me with your complete guild legacies, I can give you temporary residences in Zero Wing City immediately." Zero Wing was not lacking in resources at the moment. So long as Zero Wing City remained standing, the guild would have no trouble acquiring resources. However, a guild's development did not rely solely on resources. It also needed manpower and talents. Hence, acquiring a complete guild legacy was of utmost importance for Zero Wing. Only with a complete guild legacy could Zero Wing reliably nurture its experts to the domain realm. "Okay, I agree to your condition on Netherworld Empire's behalf," Relos answered without hesitation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Upon hearing Relos's response, Yuan Taishan gritted his teeth and said, "The Secret Pavilion has no problem with this, either." When Xiaofan heard the two guilds' positive replies, he inwardly sighed in relief. After all, a guild legacy was the root of a guild. Many guilds would rather face annihilation than share their guild legacy. He then nodded and said, "Good. I wish our three guilds a happy partnership from now on." Shortly afterward, Xiaofan signed a contract with the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire, taking an essential step toward Zero Wings becoming God's Domain's #1 guild. As Xiaofan concluded his discussion with the two guilds, news of his promotion to Tier 5 and his killing Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe in Zero Wing City quickly spread and reached the ears of God's Domain's various powers. For a time, the entire God's Domain was in an uproar. Chapter 2872, God's Domain shaken. Zero Wing City, Battle Arena. Guild Leader Black Flame has been promoted to Tier 5? 16th Cloud was stunned when she read the report she received. Looking at Sorrowful Silence, she asked, "Have you verified this?" Although quite a number of God's Domain's Void Realm experts had gotten promoted to Tier 4 already, with Domain Realm experts even making considerable progress in developing their mana bodies, everyone was still a long way from reaching Tier 5. Creating a Tier 5 mana body was an entirely different matter from improving the completion rate of one's mana body. Since most Tier 4 experts hadn't even developed their mana bodies to a significant extent, getting promoted to Tier 5 shouldn't be possible. Hence, 16th Cloud found it truly hard to believe that Xiaofan had already reached Tier 5. However, instead of getting the answer she hoped for, Sorrowful Silence nodded solemnly. He then said in a shocked voice, "Yes, I happened to be in another reception room at the time, negotiating with Zero Wing's representative for a long-term lease of the Battle Arena's combat rooms. My room was quite close to the reception room used to host the Secret Pavilion and the 3 super guilds." Every Zero Wing member on the floor reacted strongly. I also saw Mythologies and Solar Temple's members leave the residence, looking grim. In reality, Sorrowful Silence didn't just hear about Xiaofeng's promotion to Tier 5 from Zero Wing's members. He had also personally experienced the frightening aura Xiaofeng had exuded. Despite being in an entirely different room, he had still sensed that aura clearly, and it had been much stronger than the auras of the Tier 5 NPCs he had come across before. Of course, the Tier 5 NPCs Sorrowful Silence met previously had never displayed any killing intent. They had even been actively suppressing their auras. In comparison, Xiaofeng had not held anything back when he attacked Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe. This was why Sorrowful Silence was confident Xiaofeng had reached Tier 5. This is interesting. 16th Cloud revealed a hint of joy and excitement after hearing Sorrowful Silence's confirmation. Now that Zero Wing has a Tier 5 combatant and opened Zero Wing City to the public, the Eastern Continent's status quo will get reshuffled. That's right. Thank goodness we're already strategic allies with Zero Wing, Sorrowful Silence said, nodding in agreement with 16th Cloud. Tier 5 existences were different from Tier 4 existences. Tier 4 players couldn't capture a guild city all by themselves. That was a task that required a large number of Tier 4 players. When Tier 4 players were still scarce, Zero Wing might have been able to pose a significant threat to the various superpowers, but it didn't threaten their roots. However, the situation had changed. A Tier 5 player could effortlessly capture a guild city, even a superpower's headquarters, which meant that Zero Wing had the power to uproot and destroy superpowers. Moreover, now that Zero Wing's expert count had skyrocketed, it was entirely capable of expanding its territory and occupying more guild cities. It wouldn't face a manpower shortage even if it captured 5 or 6 more guild cities. When the Eastern Continent's various powers received this piece of news, the superpowers that had always been working against Zero Wing fell into an awkward situation. This was especially true for Starlink. Upon learning about Xiaofeng's promotion to Tier 5, Starlink's executives all had ashen complexions. Inside the guild leader's office of Starlink's residence in the Dark Knight Empire. Commander, now that Black Flame has gotten promoted to Tier 5, he definitely won't spare Starlink. Should we migrate our experts to the Western Continent now? A level 150, Tier 4 female ranger suggested as she looked at the handsome youth quietly reading documents in the office. How many times have I told you to refer to me as guild leader? I am no longer just the commander of Tremorous Clown but Starlink's guild leader as well, Lu Tiendi said as he glanced at the enchanting female ranger. Yes, guild leader, the ranger responded calmly as she looked at Lu Tiendi. She then repeated, should we migrate now? That won't be necessary. Looking at the report in his hands, Lu Tiendi explained nonchalantly, Black Flame's promotion to Tier 5 is indeed a big problem for us, but there's no need for us to be afraid of him yet. The Eastern Continent's situation is no longer the same as before. The Outer World's forces are Zero Wing's biggest problem. Black Flame's promotion to Tier 5 should pose a considerable headache for those Outer World players. Moreover, Zero Wing has severed all chances of friendly relations with Mythology and Solar Temple. In the next war, the Eastern Continent's native NPC forces will definitely not provide Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom with any support. At that time, Zero Wing might not even be able to defend its own guild cities, let alone target other forces. If I were Black Flame, I wouldn't have exposed myself as a Tier 5 so soon and become a target for the Outer World forces. Instead, I would focus on raiding dungeons and world bosses to raise my guild's strength. God's Domain isn't a single-player game. A single Tier 5 player cannot stop all of the Outer World's NPC forces. The enchanting ranger's eyes brightened at Lu Tiendi's words. Doesn't this mean we have a chance? We can forget about Silverwing City since the Outer World forces will capture it. On the other hand, we can get our hands on Stone Forest City since it is close to the Dark Knight Empire. Even if Black Flame is Tier 5, he can defend only one location at a time. Once the war resumes, he'll be preoccupied with Zero Wing City. At that time, we can find an opportunity to secure Stone Forest City, Lu Tiendi said, smiling. However, this isn't something we can accomplish alone. Go and contact the superpowers that have a grudge against Zero Wing now. I believe they will be more than willing to come on board this plan. Yes, sir. The ranger nodded. While God's Domain's various powers were reeling from the news of Xiaofeng's promotion to Tier 5 and preparing countermeasures, Xiaofeng had finalized his discussion with the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire over the specifics of their partnership. Guild leader, now that we have the 2 guild legacies, we can probably nurture a batch of Void Realm experts and possibly Domain Realm experts within a short period, Fire Dance said. When she thought about how the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire would be sending all their information on the realms of refinement to Zero Wing's headquarters tomorrow, she couldn't help feeling excited. Although the guild legacy Zero Wing received from Unyielding Soul previously was indeed valuable, the information provided allowed Zero Wing to nurture experts only to the Flowing Water realm at a reliable rate. It was still a far cry from a complete guild legacy. After all, only Void Realm experts could serve as a superpower's mainstay. Zero Wing had far too few of such peak experts. The only reason Zero Wing managed to produce as many Tier 4 experts as it had now was the various God's Domain legacies and excellent training environment the guild possessed. Even then, these Tier 4 experts could only rank among the lower rungs of Tier 4 players. That's right. Xiaofeng nodded. He similarly felt happy over this matter. Only when Zero Wing possessed a complete guild legacy of its own could it become a true titan in God's Domain. Once the guild had the Secret Pavilions and Netherworld Empire's guild legacies, it would no longer have to worry about lacking peak experts. Zero Wing could also recruit more talented players since these talents would no longer have to worry about Zero Wing lacking a guild legacy. Guild leader, what should we do next? Fire Dance asked. Now that we've become enemies with Mythology and Solar Temple, the Outer World forces will target Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom once the war resumes. Should we start withdrawing our forces from those 2 kingdoms? Mythology and Solar Temple held significant influence in the Eastern continent. It was also certain that the Outer World forces would target Zero Wing. However, with Zero Wing's current strength, defending Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom wouldn't be feasible. To reduce Zero Wing's losses, the guild ought to begin pulling its forces out of these 2 kingdoms as soon as possible. Next. Chuckling, Xiaofeng said, "Go and gather all of the guild's Tier 4s now. Gather all of the guild's Tier 48. Xiaofeng's command confused Fire Dance. With the imminent war, what they should do was relocate the Mobile Fortress and Silverwing City. Otherwise, once the Outer World's NPC army arrived, Zero Wing would lose both strongholds. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Yes. Smiling, Xiaofeng said, "Since I've reached Tier 5 already, it's about time we took care of the trouble over at the Orc Empire. We'll also use this opportunity to let the various superpowers know the consequences of offending us." The current God's Domain had far too little knowledge of Tier 5 existences. Even if Xiaofeng had killed Sichu Qingtian and Kaiyang Tianhe, the various superpowers only knew that he was much stronger than Tier 4 players. They still didn't understand what Tier 5 represented. "I'll have them gather right away." Fire Dance burned with eagerness when she heard Xiaofeng's words. Ever since she had gotten promoted to Tier 4, she had never had a good fight or launched an all-out war against other superpowers. She also wasn't the only person to hold such sentiments. The other Tier 4 experts in the guild harbored similar thoughts. Now, they finally had the opportunity to display their strength.
Chapter 538. Xiaofan was absolutely heaven-defying. After he successfully broke through to the Talisman Transformation realm, all the true qi in his body condensed into a natal talisman. In the first round of cleansing, he completed a total of 3,000 cleansing, causing the quality of his true qi and natal talisman to increase by 3,000 times. This result was so monstrous that it was hard to describe it with words. In all the ordinary planes in the universe, it was almost impossible for mortals to achieve what Xiaofan had achieved by cultivating true qi. When Xiaofan was in the expanding acupoint state, he accumulated a multiplier of 2,553 times for 10 times. In other planes, there were some geniuses who could compete with Xiaofan. However, when Xiaofan first cleansed his natal talisman and achieved a total of 3,000 cleansing, there was absolutely no one in the mortal world who could do that. He was absolutely invincible, and no one could catch up to him. This shocking achievement would not appear in the mortal world. It could only appear in the immortal world. The natal talisman in the white light screen became brighter and brighter, more and more majestic, and more magnificent. The pressure continued to skyrocket. As a result, some of the aura released from the white wall light curtain completely suppressed the countless chivalrous men in the entire chivalrous man region, making them unable to move at all. The natural chi in their true acupoint seemed to be in a precarious situation, as if it could be shaken away at any time. This was only the natal talisman in the white light screen. Once Xiaofan's natal talisman really appeared, it would definitely shock a large group of heroes to death on the spot. This kind of shock, this kind of amazement, and this kind of miracle were not what any of the heroes who came to watch the ceremony had expected. Even the people of the Pure Cloud sect, who had always supported Xiaofan unconditionally, had never expected Xiaofan's achievement to reach such a level. Now, everyone's mind was blank, and they were at a loss. The scene was silent. Not long after, Xiaofan's natal talisman in the white light screen rippled again, and strands of immortal chi were brewing, ready for another round of cleansing. Xiaofan is going to break through the 60-second true acupoint. Once he succeeds, he will undergo the second round of cleansing of the natal talisman. The first round will be 3,000 cleansing. The second round will be even more heaven-defying. Immortal. This time, I've finally seen a genius who is no less than an immortal. My life has not been in vain. Xiaofan is a true god monarch of our realm. It has brought hope to our weak existential plane. The fiendish heroes had already knelt down in the direction of Xiaofan's seclusion in the fiendish hero pagoda. Their faces were filled with crazed worship. Junior brother Xiaofan has started to break through the 60-second acupoint in one go. Xiao Mingchu said excitedly. Sect Lord, look at junior brother Xiaofan's potential. Mortals don't have such talent. It seemed that junior brother Xiaofan would soon become an immortal. The first round of tempering of the true life talisman had already reached 3,000 times. After 10 rounds of tempering, he would most likely accumulate tens of thousands of tempering true life talismans. What kind of life talisman would he create then? It was unimaginable. However, it was no wonder. Junior brother Xiaofan's trip to the genius zone was extremely precious. It is precisely because of this kind of life and death experience that I can shine so brilliantly today. It's mainly because of Xiaofan's accumulation. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Crow nodded. Fiendish Hero Pagoda, in the spirit house where Xiaofan was. At this moment, Xiaofan's entire body was glowing with a crystal-clear divine light. There were 61 balls of blazing light on Xiaofan's body. These were the 61 acupoints that Xiaofan had opened. At this moment, the 61 acupoints shot out endless brilliant and beautiful light beams. These light beams were extremely mystical and actually intertwined with each other to form pictures. There were immortals, demons, and countless living beings in those pictures. They displayed a mysterious and invincible power. This caused Xiaofan to deeply feel that he had already entered a surging torrent of the world's great power. The circulation of Xiaofan's true energy became more and more intense, almost reaching a level where it was as boundless as the sea. It was as if he could fight against nature itself. With one hand covering the sky, he was invincible, and supremely supreme. The pure true chi washed over Xiaofan's body like a waterfall, nourishing his skin until it became even whiter and more translucent. The pores on his skin were fine, without a single flaw. It was extremely perfect. His entire body seemed as if it was carved out of crystal. The feeling of being nourished by true chi is really wonderful. At this moment, Xiaofan finally felt the beauty of having a powerful true chi. The first round of purification of the life talisman has reached 3,000 times. This way, the pure true chi power of this talisman has reached 450 billion cauldrons. I don't need to use any true chi divine art at all. Just releasing this life talisman will be enough to crush a plane, kill ghosts and gods, and instantly kill some of the weaker tower masters. Moreover, this is only the first round of purification. I still have 9 chances left. Just now, when I sorted out those memories, my accumulation has been deduced to the peak. Now, it is not a problem for me to burst my acupoints again and again. The first round of purification of the life talisman is just an appetizer. The best is yet to come. At this moment, bang! Xiaofan's 60-second acupoint directly exploded. The aura of his body had more than doubled. On the square of the Demon Hero Pagoda, within the suspended white light screen, Xiaofan's life talisman was rippling again. It was being washed by tens of thousands of divine lights. Its volume increased again. Its aura was rising steadily. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Xiaofan's momentum is like a hot knife through butter. He has opened the 60-second acupoint. The life talisman is being washed and refined again. This round, the speed and frequency of Xiaofan's life talisman being washed was much faster than the first round. In just a few breaths, it has been washed more than 100 times. Could it be that the number of times of purification of the life talisman in the second round will exceed the 3,000 times of the first round? The momentum is too fierce. It has already been washed 1,000 times. The second round has just begun, and it has already reached 1,000 times. The entire life talisman is showing a kind of flawless quality. I have never seen such a perfect life talisman before. Among the ancient giants, the number 1 boss was also filled with madness. In the secular world, there should not be such a perfect life talisman. Finally, Xiaofan had opened the 60-second acupoint. The second round of purification of the life talisman had reached 4,000 times. The first 2 rounds of purification of the life talisman had reached 7,000 times. In this plane, no matter how talented a person was, when they were in the talisman transformation realm, 10 rounds of purification of the life talisman would at most accumulate over 100 times. Even if it was a monster from other planes, it would be rare for someone to accumulate over 1,000 times in 10 rounds. As for Xiaofan, he had only used 2 chances and had already done 7,000 times. With the remaining 8 chances, it would probably be easy for him to break the record of 10,000 times. If that was the case, he would really be comparable to an immortal. Moreover, Xiaofan's second round of purification of the life talisman had exceeded the first time. This was also a sign of great momentum. At the top floor of the Wuxia pagoda. Roar! 7,000 times. Just 2 rounds of purification of the life talisman had exceeded 7,000 times. What a monster! He's not human at all. The pagoda master was completely crazy. He let out a heart-wrenching howl, as if he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. When I first purified the life talisman, I accumulated less than 300 times in 10 rounds. All the elders fell silent. In this plane, the human race gathered together to watch Xiaofan break through to the next realm. In the demon metropolis, at this moment, the demon capital that was originally in a state of devastation and was in a state of desolation was extraordinary. In the core area of the demon metropolis, a large space array had been set up, and a misty demonic aura was rising. Among the 10 great emperors of the demon metropolis, other than the fallen great emperor, the remaining 9 great emperors had already led a large number of mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors to guard the side of the array. At this moment, boom! In the array, the space shook, and then a strong demonic aura rushed out. The space in the array wriggled and protruded a few times. Then, a few young men in human form walked out, but their eyes were like the sea of blood, and they were full of demonic aura. Ha 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 ha. We've finally arrived. Ha 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 ha. The young men laughed sinisterly the moment they walked out of the array. They looked around, and then their gazes landed on the chief emperor of the demon metropolis, Emperor Woodfern. Oh, you must be the leader of the demon race in this plane, Emperor Woodfern, right? The demonic youths walked over. When we received your message, we rushed over according to the coordinates you provided. You even built a teleportation array to welcome us. Not bad, not bad. Ah. Our kind from the other planes have finally arrived. Emperor Woodfern didn't dare to be negligent, because the demonic youths that came out of the teleportation array gave him a sense of extreme danger. Everyone, such strong demonic energy. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Woodfern, to be honest, your plane is a little trashy. The demonic youths looked at each other and laughed. Emperor Woodfern, as the leader of the demon race in this plane, your demonic energy, if you were in our plane, you would only be an ordinary demon emperor. You wouldn't have any status, sigh. Emperor Woodfern felt extremely awkward. At this time, one of the demonic youths looked in the direction of the demon hero pagoda, and then closed his eyes. The scent of the human race. I smell the scent of the human race. When he opened his eyes, he saw the scent of the human race. When he opened his eyes, a scene of hellish azura and severed limbs appeared in his eyes. Kill. The human race in our plane has been eaten up. Keek. It's been a long time since I've had a full meal. I can't wait. Keek. I really want to eat the brains of the human race from the other planes. I'm afraid it'll be a different kind of flavor. Just at this moment, an obscure pressure emanated from the misty demonic formation. Very quickly, this pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. Creaking sounds that caused one's teeth to ache could be heard, as if some peerless ferocious creature was about to be born. The light in the vast demon capital was distorted, and the entire place was plunged into a state of darkness. An indifferent voice echoed between heaven and earth. What a trashy plane. I heard that an extremely high-quality demonic energy has appeared in this plane, so I came to take a look. If I've been deceived, then I don't mind eating this plane. A deep and evil voice said coldly. To be continued. Chapter 539. Xiaofan's plane. The demon capital. A gigantic vortex of demonic qi squirmed madly. Demonic qi filled the air, terrifying the soul. Countless ancient demonic runes swirled around the vortex. It was a spatial teleportation formation. Great Emperor Woodfern had set it up to personally welcome the demon race army from another plane, allowing them to reach this plane without a hitch. Such a small plane. I'm afraid that I'll damage it if I make a slight move. In the misty demonic qi, there was a pressure that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Then, a giant in a scaled battle robe walked out with a rumbling sound. This giant clad in scaled armor was more than 10 zhang tall. He looked like a savage spirit god that had walked out from the primordial chaos. His facial features looked as if they had been chiseled by a knife. At the center of his brows, there was a heavenly eye that had suppressed the eons. It was a great Tao divine ability. At first glance, this was a human tower master expert. His body had 101 true acupoints, and his heavenly eye had been opened. However, in reality, this was merely a puppet body that had its brain matter devoured by a demon and taken over by it. In other words, this giant clad in scaled armor was already dead. What was holding up this layer of human skin was a powerful demon. To be able to possess the body of a human tower master was no small matter. Furthermore, Great Emperor Woodfern and the other demons could feel that this giant clad in scaled armor must have been unbelievably powerful when he was alive. He was definitely many times stronger than the human tower masters in Great Emperor Woodfern's plane. He was a supreme expert of the human race who could crush Great Emperor Woodfern with a single finger. But now, his brain had been sucked dry by a demon. Too powerful. The strength of this demon is shocking. It's beyond my understanding. Great Emperor Woodfern's hair stood on end. He had an urge to kneel down and kowtow. Oh. You're the Great Emperor Woodfern who sent me a message. The scaled giant stared coldly at Emperor Woodfern. Two beams of demonic light shot out from his eyes, and a pressure as deep as the sea caused Emperor Woodfern's knees to buckle, and he fell to his knees. Furthermore, it wasn't just Emperor Woodfern. Every single member of the demonic race in the demon capital couldn't stand the overwhelming demonic energy and knelt to the ground. Yes, yes, I am the leader of the demon folk of this plane. Emperor Woodfern howled in terror. It knew very well that with a single thought from the other party, its demon body would collapse and disintegrate. As for this trash plane, this emperor will investigate the matter of the powerful demonic chi source. Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid, I don't have the ambition to invade and occupy a plane like yours. The only thing I'm interested in is the powerful demonic chi that you mentioned. The scaled armored giant sneered. Let's not talk about the demonic chi source for now. We're going to eat at least half of the humans in this plane. Night Owl's voice rang out from the teleportation formation. Then, dozens of greater demons that were strong enough to destroy the entire demon capital walked out one after another. Every single one of these demons was many times stronger than Emperor Woodfern. Their bodies were as bright as the sea, and every single one of their cells was filled with demonic energy that could overturn rivers and seas. Within their bodies, their demon veins intertwined like horned dragons. It was unknown how many demon veins they had awakened, but there were likely more than 1,000,000 of them. Every single one of them was like an evil dragon that could devour mountains and rivers. Swoosh! 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 Countless black ptomaine locusts blotted out the sky as they rushed out of the demonic chi formation. The temperature of the entire demon capital plummeted by many times. Then, the black ptomaine locusts gathered together to form a demonic being with a black cloak and a mask covering its face. It sneered and moved its body slightly. Countless rays of demonic light shot out from the depths of its body and penetrated the void. These rays of demonic light seemed to turn into numerous demonic spirits that searched the plane, capturing and torturing everything in their path. Another greater demon had appeared. Coming to a low-level plane like this to have some fun is also a way to relax. I can also have a taste of the brains of the humans here. I'm already sick of the taste of the human brains in my plane. Soon, a yellow-robed man walked out of the formation. His face was handsome, but his head was covered with faint purple scales. His eyes were smiling. However, the strange thing was that he stood on the same spot as if he didn't exist. It was as if he was in a different time and space from the other demons. However, as soon as the yellow-robed man appeared, the pupils of some of the most powerful demons shrank and showed a look of dread. The human tower master of this plane must be left for me to enjoy. Eating the pagoda master is my lifelong pursuit and hobby. Ha ha ha. A beast monarch with golden fur all over his body stepped forward. Without a doubt, this was a monstrous beast monarch. He could definitely move the stars and space with a wave of his hand. The so-called planets and planes were as fragile as marbles in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. In just a few days, countless demons from other planes had arrived at Xiaofan's plane. Thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000. At this moment, the huge demon capital was filled with great demon sovereigns from different planes. Some of the great demon sovereigns even led an army of mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors. Great Emperor Woodfern humbly welcomed these demons from other planes who were many times stronger than him. He trembled with fear, afraid that he would be killed if he made the slightest mistake. At this moment, Great Emperor Woodfern was extremely conflicted. Finally, my plan has come to fruition. It's perfect. I can't believe I've attracted so many demons from other planes. But it's too dangerous. They're too dangerous. I feel like I'm asking a tiger for its skin. No, I feel like I've invited a wolf into my house. Now, the slightest mistake might anger them, and the demon capital will be reduced to rubble in an instant. Great Emperor Woodfern trembled with fear. He hadn't expected that the demons from other planes would be so powerful, and their numbers had exceeded his expectations. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, I can't back down anymore. At the very least, I'll take this opportunity to wipe out all the humans in this plane. And I'll capture the silver-masked demon emperor. I can't care about that anymore. I've already been forced into a dead end. The fear in the wood-fern emperor's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a frenzied expression that bordered on hysteria. Wuxia domain. In this plane, the undercurrents were turbulent, and the winds were raging. While the demon capital was experiencing an earth-shattering event, the Wuxia domain of the human race was also experiencing a magnificent scene. The number one genius of the human race, Xiaofan, was breaking through to the next realm. 7th stage True Qi, talisman-forming realm. He was refining his natal talisman in a frenzy. Above the Wuxia pagoda, all sorts of strange phenomena were taking place. Shockwaves from Xiaofan's cultivation rushed out of the Wuxia pagoda. Raging true qi rained down from the sky, converging into an ocean. Dragons and serpents roiled in the ocean of true qi, immortal beasts appeared, celestial music rang out, and all sorts of praises were sung. However, the demon heroes in the Wuxia domain who were watching the ceremony no longer cried out in surprise. They seemed numb. Their faces were lifeless, their eyes bulging out of their sockets as they stared blankly at the white screen. Waves of immortal qi were washing away Xiaofan's natal talisman. In the past few days, Xiaofan's natal talisman seemed to have been constantly being washed and refined. Now, this natal talisman had already shown a color that was close to heaven. It was clear and flawless. Furthermore, the size of the natal talisman was boundlessly large. Once it was released, the true energy contained within it would definitely be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, sweep through rivers, and even tear apart continents and plains with ease. At this point, Xiaofan had already broken through the 68th true acupoint, and the number of rounds of washing his natal talisman had reached 8. In the first round, the natal talisman was washed 3,000 times. In the second round, the natal talisman was washed 4,000 times. In the third round, 5,000 times. In the fourth round, 6,000 times. In the fifth round, 7,000 times. In the sixth round, 8,000 times. In the seventh round, 9,000 times. In the eighth round, 10,000 times. Terrifying. Heaven-defying. Freak. Invincible. After washing the natal talisman, it actually showed a trend of increasing. There was no sign of decline at all. The aftereffects were continuous. In other words, after accumulating 8 rounds, Xiaofan's natal talisman had been washed 52,000 times. This result was the best in the entire universe. It could dominate countless ordinary planes. It could even rival immortals. Now, the pure true qi contained in Xiaofan's natal talisman had reached 780 billion cauldrons. It far exceeded the power of his flesh shell. This was the power contained in the talisman without the addition of any true qi technique. Once he cultivated a slightly more powerful true qi technique, the power of Xiaofan's natal talisman would be enhanced, and it would easily break through 100 billion cauldrons. A single life talisman could crush countless pagoda masters to death. Moreover, Xiaofan was still trying to break through. He wanted to break through the 69th and 70th true acupoint and complete the last 2 rounds of washing. Under everyone's gaze, bang! The white light screen shook violently, turning the sky and earth upside down. It showed that Xiaofan had successfully broken through the 69th true acupoint. Then, hua 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 hua, the natal talisman was washed once again. 15,000 times. Xiaofan's 9th round of washing has directly reached 15,000 times. After 9 rounds, the natal talisman has been washed a total of 67,000 times. The number of washing of the natal talisman will definitely exceed the previous round. Each round is more ferocious than the previous. Each round is more freakish than the previous. What kind of miracle will be created in the last round? After the first 9 rounds of washing of the natal talisman, the white light screen became silent for a long time. However, within this silence, there were signs of something brewing. The last round, Xiaofan seemed to be brewing. What kind of storm would erupt? To be continued. Chapter 540. Xiaofan went into seclusion to break through the true energy realm. When he reached the 7th stage of true energy talisman transformation, he broke through from the 61st true acupoint to the 69th true acupoint, obtaining a total of 9 rounds of refining and cleansing the life talisman. In these 9 rounds, Xiaofan became more and more ferocious and perverted each time. He had accumulated a total of 67,000 times of cleansing his true life talismans. This result was the best in the universe, comparable to that of an immortal. Those who were most optimistic about Xiaofan and believed in him the most couldn't have expected such a result. It was really heaven-defying. However, before breaking through the 70th true acupoint and the last round of cleansing the life talisman, the Wuxia pagoda fell silent, and the white wall light curtain also seemed to be still. That earth-shattering energy fluctuation had completely stopped. The entire Wuxia region was silent. Just like that, the silent scene lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the Wuxia pagoda, it was a pool of stagnant water. Finally, all the demons watching the ceremony began to whisper to each other, "It stopped." Xiaofan's cultivation had finally come to a halt. The 70th true acupoint was not broken through after all? Did Xiaofan's potential temporarily run out when he broke through the 69th true acupoint? Probably. After all, the first 9 rounds of cleansing the life talisman was too heaven-defying. As the saying goes, the greater the achievement, the greater the consumption. Maybe Xiaofan ran out of energy. On the side of the Pure Rain sect, Wuxia and the others were now shocked and proud. At the same time, there were some discussions. Sect Master, junior brother Xiaofan's storm-like cultivation finally stopped, Dongfang Qin said with bulging eyes. Some time ago. It was too exciting. It was too enjoyable. Junior brother Xiaofan's cultivation has really broadened our horizons. He's constantly nourishing his destiny talisman, raising the might of his destiny talisman to the limit. Junior brother Xiaofan's life talisman can definitely shatter thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. But judging from the current situation, junior brother Xiaofan's seclusion this time should be coming to an end. It has been 3 days, and there is no more movement in the Wuxia pagoda. The energy fluctuations and various auras that were previously dispersed have now disappeared. Yes, when Xiaofan was cultivating, the world outside the Wuxia pagoda was full of strange phenomena. It was everywhere. But now, everything had been destroyed. The Wuxia region returned to its usual appearance. The azure sky. The gentle breeze blew past, and the fragrance of the leaves from the distant mountains. He's probably done with his cultivation. However, I did not break through to the 8th or 9th level of true qi. Fang Ling slightly knitted his brows. It seems like Xiaofan has to take it one step at a time in order to cultivate his true energy. Follow the rules. He was invincible in every realm, so it was impossible for him to increase his cultivation too quickly. The exploration of the genius zone had ended the foundation that Xiaofan had accumulated. But it's still heaven-defying enough. He shouldn't lose to an immortal, right? However, if he had finished his cultivation, why hasn't junior brother Xiaofan come out of seclusion? Xiao Mingchu was also puzzled. It could also be brewing. Crow said with a trembling voice. An even bigger storm is brewing, hiss. The people standing beside Wu all gasped. Inside the Wuxia pagoda, Xiaofan was in the spirit house. At this moment, there were rays of light intertwining around Xiaofan's body. Around him, 69 resplendent stars twinkled. The current situation was extremely mysterious. For example, right now, Xiaofan's body was like an independent universe, and his 69 acupoints were like the 69 resplendent stars in the starry sky of this universe. These 69 stars seemed to be able to communicate with the stars beyond the 9 heavens, absorbing the starlight and turning it into true energy. Xiaofan felt that his connection with the universe and nature was getting closer and closer. My body is like the universe, and my true acupoints are like the stars. Every true acupoint can almost illuminate a part of the sky. My life talisman is as big as an empire, and the true energy contained in it can move mountains, fill the sea, and explode everything if released. However, I'm still one step away from the peak of the 7th level True Qi Talisman Transformation Realm and opening 70 true acupoints. The foundation that I've accumulated while adventuring in the Genius Zone is almost used up after the first few times. However, I'm not completely out of energy. The last bit of foundation is enough for me to open 70 true acupoints and complete the 10th round of purification of my life talisman. However, the effect of the 10th round of purification is not optimal. I'll brew for one last time. Slowly ferment all the accumulations and life force potential to the densest point. Then, combine it with mental energy and life saber chi to break through the 70th acupoint and cleanse the life talisman for the 10th round, defying the heavens once again. With this thought in mind, Xiaofan closed his eyes. His entire aura changed drastically. From a monarch descending upon the world, he became like a tree or stone, completely silent. All the energy waves in his body were deeply restrained. Like an animal hibernating, Xiaofan fell into a deep sleep. Of course, this kind of deep sleep was brewing. He closed his 6 senses and squeezed out all the remaining accumulation and foundation in his body and soul to the extreme. Another 7 days and 7 nights passed. The Wuxia pagoda and the entire Wuxia region no longer emitted any signs of Xiaofan's cultivation. This made all the spectators more certain that Xiaofan had ended his seclusion. It was just that they did not see Xiaofan appear from the Wuxia pagoda with their own eyes. It's over. This magnificent cultivation is finally over. It's amazing. We didn't waste our time to come back from the depths of the great wilderness. It was a worthwhile trip. It's indescribably perfect. If I have to nitpick, the only regret is that I didn't open 70 true acupoints and complete the 10th round of purification of my life talisman. Then let's go. No. Wait. When Xiaofan comes out, I want to kneel and worship him personally. Yes, I also want to see my idol. Wait. Wait until Xiaofan comes out. Since I'm already here, I won't leave easily. I have to see Xiaofan. Wait. When Xiaofan comes out, I'll kowtow and kowtow. I'll beg Xiaofan to take me as his disciple. Although they had already deduced that Xiaofan had ended his cultivation, none of the chivalrous spirits and martial artists who had come to watch the ceremony had left. All of them gathered in the Wuxia domain and watched bitterly. They didn't want to go, just to see Xiaofan. They had personally witnessed Xiaofan's peerless charm. Wuxia Tower. On the top floor. Roar. He had actually managed to reach such a level, purifying the life talisman. Tens of thousands of times. Now, it was just a natal talisman. Just a little bit of its aura was enough to crush my body. My half-immortal body is completely useless in front of this natal talisman. I can't even put up the slightest resistance. Pagoda Master let out a sorrowful howl. Pagoda Master, everything is over. The dust has settled. Xiaofan is invincible. Not only is he invincible in our plane. Even if he went to any other secular plane, he would still be invincible. An elder said. He said in a resigned tone. Tower Master, before going into seclusion, Xiaofan's trump card in the Genius Zone was his physical strength and soul intent. His weakness was his cultivation of true qi. But now, he has no weaknesses. His cultivation of true qi has also grown to a heaven-defying level. Although he is only at the 7th phase of true qi, a natal talisman can instantly kill countless pagoda masters. Hiss. If Xiaofan reached the 8th stage of true qi, the 9th stage of true qi, or even the 10th stage of true qi, then what? Wouldn't he be able to fight against immortals? Another elder let out a cry of horror. He's invincible. It's hard to find anyone below immortal level who can fight against him. Another elder nodded repeatedly. Then, a wise man submits to circumstances. Now, let's go and welcome Xiaofan out of seclusion. The 12 elders all left the secret chamber. With fawning expressions on their faces, they eagerly made their way to Xiaofan's house of mind, where he was in seclusion. Congratulations to young hero Xiaofan for successfully breaking through to the next level. Now, we will welcome young hero Xiaofan out of seclusion. The 12 elders stood outside the spirit house with their hands by their sides, bowing and calling out to the newcomers. However, there was only silence in the house of extraterrestrial consciousness. Young hero Xiaofan, have you finished your cultivation? The 12 elders waited outside the spirit house for 3 days and 3 nights, but there was no response from Xiaofan. They had no choice but to return to the secret chamber at the top of the pagoda. You bunch of bootlickers! The pagoda master shouted coldly. What's wrong? You went to welcome Xiaofan, but he hasn't come out yet? You've been snubbed for your warm faces, haven't you? Is it interesting? Pagoda master. Now that things have come to this, please calm down. You can't fight Xiaofan anymore. Just accept your fate, the elders advised. Accept my fate? Ha 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 ha. Indeed, I can only accept my fate. The pagoda master laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that a little ant would grow to such an abnormal level in such a short period of time? Now, I've become an ant. The beautiful world, the beautiful rivers and mountains have been taken by him. Ha ha ha. It's a pity. I was too merciful when I was able to kill him. Ha ha ha. Pagoda master, you don't have to be like this. Xiaofan is destined to be a heaven's favored one. You can't fight against fate. You can only accept fate's arrangement. Moreover, Xiaofan is from our plane after all. When a man achieves the Tao, even his fowls and dogs rise to the heavens. In the future, Xiaofan's achievements will benefit us a little. Pagoda master, think about it yourself. We'll take our leave first. The 12 elders left the secret chamber. Ha 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 ha. People are divided. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Ha 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 ha. The pagoda master let out a sorrowful and unwilling cry. Then, his voice spread outside the Wuxia pagoda, go away. Everyone in the world is a bootlicker. They're all here watching Xiaofan. Ha 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 ha. Get out of the Wuxia region. Get out. Get out. Those who remain will be killed by me personally. Get out. Outside the Wuxia pagoda. The huge Wuxia region was shrouded in the pagoda master's anger and pressure. The Wuxia warriors who attended the ceremony left one after another. Let's go. We've waited for a full 10 days, but Xiaofan still hasn't come out. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid there won't be any results in a short period of time. Now, the pagoda master is furious. He's jealous of Xiaofan. Yes, the pagoda master was originally the leader of our plane. He could summon the wind and rain, command the world, and preside over the overall situation. No one dared to disobey him. But now, compared to Xiaofan, he's worse than an ant. Under the attack of jealousy, he's very likely to vent his anger on us. There's no need for us to get into trouble. Let's leave first. When Xiaofan comes out, we'll visit him again. Yes, let's go first. Humph. This pagoda master is too narrow-minded. Our plane has produced Xiaofan, a heaven's favored one comparable to an immortal. Not only is he not pleased, but he's also jealous and embarrassed. Now, we'll bear with it for the time being. If he lets us go, we'll all return. When Xiaofan comes out in the future, I'll see if this pagoda master still dares to be so arrogant. Ha 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 ha. He dares to be arrogant? He dares to jump? Xiaofan can crush him with one finger. In the midst of laughter, all the Wuxia warriors in the Wuxia region retreated like the tide. To be continued. Chapter 541. Sect Leader, are we staying or leaving now? Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling and Xiao Mingchu looked at Wu Yu. Let's leave as well. Let's return to the Pure Cloud sect. Wu Li smiled faintly. The matter has come to an end. Although I don't know why Xiaofan still hasn't come out of seclusion, there's no need to worry about him. Let's go. The pagoda lord has already gone crazy. He must be extremely unwilling to accept Xiaofan's rise to power. That little youth from back then has already replaced his position. Let's return to the lofty mountain range and wait for Xiaofan. Within a day, the crowded Wuxia domain had become deserted and silent. It revealed a desolate mood. At the top of the hero tower. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Inside the secret room, the pagoda master held a jar of wine in his hand and madly drank it while laughing maniacally. As for Xiaofan's house of Psyche, it was still as calm as ever. At the same time, in Yaodu. If one were to say that the Devil Hero region was empty and desolate at the moment, then the demon metropolis would be flourishing. Many great demons from other planes had already descended upon this plane. Now, the demon metropolis was full of powerful mutated demon emperors, ultimate mutated demon emperors, and even demon emperors. On the third floor of the demon metropolis, in the five-colored demon palace. At this moment, hundreds of the most powerful beast monarchs had gathered in the five-colored beast palace. Any one of these demon emperors could single-handedly annihilate all the living beings of the human race on this plane. The monster hero tower was as weak as an ant in their eyes, regardless of whether it was an ancient giant, an eternal giant, an elder, or a tower master. The leaders of the demon folk, Grand Emperor Woodfern and the others, were currently standing subserviently in a corner of the five-colored demon palace. Grand Emperor Woodfern, we've heard everything that transpired, a white-robed man said coolly. From time to time, ancient demon clan runes would appear in his eyes. The silver-masked demon emperor is indeed strange. In the final moment, a demonic energy that could destroy anything and everything erupted from its body. It was the supreme-grade essence demonic energy. Even the demon god altar that you invited with your demonic senses was refined by the supreme-grade demonic chi in the silver-masked demon emperor's body. To be able to refine a trace of Lord Demon God's will, there's no doubt that it's the source of demonic chi from the upper realm. How powerful! If the demonic beasts of the lower realm were to obtain this essential demonic chi, we might be able to ascend to the demonic realm. Another powerful demonic beast emperor's eyes flashed with greed. He licked his lips and said, "It's really strange," said a middle-aged man with a golden horn on his forehead. The demons born in such a tiny plane are so weak and laughable, and yet they manage to absorb a sliver of the Lord Demon God's will. That's almost impossible. He looked at Emperor Woodfern suspiciously. Emperor Woodfern, you couldn't possibly be lying to us, right? Did you fabricate some silver-masked monster emperor to trick us into coming here to use our power? The human demon who helped you devour and destroy this plane. Hee. You've got guts. The man chuckled coldly, causing Grand Emperor Woodfern's soul to writhe with pain. No. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Grand Emperor Woodfern let out a heart-wrenching howl. Enough. An old man with a crown on his head let out a muffled groan. The man with the golden horn trembled and lowered his head. The pain in Grand Emperor Woodfern's soul was alleviated. There's something strange about this plane, the old man said, looking in the direction of the Demon Hero region. I sensed it a while ago. I sensed a very terrible wave of genuine chi coming from the direction of the human clan's chivalrous region in your plane. This wave of genuine chi can suppress the ages and condense the sky. It is even several times stronger than the leader of the human clan's chivalrous region. However, now, this mysterious and powerful wave of genuine chi has disappeared without a trace. Logically speaking, the humans of this plane shouldn't have given birth to such a heaven-defying expert. Otherwise, Emperor Woodfern, your entire race would have been massacred long ago. Yes, yes. The demon hero leader of this plane is as strong as me, but not by too much. Throughout history, there has never been a human expert who could suppress the Yao race, said Emperor Woodfern. That's why I said there's something strange about this plane. The old man with the crown on his head nodded. TCH. We have so many demon emperors, what do we have to fear? No matter how strong their true energy is, they're no match for us. Only human immortals can pose a threat to us, a green-skinned demon snorted disdainfully. Alright, let's wage war on the human demons of this plane. Kill all the demons of the human race in this plane and devour their brains. Keek. I can't wait any longer. The human demons of this plane aren't that big of a deal, a youth with monstrous demonic energy said. The main thing is to find the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. He has something that we want, a young man with a monstrous demonic aura said indifferently. Forgive me, but I'm not interested in declaring war on the human demons of this plane. I'm here for the high-grade origin demonic chi. But, the silver-masked demon emperor has hidden himself very well. Grand Emperor Woodfern said hesitantly. Ever since he took Master Yen Lang away from the demon capital, he's been very quiet. It's as if he's evaporated from this plane. I've been searching for him in secret for a long time, but I haven't found any clues. Don't worry. We'll use our demonic senses to search this plane. We'll definitely find the silver-masked demon emperor, another powerful demon emperor said with a grimace. At this moment, a bald, burly man's eyes flashed with demonic light. Kakik. It wasn't easy for us to come to this plane. It wouldn't make sense if we didn't have some fun. Then, let's find the silver-masked demon emperor while we play with the humans of this plane. Keek. Oh. How do we play with them? Do you have any exciting tricks up your sleeve? Some of the demon emperors asked with interest. That's right. Although there were countless ordinary planes in the vast universe, if they didn't have accurate spatial coordinates, they wouldn't be able to reach other planes easily even if they had great abilities. Now that they had come to this plane, they felt that it was very exciting. All of them were restless, wanting to stir up trouble and toy with the humans of this plane. Kakik. I'm an expert in playing with humans. We can first create some disasters such as plagues, causing the humans of this plane to fall into panic and despair. At that time, the humans will beg helplessly and despair. They will fall into panic and despair. At that time, the human race will let out helpless and desperate pleas. Their social structure will quickly collapse, and people will no longer trust each other. That's great. Then, even the demon heroes of the human race will be helpless. We can play with all the humans in this plane bit by bit. Don't you think it's very interesting? The bald giant man's eyes were scarlet red and his voice was trembling as he spoke. I can't wait. Alright. I'll release 176 types of plagues to the human kingdoms of this plane right now. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the body of the bald, burly man slightly trembled, and suddenly, dense black light rays were directly refracted. Among the black light rays, they contained countless tiny demon characters, invisible and intangible. They directly shot into the sky, towards the four regions of the human race, as well as the great wilderness. It's so boring. A great emperor of the demon clan who looked like a scholar laughed in disdain. I'd better go and look for the silver mask demon emperor myself. In fact, as long as I find the alchemist Yen, I'll be able to find the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. After saying that, the scholarly Demon Emperor's body turned into ripples. Then he disappeared directly from the five-colored Demon Palace. Yes. Let's find the alchemist Yen first. A group of Demon Emperors all stood up and disappeared without a trace in an instant. I don't like to play with humans. I like to kill directly. Ha 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 ha. I'll go and slaughter a few human kingdoms first to have some fun. A ferocious-looking Demon Emperor opened his bloody mouth. He opened his bloody mouth, and between his teeth, there was still some human muscle tissue and dripping flesh. He also quickly disappeared. On the square outside the five-colored Demon Palace. He. All mutant Demon Emperors, listen to my order. A cold-looking Demon Emperor wearing a scarlet cloak floated above the square. On the square, there were tens of thousands of ultimate mutant Demon Emperors standing densely. Demonic aura soared into the sky and did not disperse, forming a constantly rolling and squirming sea of blood. Coming to this strange plane has caused your blood to boil. In our plane, the human race's demon heroes are powerful and have formed a balanced situation with our demon race. But in this small plane, the human race's demon heroes are too weak. Okay, everyone, go and kill to your heart's content in this plane. Play with the human race in this plane as much as you want. Yes. Ha ha ha. Tens of thousands of ultimate mutant demon emperors roared excitedly. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, tens of thousands of ultimate mutant demon emperors teleported away from the demon capital and sneaked into the human world. In the *** mountain range. In the *** sect. In the *** palace. At this moment, Wu Shun was pacing anxiously in the garden with his hands behind his back. Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, and Dong Fang Qin were also following him with tense faces. Sect Master, it has been 7 days since we returned to the sect. Junior brother Xiaofan still hasn't come out of seclusion. It's quiet in the Demon Hero Pagoda, Dong Fang Qin said in a hurry. Junior brother Xiaofan is extremely talented, so there shouldn't be any accidents. But 3 days ago, a large-scale plague broke out in the Beacon Fire Empire, where our sect belongs to. Countless people were infected with a plague called Red Bean Plague. This Red Bean Plague is very terrible. Within a day, the infected person's whole body will be covered with red sores and extremely itchy. No medicine can cure it. The infected person can't bear it and can only scratch the skin and flesh all over his body, causing pus to burst out until his whole body is torn apart. He scratches and bites himself into a pile of white bones. Fang Ling also frowned deeply. Those who are infected with the Red Bean Plague will definitely die within 3 days. Currently, dozens of counties in the entire Beacon Fire Empire have been swept by the Red Bean Plague. So far, hundreds of thousands of people have died. Xiao Mingchu also became anxious. This plague came without warning, and it's really hard on the people. Sect Master, the Medicine King Valley is already refining the antidote. I wonder if they can refine the antidote as soon as possible. There's something fishy about this. Suddenly, Wu Shun looked into the distance and said worriedly. I received news yesterday that it's not just our Beacon Fire Empire. Various plagues have broken out in the 4 regions of the east, south, west, and even in the vast wilderness. Some small countries are already full of corpses, and the whole country is mourning. Chapter 542. Although Xiaohan's dimension had been plagued by demons since ancient times, the human fiendish chivalrous cultivators were still considered behemoths. Therefore, most of the territory was still prosperous, with peace and prosperity everywhere. Only a very small number of regions would have demons roaming about, tormenting the common people. However, there were very few cases of demons massacring cities and countries. Recently, the entire plain had sunk into a state of panic. This panic was not only limited to the southern region's Beacon Fire Empire. It also included the other countries of the southern region, the eastern region, the western region, the northern region, and even the great desolate region. None of them were spared. Plague. It was a terrible plague. Red bean plague. Red spot plague. Corpse poison plague. Rotting plague. Green lotus plague. Hundreds of terrible plagues swept through the entire plain. These plagues were extremely ferocious. Anyone who was infected would die within a few days. Moreover, their deaths were so tragic that it was unbearable to look at them. Countless elites and experts from the major sects of the various regions and countries traveled among the commoners in the mortal world, trying their best to contain these terrible plagues. But it was to no avail. All the outstanding alchemists in this plain acted upon hearing the news and treated the plague carriers on the streets, but there was no good solution. Moreover, as the plague progressed, not only did the commoners who did not know martial arts suffer, even the martial artists who cultivated in the martial way, and even some of the sect's true Qi realm disciples, were infected by the plague. In the end, their souls were crushed, and they died a violent death. The huge plain was almost in a state of destruction. Almost all the demons in the demon hero domain who ruled over the human race in this plain. They all came out in full force. Southern region. Beacon Fire Empire. Imperial City. The luxurious Imperial City. At this moment, they had already fallen into a tragic situation. On the flat road, there were civilians who were either sitting or lying down. Their bodies were covered with red bean scars. The shops along the street were all closed. From time to time, there would be heart-wrenching screams coming from the courtyards of some wealthy families. Ah! Itchy! Itchy and painful. I'm dying of itch. Bitter. I've been doing good all my life, why did I end up like this? Ah! My son, you, hang in there. Mother. Why are there red beans growing on my arm? It's so itchy. The streets and alleys were filled with shrill cries, sounds of tearing, scratching, biting, crying, and mourning. There was a wave of stench, the stench of feces, the stench of corpses, and the stench of decay. It filled every corner of the imperial city. There were also countless disgusting flies. Giant mosquitoes and even black mice crawled around without any fear. Hell on earth. On a long street, hundreds of people were lying on the ground, covered in blood. Their faces and bodies were covered in red pimples. They were frantically tearing at their skin and rubbing against the ground. In the end, some of them even went completely crazy and started to attack the people around them. Da-da-da-da, the sound of hooves could be heard. A group of cavalrymen with big horses and bright armor appeared on the street. The leading general's body was filled with surging true energy. At this moment, his eyebrows were furrowed, and a ruthless aura could be seen in the depths of his eyes. General Ma, don't tell me, do we have to do this? A soldier rode his horse to the side of the general, his face was full of sympathy. There's no other way, it's completely chaotic. This red bean plague is going to destroy the foundation of our Beacon Fire Empire. We can't delay any longer. These people in front of us have been infected with the plague for a few days and are beyond cure. They can spread the plague at any time and pollute the entire imperial city. Suddenly, the general's eyes were filled with killing intent. Obey the order of your majesty. Immediately execute the people who carry the plague. Execute them immediately. Pooh. 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 Heads flew up one by one, and the blood from the neck soared to the sky. Beacon Fire Empire, Imperial Palace. The current emperor of Beacon Fire Empire was standing in an elegant room with a worried expression. A few eunuchs were serving him at the side, trembling with fear. On a soft couch with embroidered curtains, laid a haggard and sickly beauty. She was beautiful, but her pale face was covered with red sores, a ghastly sight. Your Majesty. I beg your Majesty to remember that I've been obedient all these years and tried my best to serve your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must save me. The pretty woman said with tears streaming down her face. Imperial concubine Xiang, don't worry. We will definitely cure you. The emperor said. The elders of Medicine King Valley have already arrived. Don't worry, Imperial concubine Xiang, you will definitely be fine. In front of the bed of Imperial concubine Xiang, a white-robed old man was taking Imperial concubine Xiang's pulse. His eyebrows were deeply knitted and his face was as heavy as water. Your Majesty. Imperial concubine Xiang seems to be infected with the red bean plague. The Valley Master is currently studying the method to cure this plague. Suddenly. Pooh, on the broad and smooth forehead of the white-robed old man, a red bean the size of a red bean suddenly sprang out. The white-robed old man subconsciously scratched his forehead with his hand. Poochie, he was completely unaware that he had used too much force. In an instant, he scratched his forehead until it was dripping with blood and his skin was torn open. Elder. Imperial concubine Xiang stared at the white-robed old man in horror. No matter, this old man just felt a little itchy. The white-robed old man said with a smile. At this moment, his smile was already extremely strange. Suddenly, Pooh. From the white-robed old man's forehead and face, countless red beans sprang out, densely packed. Imperial concubine Xiang let out a scream, and then fainted. Beacon Fire Empire Imperial City. The massacre gradually began. The Imperial Guards of Beacon Fire Empire were mobilized, their iron hooves trampling, their swords swinging, madly slaughtering the commoners infected with the red bean plague. In an instant, the strong smell of blood covered the sky and the earth, and human heads, one by one, flew into the sky. The entire Imperial City resounded with the sound of crying to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, boom! A strong wave of chi. It descended out of thin air. Bang! 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 Cavalrymen were slaughtering civilians. He was sent flying. A group of men and women who were covered in jewels and jewels. The one in the lead descended from the sky, his entire body flowing with a misty aura. It was the sect master of the Pure Rain sect, Wu Yu. Fong Ling of the Pure Maiden sect is here. How dare you kill innocent people? Die. Fong Ling was dressed in white. His sword energy was sharp and his body moved. The invisible sword chi had already killed some of the cavalrymen who were fighting with the most vigor. Wu Wang's spiritual energy swept out and saw that the entire imperial city was in a state of desolation. Sorrow flashed in his eyes as he shook his head slightly. Sect Master, this is truly a tragedy. Dongfang Qin said in a low voice while feeling helpless and painful. Could it be that there are some demons causing trouble? I don't sense the aura of the demon clan. Wu Yu shook his head. However, among these plagues, there are many people. There were traces of demonic aura. This disaster is most likely related to the demon race. After a short pause, Lord Wu ordered. All true disciples of the Pure Rain sect, heed my command. He comforted the commoners in the imperial city. Stop the killing. Yes. Dozens of true disciples of the Pure Rain sect obeyed the command. Then, Lord Wu said to Xiao Mingchu who was beside him. Mingchu, bring a few commoners who are infected with the red bean plague back. Let the master treat them. Western region. Feng Luo country. Demon. At this moment, above the imperial city of Feng Luo country, a giant red-scaled python that was 10,000 feet long appeared. The demonic aura was soaring and covered the sky. In the next moment, Puchi. The giant serpent opened its bloody mouth and sucked in all the human beings in the imperial city. Gaga gaga tastes good. The humans in this plane taste a little more tender than the ones in my plane. Gaga gaga. The red-scaled giant python suddenly transformed into a red-haired demonic young man in red clothes. He descended and kept licking the corner of his mouth. There was an expression of wanting to continue. Eastern region. One of the strongest sects in the Eastern region. Raging Sword Divine Saber Sect. At this moment, led by the sect master of Raging Sword Divine Saber Sect, thousands of true Qi realm disciples were floating in the air. All kinds of true Qi rays shot out and dyed the entire sky with different colors. It was a spectacular sight. The sect master of Raging Sword Divine Saber Sect was a middle-aged man with a thin face. He had a hairpin on his head and looked like an immortal. He carried a treasure sword and a battle saber on his back. Behind him, a huge true Qi vortex appeared. There were endless true Qi runes brewing inside. These true Qi runes were constantly moving and forming a formation. Inside the formation, there were golden spears and armored horses floating up and down. Countless sword and saber origin giant spirits exploded in the formation. Hey! How dare you, demon! How dare you harm the commoners in the territory of my Raging Sword Divine Saber Sect? The sect master of Raging Sword Divine Saber Sect roared angrily, I am an ancient giant on the demon warrior ranking. How dare you? Trash! The demon warriors of this plane are too weak. Surprisingly, the young demon man opposite him was full of arrogance. He looked around and his aura seemed to be able to devour the void and destroy everything. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a dense river of demonic Qi gushed out. With a single tremble, the Fury Sword Godly Saber Sect, led by the patriarch of the ancient generation, and the thousands of true Qi realm disciples, were all crushed into black powder, scattering in all directions, not even their bones remained. Demon Warrior Pagoda. The secret room at the top of the pagoda. The 12 elders surrounded the pagoda master. Each and every one of the elders looked like they were on the verge of collapsing. Pagoda Master. The world is in chaos. In a few days, our plane will be in chaos. All kinds of plagues and poisons will run amok in the world. People will suffer and the people will have no way to live. Moreover, there are many mysterious and powerful demon clans that have used unknown methods to descend into our plane and kill our chivalrous heroes. Now, even a few of our chivalrous heroes have fallen. Pagoda Master, at this time, you should take action. Humph. I should make my move. Ha 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 ha. The Pagoda Master seemed to have vented his anger. He roared and laughed. He seemed very happy and had a sense of contentment. What does the chaos of the plane have to do with me? The strongest person in this plane is Xiaofan, and he has taken my place. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to leave this plane and go to the neighboring plane. Ha 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 ha, the life and death of this plane have nothing to do with me. Get lost. All of you, get lost. The Pagoda Master's body moved. His true Qi shook and all the elders surrounding him were sent flying. Then, he laughed and left. What should we do? Even the Pagoda Master has run away, disregarding the safety of the plane. What should we do? These elders were completely panicked and lost their minds. Now that things have come to this, perhaps only one person can save this plane. Xiaofan. The 12 elders shouted in unison. Xiaofan is still in seclusion. However, at this moment of life and death, let's go immediately and ask Xiaofan to come out. Go. Immediately go to where Xiaofan is in seclusion and tell him about the chaos of the plane. Ask Xiaofan to come out. The plane is in danger. I hope Xiaofan can come out of seclusion and turn the tide. To be continued. Chapter 543. The 12 elders had already left the secret room at the top of the tower and rushed to Xiaofan's spirit room. They left the Pagoda Master alone in the secret room. Humph. The Pagoda Master snorted and rushed to the window. The pagoda master looked into the distance. Outside the window, the great rivers and mountains of this plain were covered with a layer of dead gray. In the air, one could vaguely see a thick demonic aura spreading. Endless demonic aura condensed into a group of hideous and terrifying demonic beast shadows, tearing, disappearing, and roaring. The entire plain was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. It was showing signs of a precarious and even on the verge of extinction. In just a few days, the plain that was full of vitality has become like this. Really? But, it doesn't matter, I'm leaving now. Ahahaha. That's right, Xiaofan has risen to power and replaced me as the leader of this plain. He has become the unparalleled hero in the eyes of millions and millions of people. He has even become the hope of the entire plain. This has caused me to lose all my face and reputation. But... ha ha ha. I can't believe such an irreversible disaster has happened to this plain. How delightful. In this case, I can leave without hesitation and let Xiaofan bear all the blame. Ha ha ha. This is the greatest relief for me. What does the death of those civilians have to do with me? If they want to blame someone, blame their hero, Xiaofan. Ahahaha. Without further ado, I'm leaving now. The pagoda master sneered, then made a prompt decision and rushed out. In the Wuxia pagoda, there were all kinds of treasures, secret manuals, and supreme-grade true chi spirit stones. Pagoda master, you're... The evil heroes who were in charge of guarding the treasures looked at the pagoda master in a daze. At this moment, the pagoda master actually took all the treasures and put them all into his storage ring. Pagoda master, are you going to take away the treasures that the Wuxia pagoda has collected for countless years? A evil hero with a serious face blocked the pagoda master. Get out of my way. The pagoda master grinned viciously. True energy surged out of his body, immediately blasting the devil hero who was blocking his way into pieces. Xiao, the tower master, took the secret treasure and fled. He immediately teleported away from the Wuxia tower. The tower master has run away. The tower master has escaped. It was chaos in the hero pagoda. Demon capital. The Woodfern Emperor and the other demon emperors stood in a corner of the palace like servants. At the core area, they were hundreds of extremely powerful demonic emperors from other planes that could turn the world upside down. Moreover, in the entire demon metropolis, there were now mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors. There were millions of them. They had formed a terrifying demon race army. Millions of mutated demon emperors, ultimate mutated demon emperors. What did that mean? In Xiaohan's dimension, the number of ultimate mutation demon emperors in the demon metropolis was only over 1,000. In other words, there were over 1,000 ultimate mutated demon emperors and over 10,000 mutated demon emperors. Led by the 10 great demon emperors, they had fought against the human race heroes of this plane for countless years. However, the number of ultimate mutated demon emperors in the demon capital had increased by hundreds of times. Demonic chi soared into the sky. They breathed clouds and breathed mist. They could topple mountains and overturn seas. They could sweep through everything. This demon army is enough to flatten any ordinary dimension. The Woodfern Emperor said. They were all terrified. Even with his cultivation realm, he would not be able to withstand the attack of such an army. He would be engulfed in an instant without any ability to fight back. Then, let's surround the human Wuxia tower of this plane. A powerful demon emperor who was as powerful as an ancient giant spirit let out a rumbling voice that affected a small area of the weather. The sky was covered in snow. It's very boring in this tiny plane. We can't find the silver-masked demon emperor in a short time, and we're all hungry. Then, let's kill all the human heroes in this plane first. Ha ha ha. He wanted to kill every single human hero in this plane. Exterminate the Wuxia tower. Surround the Wuxia tower. Slaughter them all. Kill them all. Roar. Fight. Fight. Millions of mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors, as well as countless ordinary demon emperors, demon generals, and demon soldiers, let out ferocious roars. Emperor Woodfern, a young man with an emotionless demonic aura exuded from his body. Yes, yes. The Woodfern monarch bowed like a lowly servant as he stepped forward. Tell the humans of this plane that the demon army will attack the Wuxia Tower in 3 days. Tell the humans of this plane in advance so that they can gather at the Wuxia Tower from all directions. Then, we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. We can also pressure them in advance and cause them to crumble. The emotionless young man grinned. We love to see the humans crumble. That kind of panic and despair is something we demons enjoy very much, yes, yes. I will immediately inform the humans of this plane of the final battle through various means, the Woodfern Emperor replied. 3 days from now. The final battle. No, it's not a final battle. In 3 days, we will slaughter to our heart's content. Destroy the Wuxia Tower of this plane, and there will be countless delicious brains waiting for us to enjoy. Ha 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 ha. The entire demon capital was shrouded in layers of evil and demonic aura. *** mountain range *** sect *** on a secluded mountain peak. Some temporary thatched huts had been set up. A group of mortals infected with all sorts of plagues were being treated by Yen Lang. Yen Lang used the golden needles and all kinds of pills to relieve the pain of these people, which actually made them improve bit by bit. Grandmaster, you truly have a divine skill. Wu Yu exclaimed. Yen Lang nodded slightly, then looked in the direction of the demon capital with a thoughtful expression. Grandmaster, can you refine a divine medicine that can completely cure the plague? Wu Yu asked. Sect Master Wu. Yen Lang withdrew his thoughts and frowned when he heard Lord Wu's question. You've brought back a total of 35 mortals infected with different plagues. I can cure them all. I can also refine an antidote, but... Wu Yu frowned. This plague was definitely spread by a powerful demon race. Yen Lang said with great certainty. I have a special ability to sense demonic qi. Thus, your humble servant is absolutely certain that all plagues in our plane have been infected by the plague. They were all spread by the same demon in an extremely short period of time. It can't be, right? Xiao Mingqiu exclaimed. I'm afraid that even the most powerful monster emperor in our realm doesn't have the ability to spread the plague virus across the entire realm in a short period of time. If it had that kind of heaven-defying ability, it would have done so long ago. It couldn't have waited until now. No, it wasn't Great Emperor Woodfern. Yen Lang shook his head with certainty. I've been in the demon folk for quite some time now, and I've learned a thing or two about the ruler, Grand Emperor Woodfern. It was extremely familiar. Emperor Woodfern's demonic energy had never reached such a terrifying level. If my speculations are correct, the demon spreading this plague is at least 10 times stronger than the Woodfern Emperor. What? Crow ***. Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling all let out soul-stirring roars. A demon 10 times stronger than the strongest demon race in our plane? Crow exclaimed in shock. This, could it be, Yen Lang sucked in a breath of cold air. It shouldn't be a demon race native to our plane, but, a demon race from another plane, right at this moment, Sect Master. An auspicious cloud flew over from the horizon. A young man at the True Qi realm jumped down from it. Sect Master, several hours ago, thousands of human sects and at least hundreds of empires were destroyed in the 4 regions of the East, West, North, and South, as well as the Great Wilderness. They were annihilated by the demon race. According to reliable sources, a red-haired, red-clothed demon race wiped out 18 sects in the eastern region in just 2 hours. He killed 3 ancient powerhouses and 11 ancient powerhouses. The young man at the True Qi realm reported with a face full of shock. It must be a demon race from another plane. How could it be so powerful? Great Emperor Woodfern can't possibly have such tyrannical combat strength. Yen Lang cried out in shock. That should be the case. Crow nodded slightly and gave the order. Pass down my order. The disciples of the Cloud sect are to immediately announce to the world that there is a demon race invasion from another plane. It seems that the demon race is about to start a war. All the plagues and massacres are just a premonition. The real show is yet to come. Spread the news and tell the human warriors and demons to prepare for a battle to the death. Sect Master, you can inform the Tower Master and release the coordinates of our plane, so that the human experts from other planes can come to our rescue. Dongfang Qin said hurriedly. I'm afraid it's too late. Fong Ling said coldly. At this moment, Sect Master. Another ray of light flew over from the horizon. Sect Master, there's news from the demon capital. The demon race has invited us to a battle. The demon race has officially announced that they will fight us to the death at the Demon Hero Tower in 3 days. If the cultivators and demons of our plane don't dare to fight, the demon race will directly destroy every empire and sect in the mortal world and kill all the people of our plane. In just a few hours, the news of the demon race's challenge had spread to every corner of this plane. East, South, West, and North regions. The Great Wilderness. Countless human cultivators and demons felt the evil fighting spirit of the demon race. First of all, the demons scattered in the 4 regions of the human race and the Great Wilderness led their disciples to the Demon Hero domain at the fastest speed without hesitation. At the same time, the cultivators of many sects, even if they were not demons, as long as they had cultivated martial arts, they all rushed to the Demon Hero domain. At this moment, all the living beings of the human race on this plane felt as if they were united against a common enemy. Moreover, according to the large-scale plague that broke out a few days ago and the destruction of some empires and sects, now everyone in the world knew that a great demon from another plane had arrived. Now, the situation was simply precarious for this plane. Demon Hero Domain. Demon Hero Tower. Outside the Mind House where Xiaofan was in seclusion. Master Xiaofan. Can you hear us? Please come out. Now, the demon race from another plane has arrived in our plane and launched a war against the entire human race. The entire plane is in deep trouble. The plane is in a precarious situation. 3 days later, the demon clan army will invade the Wuxia domain. As long as they break through this line of defense, the people will have no way to survive. The 12 elders, outside the Mind House, wailed and beat their chests and stamped their feet, sobbing uncontrollably. At the same time, the demon capital. Oh! The human race wants to escape from this plane. Ha ha ha. A powerful demon emperor scanned with his demonic senses and found the Tower Master who was trying to escape. Come here. Boom! The demon emperor grabbed with his giant hand, directly freezing the space, reversing the universe, and directly grabbed the Tower Master who had already flown to the 9th heaven. Chapter 544. Xiaohan's plane was indeed in a precarious situation. Life and death would be decided in a split second. 3 days from now, the Yao race would fight the humans in the fairy tale domain. It would be a battle of the ages. Similar battles had taken place in other planes before. The Yao race and the humans would fight to the death, and the loser would be exterminated. It was a battle of wills and cruelty. It was a battle between 2 races. By now, many of the humans on this plane had learned that it wasn't the native Yao race led by Emperor Woodfern, but the mysterious and powerful Yao race from another plane. Before the battle, the 4 realms and the Great Wilderness had been ravaged by the plague. Who knew how many civilians had died? Some sects and empires had even been destroyed. That made the humans realize just how powerful the Yao race was before the battle even began. A shadow quietly shrouded the hearts of everyone who participated in the battle. The Purity Mountain Range. The Purity Sect. Xiao 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 rays of true energy circled above the Purity mountain range. These streams of vital energy were the direct disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, flying on their swords or riding on the mist to circle around them. Hundreds of thousands of disciples in the fleshly body realm were waiting in the outer mountains. Some were bare-chested, while others were fully clothed. Their eyes burned with the desire to fight. Mingchu, take a few true disciples with you to protect Grandmaster Yen Lang, Shi Rong, Yen Xue, and Princess Mo Hen. Wu Yu instructed Xiao Mingchu as he walked out of the Purity Hall. No, sect head, Xiao Mingchu hurriedly said, I want to fight as well. Have junior brother Fong Ling and junior brother Dong Fong stay behind to protect the families of the disciples. Mingchu, with your cultivation and battle prowess, you're the best choice. You're the best choice to protect the families of the Purity sect. Wu Yu smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the distant Yao capital. This battle is extremely dangerous. I don't know if we'll survive it. Mingchu, whether you fight or not won't affect the overall situation. Just stay here and protect your families. This. Xiao Mingchu trembled with excitement. Sect head, yes, it's decided. Wu Yu nodded heavily. At this moment, Fong Ling turned into a stream of sword energy and charged into the sky above the Six Peaks mountain range. All members of the Pure Rain sect, heed my command. Now. All the true energy realm disciples and physical body realm disciples of the sect entered the Devil Hero domain. The great battle between the human race and the demon race is imminent. For our homeland, for our loved ones, we can only fight. I have no regrets even if I die. Are you afraid? Fight. 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 The crowd was in high spirits. A blood-boiling roar reverberated throughout the entire Nine Peaks mountain range. It lasted for a long time. I wonder if junior brother Xiaofan will be able to make it in time for this battle. Fong Ling's gaze also looked towards the direction of the Demon Hero region as he spoke in a soft voice that could not be heard. Depart. Dongfang Qin's vital qi transformed into a giant black phoenix, carrying countless disciples of the mortal body realm and flying towards the Wuxia region. He flew in the direction of the Devil Hero region. At the same time, in the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions, as well as in the depths of the Great Desolate, a large number of human sects, empires, and countless cultivators were present. They all left their nests and flocked to the Wuxia region. On the way to the Wuxia region, martial artists were as dense as flying locusts in the sky. Some martial artists who were familiar with each other would smile after meeting each other. They would all smile and encourage each other in their eyes. Some of the martial artists who originally had grudges or even enmity with each other would also smile and forget about their grudges after this encounter. That's right, personal grudges were so insignificant in the face of the overall situation of the survival of the plane. In a very short period of time, hundreds of millions of martial artists gathered in the Wuxia region. Moreover, the number of martial artists was increasing by the minute. Almost all the ancient giants of the Wuxia ranking had returned to their positions and were all floating around the Wuxia tower. They all let out an inspiring roar. The Wuxia tower will not fall. We will defend this plane with our lives. The demon race will be destroyed by us. The Wuxia tower. Some senior Wuxia who were in charge of the various floors of the Wuxia tower also looked out of the window. All the martial artists in the world are gathered in the Wuxia region. Although our plane is very weak, it is cohesive. At the moment of crisis, no one flinched. Good, good, I don't believe that billions of human martial artists can't fight against the demon race in 3 days. Yes, seeing so many martial artists gathered in the Wuxia region, I have some confidence in the final battle in 3 days. If it was a situation where the hearts of the people were divided, then there was no need to fight. They might as well just slit their own throats. But now, we may have the power to fight. Ah, the pagoda master. At this moment, the pagoda master abandoned us and fled to another plane. Now it seems that the pagoda master is no match for an ordinary martial artist in the physical body realm. Don't mention the pagoda master anymore. Bah! Bastard! Bastard! He's worse than a pig and a dog. In the face of danger, he abandoned the people who used to believe in him. Disgusting! Disgusting! In the Pure Cloud Sect's army. With Wu as the leader, the disciples of the Pure Cloud Sect flew toward the Wuxia region. At this moment, Brother Wu, wait, Wu looked sideways. He saw his old friend, the Heavenly Devil Old Man, leading a group of disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace, rushing over from afar. The two groups of people converged. Wu looked around and saw Mo Qingtong, who had fought alongside Xiaofan in the Wuxia trial, standing behind the Heavenly Devil Old Man. At this moment, Mo Qingtong's temperament became colder and colder. True Qi flickered all over her body, and talisman seeped out of her pores to form a formation. Oh! Qingtong, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've made great progress and reached the true Qi level 8 talisman formation realm. Wu was slightly surprised. Greetings, Sect Master Wu. Mo Qingtong bowed politely. Qingtong's cultivation is really nothing. Xiaofan is really heaven-defying. He has refined his natal talisman tens of thousands of times and is comparable to an immortal. Well, Sect Master Wu, has Xiaofan come out of seclusion? Qingtong hasn't seen Xiaofan for several years since we parted that day. I miss him a lot. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. We've arrived at the Wuxia region. Then we'll know about Xiaofan's situation. Wu smiled slightly. Boom! Flames rose in the distance, and a group of people came over on the fire clouds. It was the Blazing Flame Sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Beacon Fire Empire. It was the sect master Yan Qimei. Wu! Yan Qimei roared. Yan Qimei. Wu smiled. The two of them had been rivals since they were young. However, as they looked at each other, they began to laugh uproariously. It was as if all of the grudges and grievances between them had vanished into thin air with that one laugh. Ha 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 ha. Wu! After defeating the demon clan today, I want to drink with you for 7 days and 7 nights. Ha ha ha. After being enemies for so many years, I suddenly find you more pleasing to the eye. Ha ha ha. It makes sense. It's better to be friends than enemies. Yan Qimei said straightforwardly. 7 days and 7 nights is not enough. We need to drink for at least 10 days and 10 nights. Ha ha ha. However, the premise is that we are still alive. Wu laughed. The two sect masters. They finally met again and shook hands. Wu, I still admire you. You actually trained such a heaven-defying genius like Xiaofan. Yan Qimei sighed sincerely. I think Xiaofan will be the winner of the battle in 3 days. The situation is not optimistic. Wu shook his head slightly. The demon clan is strong this time. They came prepared and gathered countless great demons from other planes. Although Xiaofan is fierce and dominating the world, he will not be able to do anything alone. It doesn't matter. At least we have fought. Perhaps, there were many planes that had similar great battles like this. Some battles were won by the demon clan. Some battles were won by the human clan. But now it seems that these are not that important. The important thing is, we have the courage to fight. Even if we die, we will not yield to the demon clan. The Heavenly Devil Old Man said sternly. This old man will die, but I will drag a few of the demon clan down with me. The demon capital. The demon capital was at its peak. Millions of ultimate variant demon emperors, and countless ordinary demon emperors. There were close to 1,000 demon emperors from other planes who were 10 times stronger than the Woodfern Great Emperor. At this time, the pagoda master who was trying to escape was caught by one of the demon emperors from another plane. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the pagoda master's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His teeth were chattering, and he was curled up in a corner. His bowels and bladder sprayed out, and he was so scared that tears streamed down his face. His heart had completely collapsed. There was no way the pagoda master could stay calm. Even if he were alone in the demon capital, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from Emperor Woodfern and the other native demons. But right now, there were close to 1,000 demons that were 10 times stronger than Emperor Woodfern. The pagoda master even found a few demon emperors that were 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than the Woodfern Great Emperor. Once a demon the arch of this level made a move, this plane would be annihilated. Heavens! There are so many great demons that we can't defeat. Any one of them could kill all the living beings in our plane. Resist? We can't resist at all. The pagoda master was so scared that he started sobbing. Although he has the cultivation of a pagoda master, he's still very weak. I can squash him to death with a single finger. A large group of demon emperors surrounded the pagoda master playfully. Their faces were filled with malevolence and perversion. It was as if a group of burly men had surrounded a delicate young girl and were about to do something improper. Ah! Everyone! This fellow is the leader of our plane's humans, the pagoda master. Ha ha ha! It's him! It's this fellow! He actually tried to escape and was caught by you all. Ha 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 ha! The Woodfern Great Emperor roared with laughter and took a step forward, glaring at the pagoda master. Ha ha ha! It's actually you. You actually fell into our hands. Ha 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 ha! Haven't you always been arrogant? Ha ha ha! The leader of the human race. What a noble existence. But today, you've become a prisoner of our demon race. Pagoda master, I'm going to play with you until you wish you were dead. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 545. Ah, the tower master nearly fainted from the fright of the Woodfern Great Emperor's words. Everyone, this is the leader of the human race. He has ruled over the humans of this plane for a very long time. He has always been the spiritual pillar of the human race. The Woodfern Great Emperor walked closer to the tower master, licking his lips. Droplets of stinky saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. I wonder what his brains taste like. I've always wanted to suck his brains dry drop by drop, but I've never had the chance. But now, Kakik, impudent. A powerful Great Emperor of the monster race unleashed his aura, forcing the Woodfern Great Emperor to take a step back. Since he's a pagoda master, his brains aren't for you to enjoy, Great Emperor Woodfern. Yes, yes, the Woodfern Great Emperor hurriedly tried to curry favor. No. Don't suck my brains. No. No. The tower master's mind was on the verge of collapse. He was like a young lady surrounded by countless powerful men, about to be ravaged but unable to resist. Please don't suck my brain juice. Please don't suck my brain juice. At this moment, the pagoda master's mind was filled with images of horrified corpses with their brains sucked dry. He sighed repeatedly in his heart. I never thought that I would have such a glorious life, killing demons and roaming the Jianghu. But in the end, my brain juice is going to be sucked dry. How tragic. No. No. I can't die here. I can't let them suck my brains away. Keek 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 keek, keek 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 keek, keek 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 keek. The great emperors of the monster race let out mocking laughter as they approached the tower master. This is fun, this is fun. He's actually the leader of the human race in this plane, that's right. Everyone, it's not satisfying to just suck his brains like this. I have a suggestion, said a monkey-faced demon emperor. A great emperor of the monster race said with a smile. Why don't we crack open his head first, but not let him die immediately? How about we let the demon emperor suck his brains bit by bit so that he will die slowly while howling in pain? What do you think? No. Wouldn't it be more fun to find a demon the arch to suck his brain juice and then possess him before sneaking into their Wuxia pagoda? Gaga. It's not fun at all. This emperor has brought some demonic beasts with extremely strong reproductive abilities. Let's have these demonic beasts. How about I complete the mating process with this human pagoda master? Ha 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 ha. I'm really a genius. Another monster race emperor let out a perverted laugh. Moo 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 moo. Not far away, there was a group of wild beasts that were as large as elephants. Long hair, filthy and smelly. It was wagging its tail and looking at the tower master with stupid and cruel eyes. These giant beasts were dragged to the ground, each as thick as an adult's thigh. They plowed deep ditches on the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. There are 49 mammoth beasts in total, and 33 of them are male. Then, let them have a good time with this tower master. Gaga, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. All the demon emperors. They all burst out with deafening laughter. No, the tower master's neck tilted, and he fainted. A demon the arch slapped the tower master's face fiercely from a distance, breaking all his teeth. The pagoda master suddenly woke up from his stupor. You are the leader of the human race in this plane. A great emperor whose aura was as strong as the abyss, and every pore of his cell seemed to have giant beasts wriggling, locked the tower master with his demon sense and said indifferently. Gugugugugugugugu. The tower master was completely choked, and couldn't say anything. At this moment, the tower master finally understood what it meant to be a fish on the chopping board. That's right. He's the leader of the human race in this plane, and we've been fighting for countless years. Neither of us has been able to gain the upper hand, and we've been locked in a stalemate for who knows how long. Great Emperor Woodfern shouted anxiously. The demon emperor with a powerful aura waved his hand. Everyone, since this guy is the leader of the human race in this plane, I suggest that we don't suck his brains for now, and don't kill him. Oh? What do you mean, Great Emperor? Since this human tower master has walked right into our trap, why don't we kill him? To us, this human race pagoda master doesn't have any value at all. Humph. Are you trying to use this idiot to set up a trap for the human race ants of this plane? How boring. This plane is far too weak. Any one of our great emperors could easily destroy it, and all of the demon heroes would be destroyed in a single blow. There's no way they would be able to put up any resistance. In the face of power, everything else is nothing. There's no need to use this tower master to plot against the human race. A ferocious demonic the arch bared its fangs and glared at the pagoda master, its throat gurgling with saliva. Why don't we just eat him? He's a tower master after all, and there's some immortal energy in his brain. It'll be good for us to suck him up. No. I beg you. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The tower master's mental defenses crumbled. His teeth were all shattered, and he couldn't even keep his mouth shut. It was a hilarious sight to behold. Ha 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 ha. The demon the arch who'd suggested not executing the tower master laughed. You're wrong, everyone. What I'm trying to say is that this tower master is too insignificant. There's no fun in killing him. It's like stepping on an ant. Why don't we take him to the devil hero domain during the final battle 3 days later and make him beg for mercy, eat sh*t, sing praises to our demon clan, and play the role of a lackey. In this way, we can greatly humiliate all the human clan and make them vomit blood. What do you think? Isn't it more interesting in this way? Oh. Ha 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 ha. Good. This is great. We'll humiliate him as much as we want. We'll humiliate the leader of the human race in front of the human race. How fun. Ha ha ha. We'll force him to eat shit and have him copulate with the mammoth beast. Ha ha ha. That's a perfect idea. Human, do you want to have your brain sucked dry, or live on and be humiliated? One of the demon thearchs laughed. Live. I want to live. I want to live. I'm willing to be humiliated. As long as I can live, I'm willing to do anything. The pagoda master let out a heart-wrenching howl. Ha 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 ha. No wonder the human race is so weak. So weak. Their pagoda master was just a piece of trash. Ha ha ha. Also. Everyone. I have something to say. The tower master's eyes flashed with a perverted ruthlessness. I'm not a leader. I'm not even a leader. You piece of trash. Hearing the pagoda lord's words, Emperor Woodfern leaped forward and kicked the tower master's head, sending him flying. You and I are mortal enemies. You're the strongest human in this plane. You've opened the eye of heaven and have a half-immortal body. You deserve to be the leader. But now, you're a prisoner. How dare you deny your identity? What a joke. No. No. I'm not denying it. I'm no longer the leader. Right now, the leader of this plane is Xiaofan. The pagoda lord let out an unwilling howl, like that of a wild beast as he mentioned Xiaofan's name. His voice was filled with venom. Xiaofan's battle prowess has completely and utterly surpassed mine. He's the new leader of this plane. The entire human race worships him and puts their faith in him. You've thrown me into exile. Xiaofan. He's the leader of the human race. Fellow demon thearchs, you should be torturing, humiliating, and killing him. Instead, you captured me and forced me to suffer in his place. Suffering. Why should I take Xiaofan's place? Damn it. He's the one who deserves to die. Xiaofan. What Xiaofan? I've never heard of him. Tower Master. You're spouting nonsense. Great Emperor Woodfern roared. Impossible. Great Emperor Woodfern, you must have heard of Xiaofan. Do you remember the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? The Silver Mask Demon Emperor once snuck into the demon capital and kidnapped Yen Lang. Yes. The Silver Mask Demon Emperor is Xiaofan. Xiaofan is extremely talented. He can disguise himself as a demon. Flawless. I personally ordered him to disguise himself as the Silver Mask Demon Emperor and sneak into the demon capital. What? The Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Countless demon thearchs, ultimate variant demon emperors, and variant demon emperors roared and screamed. Devil Hero Domain. A large number of devil heroes entered the Devil Hero Domain and prepared for the final battle. Immortal Devil Hero Pagoda, we'll protect you with our lives. Wumu looked at the Devil Hero Pagoda and sighed. Ever since I was young, the Devil Hero Pagoda has been a symbol of glory and peace for the human race. Now, it's under threat. I hope that the peace of this plane can continue. We, the swordsmen, were born for this belief. At this moment, Wumu's spiritual wave swept out. At this moment, there were more than 1 billion people in the true Qi realm in the Devil Hero Domain. However, only a few million of them had the identity of Devil Heroes. Most of the human martial artists who did not have the identity of Devil Heroes were below the true Qi realm. There were even many rookies at the first and second level of true Qi realm. Brother Wu, although we have a lot of people, there are less than 10,000 people who have reached the expansion point realm and have the ability to fight against ordinary demon emperors, Heaven's Devil Old Man said worriedly. There are a lot of people, but forget it. I hope there aren't too many demon emperors among the demon race. The ancient giants have reached the 7th and 8th level of true Qi realm. Including some sect masters who are not devil heroes, there are only a few thousand of them. Fong Ling also said in a low voice. The 9th level of true Qi realm. Heh, that's about 100 people. Dong Fong Qin's mouth twitched. Of course, the 9th level of true Qi realm is qualified to compete for the ancient giants. It's impossible for a weak plane like ours to produce too many 9th level of true Qi realm. The 10th level of true Qi realm is even rarer. The only chance of victory in the battle 3 days later is to rely on the human wave tactic. Use our lives and blood to make up for the lack of combat power. There are so many martial artists. After this battle, I wonder how many will survive. Perhaps, all of them will be wiped out. Junior brother Xiaofan. Fang Ling looked at the Devil Hero Pagoda. Devil Hero Pagoda. The House of Psyche where Xiaofan was in seclusion. Outside the House of Psyche where Xiaofan was in seclusion, a large group of devil heroes were kneeling. Among them, 12 elders were kneeling in a row. Behind them were many senior devil heroes of the Devil Hero Pagoda. They were all kneeling in unison. Young hero Xiaofan, you should be able to hear us. The situation is very critical. The battle is about to begin. These elders and senior devil heroes all spoke in a praying tone. Right now, the entire human race is hoping that you can come out of seclusion, and save the people from the disaster, inside the House of Psyche. Xiaofan was still in a deep sleep. He was still brewing. Inside the House of Psyche, all kinds of illusions stacked on top of each other. The 4 seasons appeared one after the other. Xiaofan's body was immovable, like a statue that had existed since the beginning of time. However, is the battle about to begin? Is the demon race going to launch the final battle against the human race? I can vaguely sense a monstrous amount of evil demonic qi coming from the direction of the demon capital. The quality of this demonic qi is very high, many times stronger than Emperor Woodfern's. It's definitely not from the demon race of our plane. However, I can't come out of seclusion for the time being. All the accumulations in my soul are currently being compressed. My life potential is also being compressed to its limit. This is the critical moment. I need to compress all the accumulations into a single point, condense them, and explode with a bang. I can break through the 70th true acupoint and complete the 10th cycle of cleansing of my natal talisman. The number of cleanses will be heaven-defying. I can't come out of seclusion now, or all my previous efforts will go to waste. However, I should be able to succeed before the final battle. After that, I will go on a killing spree and kill all the invading demon race. Speaking of which, my demon emperor left arm has been starving for a long time. The hunger and thirst are unbearable. It needs nourishment. Chapter 546. Monster Capital. The entire monster capital was in a state of frenzy. Silver Mask Demon Emperor. The Pagoda Master had spread the secret that the Silver Mask Demon Emperor was Xiaofan in disguise. Countless demons from other dimensions had traveled thousands of miles to this weak dimension just for the sake of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. For the high-level origin demonic qi. However, after they came to this plane, they couldn't find the Silver Mask Demon Emperor no matter where they searched. They dug 3 feet into the ground, but still couldn't find him. But now, you can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. Roar! A demonic arch that looked like a war god reached out and grabbed the Pagoda Master. He grabbed the Pagoda Master's neck like a little chick. Boom! As the demonic qi rushed out, the Pagoda Master's half-immortal body began to shrink and his skin shriveled. Ah! No! The Pagoda Master let out a heart-wrenching scream like a pig being slaughtered. Spare me! Demon the Arch, spare me! Xiaofan. Silver Mask Demon Emperor? What's going on? Make it clear. Otherwise, die. The Demon the Arch said coldly. Yes. Xiaofan is the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. This is absolutely true. The Pagoda Master shouted. Moreover, he was able to discern her expression and immediately added. Are the demon thearchs also looking for the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? No, are they also looking for Xiaofan? Where is he? Countless thearchs of the demon thearchs asked. He's in seclusion in the Demon Hero Pagoda. He will definitely participate in the battle in 3 days. The Pagoda Master felt the pleasure of revenge. Ha 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 ha. Xiaofan. I'm in a very sorry state now, but don't think you'll have a good time either. These powerful monsters are looking for you. Ha 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 ha. If you fall into their hands, your situation will only be 10 times worse than mine. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Xiaofan, I didn't expect you to have such a day. These demon thearchs are even more powerful than the Pagoda Master who attacked you outside the Genius Zone. They're even more evil and murderous. Let's see how you deal with them. Ha ha ha. Does Xiaofan have the high-level origin energy of the demon thearchs? Some demon thearchs asked impatiently. Yes. Yes. Before ordering Xiaofan to sneak into the demon metropolis. I've checked Xiaofan's body before. Inside his heart, there's a powerful source of energy of the monster clan that can detonate this plane. If this demon race origin energy is released, it can easily destroy the Wuxia Pagoda. The Pagoda Master said fervently. Ha 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 ha. It was indeed true. Ha 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 ha. It turned out that the Silver Mask Demon Emperor really existed. It was a human in disguise. Moreover, there is indeed a high-level demon clan's origin energy in his body. Xiaofan's heart. We must get it. Then, the plan remains the same. Attack the Devil Hero region, kill all the human devils, and capture Xiaofan alive. Time ticked by. In these 3 days, time passed extremely slowly. It became a kind of torment. Of course. This torment belonged to the human race. Wuxia region. The day before the final battle. At this moment, the human clan chivalrous heroes and the other martial artists had already formed a battle formation. Everyone had their weapons in their hands, and they were all in the state of true qi and the state of flesh. They adjusted to the best state. Some alchemists distributed medicinal pills to each of the human warriors who participated in the battle. There were elixirs that could quickly restore true qi, healing elixirs, and even poison. At this moment, the human warriors who entered the Wuxia region to participate in the battle. The number of people was close to 10 billion. The densely packed human martial artists formed a city wall with their flesh and blood, surrounding the Wuxia region tightly. Among them, most were physical body realm martial artists. Physical body realm martial artists. They were all on the outer layer of the Wuxia region, leaving the inner layer to the true energy realm martial artists. Naturally, the physical body realm martial artists could not withstand the sharp attacks of the demon clan. An ordinary demon emperor could tear apart countless physical body realm martial artists. These physical body realm martial artists were purely cannon fodder in the outer layer. However, they were still prepared to die. Their beliefs were indestructible and would not be shaken. They wanted to use their lives to buy a little time for the true energy realm martial artists in the inner layer. So that when the demon clan tortured and killed the physical body realm martial artists in the outer layer, the true energy realm martial artists in the inner layer would have relatively more time to attack the demon clan. The hundreds of thousands of physical body realm disciples of the Pure Rain sect were also arranged to the front line, unafraid of death. And all of the top 100 eternal giants on the Wuxia region, at this moment, there were 86 people. They all revolved around the Wuxia Tower, forming the last line of defense of the human clan. Of course, when the demon clan launched an attack, they would also look for opportunities to fight back. Night. The night was bitterly cold. The cold moon hung high in the sky. More than 10 billion human warriors made bonfires, either sitting or standing. On the grassland of the Wuxia region, the fire was like the stars in the sky. The atmosphere was extremely sad and beautiful. This was the last night before the final battle, and it might also be the last night for these human warriors. Of course, it might even be the last night for all the human creatures in this plane. Now, perhaps our only advantage is the number. Some senior martial artists were saying to the younger generation. Because of genetic reasons, the demon clan can't reproduce like us humans. Therefore, in theory, in any plane, the number of the demon clan is actually less than that of the human clan. In this battle, we can only rely on the human wave tactic, using endless lives in exchange for a chance of survival. Uncle, don't worry. We will definitely win. Hey young man, you can't say that, because as long as there is a human in this plane, we will fight with the demon clan to the end. Moreover, we still have Xiaofan. The unparalleled hero Xiaofan. At the critical moment, Xiaofan will definitely come forward and kill the demon clan. The next day. Early morning. This was the moment of the decisive battle between the human clan and the demon clan. Everyone in the Wuxia region was solemn and quiet. All kinds of true energy rushed to the 9 heavens, dyeing the sky into colorful light, extremely magnificent. Tens of billions of pairs of eyes stared in the direction of the demon metropolis. 2 hours later. Boom boom, suddenly, a mass of blood-red demonic cloud, boundless, covered the sky and the sun, rolling from the direction of the demon metropolis. In this terrifying demonic cloud, it was filled with evil and monstrous demon chi. This mass of demonic cloud was still constantly changing color, turning into a terrifying color like the blood sea of hell, overwhelming the mountains and overturning the seas. Supreme, oppressing the world. Crack. Crack. As the demonic cloud floated, the space began to disintegrate and collapse inch by inch. An extremely dangerous aura descended from the sky, attacking the hearts of every human in the Wuxia region. The sky above their heads began to tremble, and cracks appeared in the sky. The sky was collapsing. In the demonic cloud. It kept shaking, making the sound of destruction. The energy that could destroy heaven and earth was brewing and emanating in the demonic cloud, and the sun was blocked. The world was dark. It was like the traces of a natural disaster of the end of the world. Boom, a torrent of demon chi descended from the sky. In a split second, the battle formation that the human warriors had formed crumbled. The warriors of the physical body realm in the periphery were all sent flying, spitting out blood. They fell to the ground. The warriors of the true energy realm in the inner periphery were also trembling. There was a stifling feeling in their chests, their blood and chi were surging, and their souls began to tremble in pain. Some of the true energy realm in the first level. The true energy realm in the second level, including the true energy realm in the third level, could not stabilize their bodies. They were blown away in all directions, spitting out blood and injured. Even Wu Fu. His face was pale. Oh no. Too powerful. We haven't even fought, and our 10 billion human allied forces are already showing signs of defeat. How terrifying are the demons hibernating in the demonic cloud. They only released a bit of their aura, and it completely suppressed the true energy in my body, and I even have a terrifying feeling that my true energy is being forcibly devoured. At this moment, the demonic cloud completely dispersed. Ha 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 ha. Too weak. Too weak. Weaker than ants. Endless laughter and mockery burst out in the sky. Then, the army of the demon clan had appeared above the Wuxia domain. Thousands of great demon emperors. Millions of ultimate mutant demon emperors. Endless, densely packed ordinary demon emperors that looked like locusts. The lineup was magnificent. Powerful. It would only take a tenth of a breath for this demon army to charge forward, and this plane would explode. For example, the thousands of great demon emperors standing in front of them. Any one of them was a terrifying existence that could instantly kill a tower master. I can crush all of you ants with one finger. He he he. Unimaginably weak. I don't even know how to kill them. Bang. 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 The ancient giants and the 12 elders that were hovering around the Wuxia pagoda were all shocked by the terrifying demonic aura circulating between heaven and earth. They all spat out blood and were seriously injured. Puff. 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 Countless ancient giants and true energy realm martial artists all spat out blood and retreated rapidly. There was no way to fight this battle. They were not on the same level at all. The 10 billion human allied forces could barely hold on for a second. It was indeed a battle between giants and ants. Despair. A deep sense of despair gripped every member of the human race. The densely packed humans knelt down, looked up at the sky, and shed silent tears. They had lost all hope. The entire Wuxia region was dead silent. You, Tower Master, leader of the human race, come out, kneel, and speak. One of the demonic emperors violently pushed the pagoda master up, causing him to kneel on both knees. Human race. We humans will never be a match for the demon clan. Our life level is inferior to the demon clan. The Tower Master hysterically howled, we humans are lowly. We are born lowly. We can only be the slaves of the great demon clan, their food. We can't resist. We are worse than ants. How can we resist the greatest creatures in the universe? Kneel, surrender, and be willing to be the slaves of the demon clan, to be their food. This is our honor. Don't resist. Ha 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 and ha ha ha, well said. The monstrous emperors let out excited laughter. Then, an ultimate variant demon emperor carried 2 large buckets of excrement and served them. Human pagoda master, your words are very good. Amongst the lowly races of the human race, you are considered to be slightly smarter. Then, our monster race is also fair in rewards and punishments. This is the feces of the monster race great emperor, eat it. This is a gift. Enjoy it, understand? Don't waste it, or I'll suck your brains dry. A great demon emperor stepped on the Tower Master and knocked him to the ground. Yes, yes, thank you for the gift, great demon lords. The Tower Master forced a strange expression and hurriedly grabbed the dirty things in the buckets and put them into his mouth. Ha 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 ha. By the way, I now announce that any human who is willing to enjoy the excrement of the great demon emperors will be spared from death. Ha ha ha. Many great demon emperors roared. At this moment, you demon clan should eat excrement. However, I won't give you this chance. Because I'll kill all of you. All of you will explode. A cold voice rang out from the great demon pagoda. A young and thin figure slowly rose from the top of the great demon pagoda. His gaze was like a king looking down on the world, and he had a peerless domineering air about him. Xiaofan is out of seclusion. Countless humans roared. Hope was reborn. Chapter 547. In this dimension, the final battle between the human race and the demon race was finally taking place in the Wuxia domain. Billions of humans formed an alliance to resist the attack of the demon race. However, the scene of the battle was thousands of miles away from what any human had expected. The battle was not intense. It was not tragic. It was not heroic. There was no possibility of them being evenly matched. There was no possibility of both sides suffering heavy losses. One-sided. It was a completely one-sided battle. Among the demon race, not to mention the mutated demon emperors and ordinary mutated demon emperors. There were more than 1,000 demon emperors at the level of the Sky Pillar leader. Moreover, each demon emperor could completely destroy the native demon emperor of this dimension. Great Emperor Woodfern. Each demon emperor only needed to lift a finger to destroy the demon hero pagoda. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a battle between ants and giants. Even the pagoda lord of this plane was kneeling in midair, howling in grief and eating feces. His half-immortal body was dim and devoid of light. Just as the humans of this dimension fell into deep despair and were about to be destroyed helplessly, Xiaofan, who had been in seclusion all this time, finally appeared. Xiaofan slowly rose from the top of the Wuxia pagoda alone. Then, he walked step by step as if he was taking a stroll in a park. However, the wind and clouds were surging in all directions. A gust of wind blew past, fluttering Xiaofan's clothes. Xiaofan's long hair fluttered slightly, and his entire body was filled with elegance. For some reason, once Xiaofan appeared, the shattered wounds in the hearts of the billions of humans that had already collapsed rapidly healed. An inexplicable strong confidence rose in their hearts. Billions of eyes of the human race stared at Xiaofan. None of the humans spoke. They just stared at Xiaofan with worship in their eyes. He prayed and prayed for blessings. It was as if he was looking at an omnipotent God who reigned supreme in the heavens and the earth. As for the demon army, seeing Xiaofan's appearance, the crowd instantly fell silent. The beast monarchs and beast dominators stared at Xiaofan with greedy eyes, as if they were about to make a move. Ah! This person is Xiaofan. He is also the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. He once snuck into the demon capital and kidnapped Yen Lang. In his heart, there was indeed the origin energy of a high-level demon clan. Ha ha ha. At this time, the pagoda master put down the food in his hand. His voice was extremely perverted. He had completely lost control of his emotions. Oh! Pagoda Lord! The corners of Xiaofan's mouth twitched as he glanced at the pagoda lord. A disgusted look appeared in his eyes. Is it delicious? I heard that on the eve of the final battle, you actually fled and abandoned the plane. Of course, everyone has their own ambitions. If you fled, then so be it. But why are you submitting to the demon race now? Coming to the territory of our human race to eat sh*t. Sigh, you're really worse than a pig or a dog. Pooh! Hearing Xiaofan's mocking and cutting remarks, the tower master was furious. A mouthful of blood shot out from his mouth. He spat out 10 meters of blood, but his face was filled with a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha. Xiaofan, go ahead and humiliate me. Humiliate me as much as you like. It doesn't matter. Because you'll die even faster than me. Even earlier. Ha ha ha. Now. The allied forces of the demon race from the alien plane have arrived. With your strength alone, you can't turn the tide. You'll definitely die. Moreover, now that I've surrendered to the demon race and become their slave, they may not kill me. I can still live. According to my vital functions, it won't be a problem for me to live for another 1,000,000 years or even 10 million years. And you're going to die immediately. Ha 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 ha. All the humans in this plane will die. No one will know about my disgraceful behavior today. Ha ha ha. Live on. That's the best. Xiaofan, you're complacent and think that you're a heaven-defying genius. Compared to you, my aptitude is like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. But. Ha ha ha, you're going to die. But I can live on. Ha ha ha. Don't you find it ironic? Ha ha ha. Your fate is ironic. Ha ha ha. The pagoda lord laughed crazily. Xiaofan was not angry at all. He lowered his head slightly and pondered, as if he was considering something. Oh. You're the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. You're also the most powerful human in this plane. Not bad. You're able to remain calm under the aura of our demon race army. That's commendable. Said a demon emperor with a golden horn on his forehead. His body was like an abyss, and under the surface of his body were dense demon veins. His demonic power was as violent as the sun, moon, and stars. He was not in a hurry to kill Xiaofan. Instead, he began to talk with assurance. Now that the demon race army had surrounded and controlled the Wuxia domain, and thousands of peak-level demon emperors were controlling the situation, it was impossible to reverse the situation. Therefore, these demons did not rush to attack Xiaofan. It was as if they were playing with their prey with their thin fingers. The humans in your realm are very weak and can't be mentioned in the same breath as the humans in my realm. However, Silver Mask Demon Emperor, your spirit and aura have surpassed that of the human clan's tower master in my realm. You're really extraordinary. You must have the aptitude to ascend and become an immortal. But it's a pity. Shut up. Suddenly, Xiaofan interrupted the demon Thearcha's lengthy speech. You demons, all of you, shut up. I'll kill you later. Before that, I'll clean up my sect and kill this shameless pagoda lord first. He made the humans in our plane lose face. Now, I'm going to execute him on behalf of all the living beings of the human race in the entire plane and the Wuxia domain. We'll settle the internal affairs first, then settle the external affairs. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha ha. Xiaofan's words caused the demon race army to burst into laughter. All the demon emperors and demon emperors were convulsing with laughter. Ha ha ha. What an idiot. He really thinks he's an immortal. Even if an ordinary immortal descends, he won't be able to destroy the demon race army at its peak. Ah ha ha ha. In an ordinary plane, any pagoda lord can only die in front of us. I'm not going to suck this human's brain. He's sick in the head. His brain must be cloudy, and it won't taste good, dig out his heart. However, on the side of the human clan, although they vaguely felt that it was indeed very difficult for Xiaofan to fight against the elite coalition army of the demon clan alone, they did not know why when Xiaofan said those words, they did not know why. They believed it without a doubt. Because Xiaofan's manner of speaking was already unparalleled. At this moment, Xiaofan's words and actions. Naturally, there was a sense of arrogance and bossiness. It meant that he had already grown up. The belief of invincibility and the belief of victory were planted in the depths of every human's heart. Idiot. A villain intoxicated by success. A trash who was born as a living target. I'm now under the protection of the Demon Race Coalition Army. There are thousands of demon emperors. Can you kill me? Ha 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 ha. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Kill me. I'm right here. Kill me if you have the guts. The pagoda lord's mind was already in serious trouble. His whole person showed a sense of insanity. He stood up, pointed at Xiaofan, and laughed loudly. Humph. Insignificant human race. If you can really be under the protection of us demon race emperors. If you kill this pagoda lord, we will also lose face. A red-faced demon looked at Xiaofan coldly. The demon chi around his body was surging like a sea of blood. I want to kill you. Suddenly, Xiaofan gathered all his essence, chi, and spirit. The solid spiritual power star in his brain became thicker and thicker. It was completely condensed. All my accumulation, foundation, and life potential have been compressed to a point. It's about to explode. Break through the 70th true meridian in one go and start the 10th round of refining talismans. However, I still need a detonating point. And killing this human pagoda lord is the best detonating point. It will ignite all my accumulation and potential and explode. Dominate the world. This pagoda lord. He once bullied me in the past. He once threatened me and forced me to go to the demon capital to assassinate my husband. More or less, he left a shadow in my heart. Today, I will kill this pagoda lord with my own hands. It can make my heart completely perfect and pure. Flawless and untainted. In this way, I will ignite my accumulation and break through the 70th true meridian. My achievement will be completely heaven-defying. I will surpass immortals. Pagoda Lord, die. Xiaofan let out a clear roar. Dragons and tigers accompanied him in all directions. Clang, a bright saber light illuminated the dusky sky. It was like the first ray of light before dawn. The first ray of dawn. This saber light did not have any violence, killing intent, or ferocity. There was only reason, a great will, and the essence of the saber Tao. The saber light flashed. It contained a supreme spiritual power fluctuation, and it could do as it pleased. The saber light slashed towards the pagoda lord. Time seemed to slow down, and then it became fast again. Under this saber light, all the mortals, and even the demons, were affected. They couldn't help but recall the past. In a flash. Impudent. He actually dared to attack. Stop him. We can't let him kill the pagoda lord in front of us. This is a slap in the face. We can't let him succeed. More than 1,000 of us demon thearchs are gathered here. If a young human kills the people we protect in front of us, we will be abandoned by the demon god. In the blink of an eye, dozens of terrifying demonic hands grabbed the saber light. These demonic hands emitted a power that could destroy the past and the present, suppress the sun and moon, and sweep through the wilderness. Once they grabbed, the surroundings were filled with the terrifying sounds of planets disintegrating and exploding. However, the saber light was many times faster than light. It was also extremely sharp and domineering. The dozens of demonic hands either did not manage to grab the saber light in time or were directly cut by it. It was irresistible. Pfft! The saber light pierced through the pagoda lord's body. Roar! The pagoda lord let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body began to shatter and disintegrate. His half-immortal body began to collapse. All the array formations in his body were destroyed, and the treasures in his storage ring all exploded and fell out. In less than 1/10 of a breath, the pagoda lord was disintegrated into dust by the saber light and scattered with the wind. At that moment, Hong! The true meridians in Xiaofan's body emitted a dazzling divine light. True Qi surged out from his 69 true meridians like a river and formed a natal talisman. On the natal talisman, there were birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars, countless runes, immortal aura, and thousands of rays of light. It was a spectacular sight. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions with the natal talisman as the center. The air in the surroundings withered, the light twisted, and the space caved in. At that moment, pang! The innate talisman shuddered violently, and then emitted a crashing sound. Streams of immortal qi and true qi began to repeatedly cleanse the innate talisman. Xiaofan is starting to cleanse the natal talisman. He's opened the 70th true meridian. The 10th round of cleansing. The number 1 powerhouse of the human tribe let out a heart-wrenching howl. Chapter 548. After killing the Tower Master, Xiaofan's true qi burst out from his body and condensed into his natal talisman. This natal talisman was more than 10,000 zhang long and wide. It was boundless, covering the sky and covering the sun. Its entire body emitted a dazzling brilliance, and it was as warm as white jade. Water, fire, wind, thunder, and all kinds of strange phenomena rolled on it. A terrifying pressure caused sand and stones to fly in all directions. Many demon emperors in the army of the demon race could not stand still and could not help but retreat. Waves of true qi that could destroy heaven and earth shot out from the natal talisman, causing the heavens and the earth to shake violently. The tremors shocked the demon race coalition army, and made the hearts of the humans tremble and cry out in excitement. In the previous 9 rounds of cleansing, Xiaofan had completed a total of 67,000 cleansing of the natal talisman. This way, the pure true qi power of the natal talisman had almost exceeded 100 trillion cauldrons. Such a powerful true energy, without the support of any true energy divine art, could kill countless pagoda masters with just a bit of it. For example, Xiaofan, the tower master of this plane. Not to mention resisting him, just the slightest fluctuation of true qi from Xiaofan's natal talisman was enough to turn him into dust. Now, this natal talisman was floating in the air. Endless yuan qi of heaven and earth swarmed towards it, causing the space around it to cave in continuously. Moreover, immortal music was lingering on it, and the immortal chi and spiritual chi of heaven and earth were constantly washing and refining the natal talisman. Xiaofan was in the 10th round, which was also the last round of cleansing the natal talisman. Hua 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 hua. Hua 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 hua. Again and again, the natal talisman was continuously being cleansed. Every time it was cleansed, the natal talisman's size increased. Every time it was cleansed, the aura and pressure of the natal talisman skyrocketed. Ah! An unparalleled hero. Unparalleled, above the immortals. Xiaofan. The immortal of the land. The great hero of my plane. The descent of deities. Over 10 billion humans were crying and shouting at the top of their lungs. He kept kowtowing to Xiaofan's life talisman, praying and submitting. Xiaofan hovered in the air below the natal talisman and looked at the demon army indifferently. There was a kind of spirit that even if there were millions of people, he would still go forward. The 10th round of cleansing, 5,000 times. 5,500 times. 6,000 times. 7,000 times. 8,800 times. 10,000 times. In less than 10 breaths, the natal talisman had been cleansed more than 10,000 times. Furthermore, the speed of the cleansing was getting faster and faster. There was no end to it, and it would never stop. Above the 9 heavens, there was holy light sprinkling down continuously, with all kinds of immortal chi energy, some of the immortal chi in this plane. They were all sucked into the life talisman, causing the true energy of the life talisman to grow without end. As the number of washes skyrocketed, Xiaofan's natal talisman was increasing in length, width, and height. Soon, it covered the entire Wuxia domain. The jade natal talisman represented sacredness, nobility, and exquisiteness. It was warm, hard, and inviolable. It also had a firm will, and a peerless spirit that would rather die than live in dishonor. As soon as Xiaofan's natal talisman enveloped the entire Wuxia domain, it seemed to have turned into jade. The ground had turned jade-colored. All of the buildings had turned jade-colored. Looking from afar, the Wuxia domain could be seen as jade. In the distance, the humans who were paying attention to this battle couldn't help but kneel down, as if they were looking at a miracle, and kowtowed repeatedly. Ah! It has been cleansed more than 10,000 times. 15,000 times. When Xiaofan cleansed this natal talisman for the 9th round, he had cleansed it 15,000 times. But now, the 10th round of cleansing had broken this record. No! It's crazy! It has reached 20,000 times. Countless Wuxia kowtowed, roared, and cried. On the side of the demon army. Finally, countless demons realized the power of this young man in front of them. They realized that they had seriously underestimated this seemingly small human opponent. Impossible. In this world, in the mortal world, how can anyone refine such a profound natal talisman? There can't be such a genius in the human race. This natal talisman is like the sun, moon, and stars, containing the great Tao of heaven and earth. It can easily kill any tower master. How can this guy be so powerful? This small plane shouldn't have given birth to such a monster-level human expert. Countless demons let out cries of terror. At this time, a large number of ordinary demon emperors, and even mutated demon emperors, couldn't calm down and directly flew into the sky, ready to escape. Puff! 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 Any demon emperor who tried to escape would be shattered into pieces by the natural chi fluctuations of the natal talisman as soon as their bodies flew up into the air. Not even a speck of dust would be left. Ah! We can't escape. The demon race army was finally showing signs of collapse. Furthermore, something that made the demon clan even more alarmed happened. As soon as the bodies of the shattered demon overlords collapsed, a large amount of their body powder was absorbed. A powerful demonic chi vortex was emitted from Xiaofan's left arm. The demonic chi vortex was in the shape of a funnel, and it sucked in the pieces of the exploded bodies of the demons like a whirlwind. Jijia jijia jijia. At the same time, a terrifying will was emitted from the depths of Xiaofan's heart. The will of a demon god was emitted. It let out a joyful and hearty laugh. Wisps of demon gods will were added to Xiaofan's left monarch palm, causing it to devour the essence of the demon corpses at a speed 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than before. The demonic chi vortex emitted from the left monarch palm also began to expand, from the size of an acre to the size of 10 acres. It was like a horrifying mouth that was about to devour someone. He's devouring the bodies of the demons. His left arm. It emitted the supreme aura of the demon race. Kill him. Don't run, attack him now. He's trying to break through to the next realm. At this moment, his condition is extremely unstable. He can't activate his true chi divine art effectively. Now is the best chance to kill him. Surround him and kill him. Destroy his natal talisman. Scatter all of his true chi. Yes, all his energy and true chi are used to refine this natal talisman. He won't have time to deal with us. At this moment, he's at his weakest. Kill him. Kill him. He's finally exposed the treasure of the demon race. How can the treasure of the demon race fall into the hands of a human? Kill him. Thousands of monarch beasts. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and waves of ferocious demonic aura shot towards Xiaofan. All kinds of demonic arts and treasures bombarded Xiaofan's natal talisman. The attacks of thousands of monarch beasts. It could be said that they could destroy the ages and destroy countless planes. As they attacked, countless illusions appeared, destroying heaven and earth. The spatial crystal walls all exploded and split apart. I'll interrupt your breakthrough. I'll cause your true chi to backfire and self-destruct. An extremely powerful monarch beast transformed into a golden hammer. It smashed toward Xiaofan with an unknown force of hundreds of millions of cauldrons. I'm refining my natal talisman and naturally can't be distracted. I can't use true chi to deal with you. However, Xiaofan's trump card is not true chi attacks. All the demons. Die for me. Destroy them all. Xiaofan's body was unmoving. Boom! Xiaofan's body suddenly trembled. His body gradually grew, and lightning flickered all over. Earth chi spread out, and the embryonic form of the dual attribute immortal body appeared. It was supported by the indestructible golden body. Xiaofan's entire body became like a god of war. He was completely invincible, dominating the universe. Looking around, he couldn't find an opponent he could fight against. Boom boom boom, the first to arrive was a small portion of the demonic aura attack that struck Xiaofan's body. Xiaofan's indestructible golden body dissolved some of the attack's power. Then, the starry sky dominator and thunder god tyrant body brazenly withstood the attack, protecting Xiaofan from harm. The next moment, Puqi from Xiaofan's sea of consciousness, a majestic pillar of natal saber chi burst out. This natal saber chi was supported by supreme mental power. It could slay gods and slay immortals, dominate the myriad realms, and not be affected by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could endure myriad tribulations and live eternally. Previously, when Xiaofan had swept through the tower masters outside the genius zone, he'd only released his solid mental power to kill. He hadn't used his natal saber chi. Now, Xiaofan didn't hold back. Not only did he use his mental power to attack, but he also used his trump card, the great accomplishment natal saber chi. Mental power combined with saber intent. A powerful combination. The saber slashed out, destroying both gods and ghosts. Within the saber light, the phantom of the heavens appeared, as well as a door in the unseen world. This door was tightly shut, but it still exuded the aura of nature, uncanny workmanship, and a domineering saber aura. A powerful mental storm tore through everything, accompanied by the saber light. Pa 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 pa. The densely packed demonic sovereigns were shredded into tile-like fragments by this saber. Then, all the fragments were automatically absorbed into Xiaofan's left demonic sovereign palm. Xiaofan's eyes were completely bloodshot. With a flash of his saber, he killed 487 demonic sovereigns. One saber slaying 100 demonic sovereigns. What was domineering? This was domineering. What was swift and fierce? This was swift and fierce. What was invincible? This was invincible. Ah! This human is invincible. Some demonic sovereigns dodged Xiaofan's saber in an extremely embarrassing manner and fled in all directions. However, although they managed to dodge, their demonic bodies had already been shaken by the saber chi and the mental storm. As soon as they dodged, their demonic bodies began to peel off and be destroyed. They let out howls like pigs being slaughtered. We shouldn't have come to this dimension. There's an invincible human hiding here. Dead. I can't accept this. Puff. 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 The bodies of the demonic sovereigns exploded one after another. Moreover, those demon emperors, whether they were ordinary demon emperors, mutated demon emperors, or ultimate mutated demon emperors, were all cut into pieces by the aftershocks of the saber chi. The sky was filled with demon blood and demon corpses. The entire Wuxia region resounded with the demons' desperate wails and cries. It was a tragic scene. What demon race? What demon emperors? It's useless. I, Xiaofan, will kill you like pigs and dogs. Chapter 549. Xiaofan launched an unparalleled attack. His solid mental strength was enhanced by the great accomplishment natal saber chi, and he even created the shadow of the gate of the saber realm. This attack was Xiaofan's strongest attack at the moment. Last time, when he was besieged by countless human tower masters, Xiaofan did not use his strongest attack because they were all of the same race. At this moment, facing the demon clan, Xiaofan no longer held back. With a slash of saber light, countless demon sovereigns were killed. Even the peerlessly powerful demon thearchs were killed in one move. A total of 487 demon thearchs were killed. Moreover, although some demon emperors did not face the attack head-on and dodged it, their bodies were soon shattered. The number of demon emperors killed by the aftershock of the saber chi also reached 187. In other words, Xiaofan killed 674 demon emperors with one slash. This kind of attack was rare. This was completely the attack of an immortal. Now, the demon race army had been smashed into pieces by the impact. Just now, when the army of the demon clan descended upon the Wuxia domain, it was a one-sided situation, completely crushing the human clan. Now, as soon as Xiaofan attacked, he killed countless demon sovereigns, a total of 674 demon thearchs. How could it not be a one-sided battle? A clash. A perfect clash. This slash caused the 10 billion humans to be completely enraged. None of them could control their emotions and began to shout Xiaofan's name. Some of them even shouted, "Long live Xiaofan! Long live Xiaofan!" However, Xiaofan knew his own strength. Although that saber strike just now was tyrannical and destroyed everything in its path. But it also consumed a lot of mental strength. It consumed a lot of mental strength and natal saber chi. This slash consumed almost half of my mental strength. Xiaofan knew. At this moment, the remaining demon emperors. They were not injured at all by Xiaofan's slash. There were about 400 of them who were only slightly injured. They watched helplessly as their attacks were destroyed by Xiaofan's saber. Moreover, many of the demonic thearchs and demonic sovereigns beside them died. It was a scene of devastation. Dense demon aura and demon body fragments. Including demon blood and demon souls, they were all absorbed by Xiaofan's left arm. They all felt a deep sense of despair. They deeply felt Xiaofan's strength and invincibility. They had the illusion that they weren't facing a mortal, but an immortal who had descended from the immortal world. Some of the surviving beast emperors began to think of escaping. At that instant, a golden-horned monarch beast let out a cry of agony. "Let's work together. Let's work together again. Attack!" Those who weren't killed by that human with a single slash were the lucky survivors. All of them were the strongest demonic thearchs. That slash just now must have consumed a lot of energy. We still have a chance. The life force of this human youth. He was still immortal, but just now, he had used an immortal's attack. There was no way he wouldn't pay a price. Using the body of a mortal to attack with the means of an immortal, he must be at the end of his rope now. Don't be afraid. Since we were able to survive that slash just now, even if we were to face the same slash again, we wouldn't necessarily die. All of you have seen it, right? He has a supreme demon treasure on him that can absorb the corpses and souls of our dead demon clan. Kill. Fortune is found in danger. Kill him. Take his treasures. Execute the forbidden arts. Even at the cost of destroying your body, exploding your demonic meridians, burning your blood, kill him at all costs. Amidst the roar of the golden-horned demon sovereign, the surviving few hundred demon sovereigns finally hardened their hearts and decided to join forces to fight Xiaofan to the death. At this moment, they were not only using their sure-kill demonic arts, but they were also using all kinds of forbidden arts. Sky Beast Remnant Body. A monarch beast exploded and turned into a blood dragon. Its aura was twice as ferocious as before. Monarch Beast Sacrificial Art. A demonic emperor's demonic blood burst out of its body, causing its demonic body to expand continuously. In an instant, it turned into an ancient, godlike monster and pounced towards Xiaofan. Formation of 10,000 beasts. A monarch beast's body burst out countless characters of the beast tribe, forming a demonic formation. The demonic formation was strong enough to trap an immortal and kill everything in its path. All the monarch beasts went all out. In order to kill Xiaofan, they used all their strength and paid a terrible price. Some of the monarch beasts suffered damage to their bloodline and genes after launching such an attack, causing their levels to drop. Some even suffered great damage to their vitality and could not recover within 10,000 years. They only had one goal: to kill Xiaofan. To snatch Xiaofan's left arm. To dig out Xiaofan's heart. The attacks of hundreds of monarch beasts and the violent demonic aura were enough to destroy the world. Fortunately, their attacks were all focused on Xiaofan. Therefore, this plane and the others in the Wuxia region were not affected as much. At this moment, boom! In the sky, Xiaofan's natal talisman shook violently. The 10th round of cleansing was finally completed. Just now, Xiaofan did not stop the monarch beasts from executing their forbidden arts immediately. Instead, he gave them the chance to execute their ultimate moves. Xiaofan was waiting for his natal talisman to complete its cleansing. Now, Xiaofan had finally succeeded. After unlocking the 70th acupoint, the 10th round of cleansing of the natal talisman had been cleansed for a total of 50,000 times. This round of cleansing far exceeded any of Xiaofan's previous 9 rounds of cleansing. My seclusion for a few days to squeeze out my foundation was not in vain. Now, Xiaofan's entire aura had risen to another level. With a slight movement of his body, he could completely destroy an area. Wherever he went, the space shattered and everything turned into chaos. A large amount of space would evaporate. In between breaths, the mountains and rivers shook. Xiaofan's natal talisman was crystallized, emitting a noble and inviolable aura. It had a sense of twisting the universe, breaking fate, jumping out of the 5 elements, and reversing yin and yang. It was unparalleled. Billowing holy light poured down. Waves of immortal Sanskrit chants came from this natal talisman, cleansing people's hearts. Saber light and sword shadows floated in the air. The tide surged and the river water lapped against the shore, rolling up the snow. Wind and clouds gathered. They were all within. At this point, Xiaofan's natal talisman had been cleansed for a total of 117,000 times after 10 rounds of cleansing. The pure qi contained in it alone had reached 180,000 billion cauldrons. Powerful power. I can finally feel the incomparable power of true qi. Billowing steam. Good. My mental energy and saber qi have indeed been greatly depleted. Then, I will use this true talisman. Come and shatter these demon thearchs. Die. I will destroy all of you. Suddenly, Xiaofan raised his right hand. He clenched his right fist. This terrifying talisman directly turned into streams of light and merged into Xiaofan's right fist. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Xiaofan's right fist immediately turned into the eye of a storm. A hurricane raged, blowing countless spatial crystal walls apart. At this moment, hundreds of the strongest demon thearchs counterattacked with their strongest attacks. All of them bombarded near Xiaofan's body. Xiaofan also gathered the true qi contained in one of his natal talismans. All of it gathered on his right fist, and he punched out. This punch contained an aura that even immortals would tremble in fear. This punch was like billions of volcanoes erupting together. This punch was like billions of heavenly dragons roaring together. This punch was like billions of planes being destroyed at the same time. Xiaofan's punch did not contain any true qi or skills. It was just a punch with all his strength. It was like a thunderbolt, an eagle flying in the sky, a goshawk catching a rabbit, and a divine dragon flying in the sky. This punch was the essence of power, and it could break through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! Finally, the punch formed by Xiaofan's natal talisman collided with the joint attack of hundreds of demon thearchs. Rumble. 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 The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire plain began to move. The continental plates were moving. The crust was shattering everywhere. Countless heavenly tribulations and strange phenomena appeared. Time and space seemed to have stopped. Boom boom boom, all the human true qi realm martial artists in the Wuxia domain, all the ancient giants and giants, spared no effort to release the true qi stored in every true acupoint in their bodies, burned the supreme-grade true qi spirit stones, and released a layer of true qi shield to protect the plane as much as possible, so that it would not be destroyed by the attack of Xiaofan and the demons. There was a kind of aurora between heaven and earth, and the entire plane. Under this kind of light, no one could open their eyes. The battle between Xiaofan and the demons only lasted for a breath, and then it ended. There was silence between heaven and earth. Xiaofan won. Did he win? Our plane, how is it now? Now, every human in the Wuxia domain raised their eyes and looked at the sky. However, the aurora was so bright that they could not open their eyes. They all put their hands over their eyes and tried their best to look at the sky. Slowly, the aurora dissipated. Dissipated. It was no longer dazzling. Everyone's vision changed from blurry to clear. They could finally see it clearly. At this moment, in the sky, there stood a proud, solitary figure of a young man. He had his hands behind his back. Around him, there were countless pieces of demon corpses floating. These pieces of corpses fell into the funnel-shaped vortex emitted from his left arm, and were refined. Silence. There was silence between heaven and earth. Billions of people focused their eyes on the young man in the sky. After a few hundred breaths, the young man in the sky smiled slightly. We won. Xiaofan. We won. Billions of people finally burst into tears, and all of them knelt down. Xiaofan. 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 Just now, Xiaofan's natal talisman turned into a punch, with a force of 20 trillion cauldrons, and smashed the attacks of all the demon emperors. With one punch, hundreds of demon emperors were blown into pieces. It was a complete victory. Chapter 550. It was an unprecedented battle. A peerless battle. It was finally over. It ended with the victory of the human clan. A quiet and peaceful atmosphere once again appeared between heaven and earth. The air was filled with the fragrance of plants from the distant mountains. The oppressive atmosphere had completely disappeared. The layers of dead gray in the sky also faded into nothingness. The sky returned to its blue color and was full of vitality. Some of the plants and flowers that were originally withered and dried up tenaciously supported themselves and bloomed with exuberant vitality that represented prosperity. The streets and alleys of the secular world were originally shrouded by the overwhelming demon qi. The atmosphere was so strange and oppressive that even the animals were suffocating. Every household closed their doors. But now, the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking resounded in the streets and alleys again. If these sounds were in normal times, they would seem particularly anxious and irritating. But now, they were no less than celestial music. The plane returned to normal. Peace. At this moment, the billions of humans in the Wuxia region all looked up at the sky. They had gone through a lot from despair to the present rebirth. The ups and downs in their hearts were simply indescribable. They felt like they had survived a disaster, like survivors after a disaster. All of them quietly shed tears. Some of the young chivalrous spirits even burst into tears. Soon, they fixed their eyes on the young man who was floating in the void like a lone crane. It was this young man who, in a desperate situation, turned the tide with his own strength and destroyed the entire demon clan army. In a few moves, he killed thousands of powerful demon emperors. It could be said that he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Like a hot knife through butter. As if he had entered an uninhabited land. This was the means of an immortal. Xiaofan. Now, Xiaofan had become the leader and protector in the hearts of these demons. God. Faith. Xiaofan did not immediately land. He was still standing in the void. His eyes were slightly dazed. He seemed to be thinking about something. Xiaofan did not move, and none of the billions of humans below dared to move. Xiaofan did not speak, and none of the billions of humans below dared to speak. At this moment, the funnel-shaped demon qi vortex released by the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiaofan's left arm was getting bigger and bigger. The sky was filled with demonic blood, the remnant soul of the demon emperor, and the fragments of the demon emperor's body. All rivers flowed into the sea as they were devoured and refined by the funnel-shaped vortex of demonic qi. Xiaofan's entire left arm glowed brilliantly, emitting an ancient demonic glow that was extremely evil and powerful. It looked like Xiaofan's left biscuit emperor's palm. It actually wanted to devour and absorb all the fragments of the corpses of the monster race army. Only then was he willing to let it go. Countless demonic emperor crystal shards, demonic emperor mystic arts, and demonic emperor mystic arts poured into Zhuo Bing emperor's palm tattoo like a tidal wave. King 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 king, pieces of shattered demon emperor crystals reassembled themselves on Xiaofan's left biscuit emperor's palm and embedded themselves into the grooves on left biscuit emperor's palm tattoo. One after another, the demonic Thearcha's ultimate killing techniques fused onto Xiaofan's left biscuit the arch tattoo. Ancient demon clan runes flashed continuously in Xiaofan's mind, moon-swallowing thousand demons technique. The demon the arch immolates. Sky demon remnant body technique. Myriad demon immortal trapping formation. Demon the arch sun shooting art. Hum hum hum, these forbidden secret runes attacked Xiaofan's soul, trying to forcefully fuse into Xiaofan's soul, allowing Xiaofan to master these demonic the arch mystic arts. However, there were too many mystic arts flocking into his soul, causing Xiaofan's brain to almost explode. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul and mental strength were too strong, Xiaofan would definitely have either gone crazy or died from his brain exploding. Moreover, on Zhuo Bing Emperor's palm, the demonic veins were awakening crazily like mushrooms after the rain, and the capacity of each demonic vein was increasing exponentially. Absorbing the essence of the entire monster race army, thousands of demonic thearchs, millions of mutated demonic emperors, ultimate mutated demonic emperors, and countless ordinary demonic emperors, it was too much, it needed a period of time to digest. Therefore, Xiaofan made a prompt decision, focused his eyes and looked down. At this moment, Xiaofan, 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 Xiaofan. The billions of humans below started barking and roaring at the top of their lungs. Even those ancient magnates and elders completely lost their composure, wept in pain, and kowtowed like pounding garlic. Everyone, Xiaofan smiled faintly. As soon as he spoke, the billions of humans below all quietened down. This was authority. As soon as he spoke, the billions of humans were silent. Xiaofan completely had the authority of a peerless leader. No one dared to disobey his orders. Now, the disaster has been averted. Elders, please lead the demonic hero army to the demon metropolis, and kill all the remaining demon race in our plane. Then, our plane will be unified by the human race, and there will be no more demon emperors. I have already sensed it with my mental strength. In the demon metropolis, there are only some ordinary demon emperors. There are very few of them, and most of them are demon generals. We can handle it. Yes. Yes. The 12 elders stood up together and stood with their hands on the ground. Xiaofan nodded slightly. In this war, although we have expelled and eliminated the demon race and saved the plane. However, the plane is also in a state of desolation and has suffered a lot of damage. Now, true Qi realm cultivators, please go everywhere, comfort the people, and encourage everyone to rebuild their homes. Many damaged areas should also be rebuilt as soon as possible. Xiaofan paused for a moment, looked at the 12 elders, and said with a smile. Elders, I have a few spatial coordinates here. They were told to me by some demon heroes from other planes while I was adventuring in the Genius Zone. How about this? Immediately enter their plane according to the coordinates of this space and ask for some material assistance from them. In return, after 10 years, I will give them a place to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. This time, I have refined a lot of places in my body. Even if there are immortals who want to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure with me, there should be extra places. We can share some with the demon heroes from other planes. Yes. Leader Xiaofan, you are really far-sighted. The 12 elders all nodded. I am not a leader. Xiaofan said seriously. However, before I go into seclusion, there are some things that I need to remind everyone. Seclusion? Xiaofan just came out of seclusion. Now he wants to go into seclusion again? This. Xiaohan's true Qi realm is going to break through again. Is Xiaofan going to go into seclusion to break through to the 8th stage of true Qi, the talisman formation realm? As soon as they heard that Xiaofan was going to go into seclusion again, the 10 billion people below all whispered to each other and discussed. Sect Master. Xiaofan looked at Wu Yu again. Wu Yu immediately understood what he meant and immediately said with a smile. Xiaofan, don't worry. I have antidotes for all sorts of poisons. Master Yen Lang will refine them as soon as possible. You can go into seclusion with peace of mind. That's good. Xiaofan relaxed and smiled. Then, he floated into the demon hero pagoda and found a spirit house. As if there was no one around, he went into seclusion without any distractions. Outside, if I am not wrong, Xiaohan's seclusion this time should be to cultivate the art of refining the demon race. Wu Yu nodded slightly and smiled. There is a secret treasure of the demon race on Xiaofan that can devour and absorb the essence of the demon race. Just now, the demon race army was destroyed. The essence of all the demon emperors and demon emperors was devoured by Xiaofan. Xiaofan must need time to digest it. Yes, when junior brother Xiaofan first started his cultivation, his trump card was the demon power and various demon arts. Dongfang Qin suddenly realized this. Fang Ling was extremely shocked as he screamed out. Such a huge demon race army, led by thousands of demon emperors, is enough to trample any ordinary plane in the mortal world. Now, Xiaofan is going to absorb all the essence of this demon race army. Then, to what extent will his demon power soar? With that said, the 10 billion people were so scared that they did not dare to breathe. I can't make a hasty evaluation yet. However, if Xiaofan absorbs and refines all the soul essences of this demon army and nourishes his left arm, then Xiaofan's demon technique's combat power will not lose to his life talismans. In this way, Xiaofan will have the ultimate killing skills of both the human race and the demon race. He will definitely become a peerless figure. Not only will such a person not be found in the mortal world, but it is also impossible for the immortal world to have a dual cultivator of the human race and the demon race. Wu Yu looked at the Wuxia pagoda and smiled. In short, no matter what Xiaofan cultivates, as long as his battle power increases, our plane will become safer and more prosperous. It is always a good thing for our plane. Everyone, disperse. Don't disturb Xiaofan. Now, everyone gradually understood that Xiaofan's seclusion this time was to cultivate the demon race's secret arts. Everyone was extremely shocked and curious at the same time. They did not know what would happen after Xiaofan came out of seclusion. However, it was very strange. Although they knew that Xiaofan cultivated the demon arts, none of the humans felt repulsed. They all felt that no matter what Xiaofan cultivated, it was reasonable. All of them should trust him completely. Soon, the human clan gathered in the Wuxia region dispersed to do their own things and do their best to restore the plane. Xiao xiao xiao, in the sky. Wu Yu led Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and other people of the Pure Rain sect back to the Pure Rain mountain range. Sect Master, I don't know how strong Junior Han's battle power will be once he comes out of seclusion after merging with the essence of the demon army. Since ancient times, there has never been a person who can be compared with Junior Han. To be able to master the essence of the two races, this is actually 1,000 years of strange things, Dongfang Qin said. Wu Yu looked in the direction of the distant Pure Rain mountain range. Let Xiaofan cultivate freely. Whether it's the demon arts or the true Qi divine technique, as long as it can improve his battle power, there is no harm. 10 years later, there will be many immortals participating in the second layer of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. If Xiaofan does not improve his battle power crazily during this period of time, I'm afraid he will suffer a great loss when he fights with the immortals. Yes, with Junior Han's current battle power, he is completely invincible in the mortal world. No Tower Master is Junior Han's opponent. But once an immortal descends, I'm afraid Junior Han will be in trouble. Seriously speaking, with Junior Han's current battle power, I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with even the most ordinary immortal. Moreover, in a few years, the immortals that descend to the various planes will definitely not be mediocre. They must be extremely talented and powerful immortals. Xiaofan must improve his battle power by any means necessary. I don't want to see Xiaofan being trampled by the immortals.